This sports update is brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. The Thursday night games were getting too good to be true, so for the NFL, they were bound to get a clunker sooner or later. The league can thank the Vikings for that one. They were blown out by the Chargers last night, 37-10. The Chargers had 419 yards of offense. The Vikings ended up with 164. Moving over to your NBA scores from last night, OKC beat the Pacers 141-135 in, you guessed it, double overtime yet again for OKC. And the Golden State Warriors, they held on in their own version of overtime, beat the Nuggets 137-131. And some of the biggest questions emerging from this federal indictment of Miami Heat guard Terry Rozier, how it relates to the NBA. What did the NBA know? What did they know about it? And what did they do about it? Well, appearing yesterday on the Rich Eisen show, ESPN's Brian Windhorst, he said the NBA removed Rozier from the rest of the 2022-2023 season after the sports books alerted the league about unusual activity on Rozier's under prop bets for that March 2023 game that he exited with a supposed injury. We now know all about that game because that was exactly what put him in the middle of this indictment. So the ultimate question goes to the NBA. Did they cover this whole thing up, or did they at least try to cover this up? From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Just enjoy your boutonnieres.
And the concubines.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. We're out west. Ashburn, Virginia, day 2 of Commanders practice, getting ready for the Chiefs. Good morning, Brian. How do you do?
I am fantabulous. I think my bets in basketball hit. Well, in our little game where we play.
Okay. I'd like to start the morning by complimenting you. You look terrific. You're wearing all black. You look great.
Men in black, baby. Men in black.
I like the vibe, dude. B. Mitch is here, and he means business.
Black, white, and pink.
We got Mitch and Huey here.
We got some big dudes in the room today, boy.
We can run the ball, and we can run the ball in this set.
Hell yeah. Jay, I had it off. I'm running behind these two right here, boy.
Here, Huey, say hello to the YouTube stream. I don't even know.
Well, Mitch, you were looking. I'm not even up yet. I'm kind of late on this thing.
I hadn't hit the button yet either, B. I was off yesterday. Shout out to Toby for sitting in for me.
I did.
There you go. I did. Appreciate Toby. It was funny. Early morning, so left hand up. I played golf yesterday. Chevy Chase Club did a major renovation. I got invited. Thank you to Roland Miller for the invite. We had a blast. I played terribly.
I mean, it's common.
No, dude. What happened yesterday is not common.
So, all right. So
I couldn't get off the tee.
You couldn't get off the tee?
Yeah, I can always get off the tee. That's the one thing I can count on. I couldn't get off the tee, but I putted pretty well. What the hell planet am I on?
I don't know.
But
if you
can't hit an iron, can't hit a wedge. So it was 4 golfers playing their own ball, just regular golf, but we took 1 score from each hole. I got a par on the first hole, and that's the only time I mattered all day.
So y'all played
18 holes.
Y'all played scramble, or you just
no? You just played golf, and you took the best score on each hole.
Okay. All right.
And there were some strokes and stuff. So occasionally I had a 5-4 that mattered. Like it was basically if you needed a bogey, I was your guy. But if you needed anything better than that, I'm pretty irrelevant. The poor kid caddying for me, Cole, very nice young man, was just
he probably got extra steps.
He got his steps in. The course is beautiful, so it's brand new. But not brand new. I want to say it opened in July or something. But when you get a new course.
That's brand new when you start thinking about courses.
Well, I think Chevy Chase opened in like 1892 or something. So that's pretty for them.
Yeah.
But when you have brand new greens, and they're going to speed them up anyway, especially on a tournament day, rock hard.
That's how it was at Westwood yesterday.
I had some decent shots, but I couldn't hold a green.
Oh, in Westwood, you better hit it short. If you hit it on the green, it will not be there when you get there. So
bet.
yeah, it was good though.
It was a blast, and the highlight of the day, evening, whatever you want to call it, the day became an evening. I'll say it like that.
I was at your place last night.
Yeah, how was that?
It was good.
Did your day become an evening?
My day after I left here, I went to Westwood. We were there, then we tried to. Brendan was waiting to beat the traffic. I said, Brendan, you're not going to wait.
There's no beating the traffic.
I
when
said,
you
let's
deal with
just go.
Tyson's.
And we went. We got there. We got to Congressional around 7 something, and we left around 10.
Okay, that's a good night.
Yeah.
Maybe at 10 there was no traffic.
Well, I left home yesterday at 9.
That's a day.
I got home at like 11.
I bet Monica was thrilled.
I let her know. She knew where I was going.
Did you just stay in the ballroom, or did you go down to the pub last
No, I
night?
stayed in the ballroom.
Okay.
So I didn't really see football. I just kept looking on my phone.
I watched some. You're not going to win with Carson Wentz.
Hey, that's why yesterday when I had said Minnesota, I said, nah, Carson Wentz, and Jeff tried to talk about me.
What did
Jeff
Jeff
called
say
me a
about
body
it?
part.
What part? An arm?
I'm not telling you.
A leg?
Tell you later.
A finger?
Nope.
That was a good win for the Chargers. They're you got to be careful. We got a lot of cameras in here all of a sudden. Good win for the Chargers. They moved to 5-3. You kind of thought they'd get on track despite all those offensive line injuries. They ran the hell out of the football last night. The kid Vidal was good. Herbert was good. 3 tutties. He did have the 1 pick, but he was really accurate, 18 to 25. Like, that's kind of who I thought the Chargers were, like a hard-nosed run team. Did you see Jarrett Patterson got some carries last night?
But he talked, like,
I like Jarrett. Just a great
I was reading
young
this
man.
thing that Harbaugh was talking. He says the offensive line is the only position that they don't have to depend on somebody else to do their job because they lead everything, you know. And when he got two of the best tackles in football hurt, your offensive line take a hit. So they probably getting a little rhythm back now.
Yeah, you got to figure out, all right, these are the guys we're playing with. Now let's figure it out.
Yep, that's
but
it.
the Minnesota offense was just kind of appalling, especially for a Kevin O'Connell coach team that's usually running really good offense.
You said Kevin O'Connell knows how to coach. If I told you, I don't know if he's that good to make Carson Wentz better.
It says something that he was able to be really good with Sam Darnold and like rehab Sam Darnold's career. And Daniel Jones was the backup there, and now Daniel Jones is balling. I don't know that that's
Well, Carson
directly
Wentz is
attributable.
unfixable.
I mean, they had 164 yards of total offense last night. They could not run the ball. They kind of just didn't.
You remember
do
the pass he threw against Chicago?
Yeah. You remember the pass he threw against Cleveland when
The one
they
that-
went back to him? The bounce pass, the first throw of the game? I mean, when Ron made the decision to go back to Carson, it was obvious he was going
Well,
to
when
do
you
it.
say I was the bleeping guy,
Yeah.
when you say that, you got to go back to him.
I did want to shout out a person last night. So I'm at Chevy Chase Club, and this is after we played. And I contend that of all the country clubs in the D.C. area, Chevy Chase has like the best dressed and the best men's hair of any club in the area. Every dude there has a very nice coif, if you will. And we're just standing, drinking, hanging out. And this dude comes up to me, like an older gentleman, tweed jacket, like very well dressed. And he says, and his name's Mr. Cox. And he said, I just want to tell you I'm a big fan. I listen to you and B-Mitch every day.
Oh, wow.
It was unexpected and it was awesome.
Cool,
So shout
cool.
out to Mr. Cox.
Yeah.
B, we got the quarterback news earlier in the week, and I'm sure you guys talked about this at length yesterday. I did.
We were a gambling show yesterday, dog.
Yeah, I mean
Lots of it.
it's a big story. We're going to talk to Joe Maloney from the American Gaming Association at 11 about the scope of this NBA betting stuff. I
Yeah.
mean, this is a big deal,
Yeah.
and
yeah.
it feels like
But it's the thing of it. Yesterday when it hit, you thought it was a new story. This is that same investigation that's been going on. And then the NBA had investigated, remember, and they say everything was good. So I don't know if they went and say, look, we don't know necessarily. We saw what we could see. Y'all need to go look at some stuff. Or the FBI just came along and said, nah, y'all didn't do a good enough job.
clearly. We have a packed show today. Peter Rosenberg is going to join us in about 20 minutes. Maloney at 11. The governor is going to join us for his picks. Matt Swope is the Terps baseball coach, going to join us. World Series starts tonight. Excited for that. And then Andy Reid, man. We got a Hall of Fame coach joining the show at 1:15.
Yeah.
B called that one in. I can't wait to talk to Coach. It's going to be cool.
They already hit me this morning. Everything's still good for 1:15? I'm like, yep.
I love it. But I was on this morning with the Kansas City guys that we were with at the Super Bowl, Fesco and Dusty, the dude that wore the captain's hat.
Yeah, captain hat.
I told him so B and I are going to be doing our show from Kansas City at the Odyssey Studios out there. And I asked him if he would wear the hat. I said, not for me, but for B Mitch. He's like, maybe for B Mitch, I'll find the hat. But talking with those guys, their question is, man, Mariota at quarterback, do you guys have a chance? And my reply is, Mariota at quarterback with Terry and Debo back.
Yeah.
My concerns in this game aren't really offensive. They're defensive.
Yeah, totally. I mean, the thing about it, when you have Pat Mahomes on the other side, now you see that they're getting healthy. That's where the problem is. That's what you're concerned about for the most part. I believe if we go out there and we put an emphasis on running the ball, we can run the ball on them. And if you start running the ball, then the possibilities are endless at that point. But we have to stick to the run, be dedicated to it, and make sure it happens. They may crowd it with 8, but you know what? Make them pay for it at that point. And having Terry and Debo on the field, that would tremendously help out those possibilities.
I totally agree. Like when they go to the jumbo set and it's Chris Moore on the outside versus now Terry or Debo, you like to think that runs a lot better. You know what I mean? And I think, you know what I'd like to see this week too is I think McNichols has been really good. He's clearly their best in pass pro. He's really good catching passes out of the backfield.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to take away from Bill. Bill should get his. I think McNichols should be more involved too.
Hey, man,
and some of that just requires first downs.
From the beginning, they said they got 3 good running backs and they all going to get a chance. I think they stick with that. I don't think it's not a necessity that they go to one guy or not. You know, that's a lot of people who, like I said, fantasy football ruins real football. Well, Bill need to go more. No. If Bill is working that day, is he cooking? Yeah, he keeps cooking. If he's not cooking, he don't cook. Somebody else does it. And you have 2 capable guys in Rodriguez and McNichols. So, I mean, I'm not concerned about who gets the bulk per se. I'm saying who gets the bulk when they're at the best. That's what I want to see.
Yeah, I'm with you, man. I think, it's going to be really interesting to watch how this game unfolds. I think Washington's going to be able to move the football. My biggest concern when you look at the Chiefs, you try to think about what Washington does poorly or well and what Kansas City does poorly or well. And one thing Washington was really good at last year was converting third downs. They were excellent.
They were tremendous.
I think they were 6th, 7th in the league, maybe 5th even. They've been really bad this year on third down.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of that is down in distance situations. I think the penalties have really hurt them, procedural stuff. They go into this game 24th in the NFL at converting third downs, 35%. Kansas City has the 6th best third down defense, forcing punts, forcing you off the field.
Yeah.
And that, to me, will really drive this game. If Washington is able to sustain drives, stay on the field, gives them a big chance. I also think going into this, DQ's got to be pretty damn aggressive on 4th down because you got to sustain possession. And
I mean, I think the thing of it is this. They did that last week, and people question already. So, DQ, do what you do. But the main thing, be aggressive on 1st and 2nd down. Okay? If you get 8 yards on 1st down, running the ball, don't come out and throw the ball the next 2 downs. Make them stop you. If you get 8 more. Force them to have to stop it. Because, I think we played into the hands of Dallas when we came out with the 8 yards and then, boom, we just went away. Nah, make them stop it.
there's no sugarcoating the level of challenge this is going to present this week. It's the greatest quarterback of his generation on the field against the backup. And I think, when this game was slated, Monday Night Football, I bet ESPN was salivating at Jaden versus Mahomes.
Oh, definitely.
Now it's not. It's Mariota versus Mahomes. And I think nationally that obviously loses some luster, right? But I think Mariota can still run this offense effectively.
Yeah.
For me, if you look at KC, when they're on third downs, they're converting 44%. They're sixth in the NFL, both on defensive stops on third down and offensive conversions on third down. So they are winning time of possession. They are winning those situations, and a huge factor for them is Travis Kelce.
Yeah.
Travis Kelce on third down is – here's a stat for you. Kelce has 31 catches on the year. 20 of them are for first downs.
Yeah.
Like, he's a human conversion.
That's what I'm saying. Like people talk about him being slower and this, that, and the other. The guy knows how to play football.
Totally.
He knows how to use his body. He knows how to position himself. It doesn't make a difference whether you run a 4.3 or a 4.5 to get to 4 or 5 yards and give the quarterback a target. That's all he has to do, and he does it consistently. So you better find a damn way.
So, as of today, Kelce is their leading receiver, right? He's got 375 receiving yards. Now that Rice is back and they're able to roll out Rice, Worthy, Hollywood, I mean, the young man Tyquan Thornton, he's averaging 22 yards a catch.
Yeah.
And he's kind of been phased out now that Rice is back, but, like, I think they might phase him back
They're
in.
going to find a way to get him back in there.
I mean,
one thing I know about Andy Reid, if you can play, you're going to be on the field.
They've run the ball fairly well. Pacheco and Hunt have combined for about 500 yards on the ground. They're averaging right at 4 yards per carry. Mahomes has been running more than he has in the past. I mean, Mahomes has 250 yards on the ground. He's their second leading rusher. I'll keep saying it until I'm blue in the face. I think Mariota's going to be able to move the ball. Go to the Atlanta game. They lost that game. Marcus had a pick, but, like, offensively, the ball moved.
Yeah.
My concerns are defense. DQ yesterday, not in a hurry for significant defensive changes. That's kind of what I would expect. Like, basically, he's like, it's not about personnel, it's about playing faster. Maybe we got to simplify some stuff, but
maybe
I don't know what the answer is. Joe Witt's going to talk today. I imagine he's incredibly frustrated.
I would think so.
Right?
I mean, listen, man, no one can be comfortable and happy right now. You know, when you go through all that stuff, implementing, and you brought people back and you brought some people in, you expect it to go. And then when it's going like it's gone, no one can be happy at this point.
Right.
No one.
They've got I imagine that is a very pissed off bunch.
And rightfully so.
And then you go into a situation, like, to channel my inner Doc Walker on some of this, it is a pride thing. Like, who are we? What are we doing here?
See, it gets to that point, though. Like, you know, I know fans, we get frustrated. Media people, we say stuff. Everybody can say what they want. But the guys inside that building, inside that room, they have to look in the mirror at themselves individually and say, hey, what can I do better? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know, it comes to a pride thing immediately because, listen to me, man, the way that they perform right now, I guarantee you talk to every person to a man. No one expected this, and they wouldn't be happy with it. So how do you change it? You got to figure something out, do something different.
DQ's statement yesterday on if there will be changes to the defense, I think what you'll see is improved play. I think that's obvious in that we want to dig in. So when we wanted to look and assess to where we needed to make change and make adjustments, sometimes they're not these big overhauls that make the major improvement. It's these small calibrations and adjustments. Do you buy that?
Yeah. I totally agree with him. Like, everyone is always looking for a major jump and a major move to be made. And I don't think that it happens there. You know, it doesn't just automatically happen by saying, oh, I'm going to go get rid of everybody. If you get rid of a ton of people, you make a huge change, you know what you do? You lose chemistry. And then you got to build that up. So it doesn't automatically just, you make a change and then things just start working properly.
Agreed. It's also, to me, just not a surprise. I know folks are like, why haven't you asked if Joe Witt's going to get fired? Because he's not. And, like, we all know that. So, to me, it's, like, kind of silly to ask that.
But the whole thing, if you ask it, you might not have asked it. Other people have asked that. But asking a question doesn't make it happen. I don't know why people think that the question is going to depict what they want to see.
People want a pound of flesh.
You can ask the damn question. It's not going to do nothing. So it doesn't make sense.
Like I said, we have an absolutely packed show today. Rosenberg's going to join us next. We're going to talk about this gambling thing with Maloney at 11. World Series preview at 11:30. Governor Moore at noon. Ask Me Mitch Anything, brought to you by Collars & Co. That's going to be at 12:30. Phone lines will be open for that. Then Andy Reid, Hall of Fame coach, joining us at 1:15. You get a governor, talk some gambling, a Hall of Fame coach, a bunch of Super Bowl rings on the table.
Hot show.
It's a pretty loaded show. Nobody go anywhere. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. It's NBA tip-off week, and FanDuel is your home for live betting. So even if you missed the start of the game or want to ride the hot hand, FanDuel has live bets on everything from who will score next to fourth-quarter comebacks. Plus, you can even combine your live bets into a same-game parlay for a shot at a bigger payout. However you want to play, now is the perfect time to join because FanDuel is giving new customers $300 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to sign up today. Play your game with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner, is official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This sports update is brought to you by Oarsman Ford of Alexandria, where, as they like to say, let's ride together. The Commanders don't play until Monday night, but we did get some good news on the injury front yesterday. Commanders wide receivers Terry McLaurin and Deebo Samuel returned to full participation in practice. Yesterday was the first practice of the week before Monday night's game against the Chiefs. We also saw linebacker Bobby Wagner, who's been dealing with a thumb injury, also a full participant in practice. And as we head into the weekend, many football players talk about how badly they want to beat their opponent, but not Aaron Rodgers. Instead, he announced ahead of facing the Packers this week as the Steelers quarterback that when he retires, he plans to do it as a Green Bay Packer. He waxed poetic about his time in Green Bay, even after their 2023 split. Hopefully for Steelers fans, he forgets all about that love when kickoff rolls around. Oarsman Ford of Alexandria keeps their customers happy by offering great deals on the area's best selection of new Fords, each backed by the Oarsman Lifetime Edge, featuring up to $1,500 in extras. As they say at Oarsman Ford of Alexandria, let's ride together. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Grinding on my life. Grinding on my life. Hustle, pay the price.
B. Mitchell Finley, 1067 The Fan. We are fired up to jump on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude makes the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And talk to our guy, Mr. Peter Rosenberg.
What's up, Pete?
Peter, where are you? Are you in New York? Australia?
I'm in New York.
France?
I'm home.
Okay.
I'm chilling,
In New
chilling
York.
this weekend.
How good does it feel when you get to have a weekend at home?
It's this season, this fall. They haven't been a lot of them, so I'm appreciative. But do you ever feel like you go from being really busy to then you're like, I also realize I have nothing to do when I'm not busy.
Yeah.
I don't like that feeling right there, Pete.
Dude, when I have nothing to
I
do,
like
it feels
doing stuff.
odd, honestly. Like, I'm like,
Yeah.
oh, shouldn't I be doing something?
Well, I just feel like at that point, all I have is the things to do that my wife needs me to do, and then you're like, aren't there other things for me to do?
That's kind of why I keep doing stuff and I don't ever sit still at home because I know if I sit still at home, I'm going to get some
Some stuff to do.
some things to do. So I kind of like, there's mornings I wake up like on a Saturday, I'm gone before 6:30 just to be out the house. I come home, they're like, they don't get up. My house don't get up very early. So I'll go play a round of golf sometimes on the Saturday, come home, and they be like, what you about to do today? They don't must know I left. I say, oh, I'm going to go play golf. That's my second round. Maybe somebody will tell them that now. But
Chess, not checkers for Brian Mitchell. Obviously, we got to talk about this Monday night game coming up. But Peter, this gambling story yesterday in the NFL, the NBA rather, forgive me, is so significant that I at least wanted to kind of see what you're hearing, thinking, processing with it.
It's a huge story. I wonder. I kind of am curious about how far the tentacles go, and part of me thinks it's potentially not that far. That's sort of what I'm hoping. Like, I'm going back and forth between thinking it's a huge deal and thinking it's sort of limited. When you really think about the names that are involved in it so far, the Chauncey Billups thing is huge, but it's not related directly to the sports gambling part at all, right? It's another fascinating part, which, by the way, doesn't the Chauncey Billups playing in a fake poker game sound like such an episode of The Sopranos?
Yes.
Like,
Yeah, I kinda feel that.
If it
Go
was
ahead,
The Sopranos, they probably would have picked a player from the Nets. It would have been like Jason Williams or Keith Van Horn. But, like, can't you picture, like, just an episode where Tony's like, yeah, I'm doing this game. I got Keith Van Horn showing up to get these guys. It's just, like, such a ridiculous thing. And
Yeah.
but truthfully, it's unrelated to the other piece, and I don't know. In 1 second, they'll make you think, like, oh, God, the NBA is about to go down. And the next second, I'm thinking the biggest names we're talking about are Terry Rozier and Damon Jones. Maybe it's not that big. And also, I do wonder how much of this is some sort of it is interesting that Kash Patel and the FBI, with all the things that they are claiming they have to do to clean up the country right now. This was the biggest thing happening, and I'm not trying to downplay it from a punishment standpoint for the players. I mean, I'm guessing they'll get the death penalty. Like, I don't know that you'll ever be able to be part of basketball again if you have anything like this to do. So I'm not downplaying that, but I'm just saying in terms of world importance, this required an entire press conference from the head of the FBI, and we're talking about sports gambling, which has certainly been happening forever. So anyways, it's a bad story for the NBA. I think we'll find out how bad it is based on like how far it actually goes. If the biggest names are Terry Rozier and Damon Jones, I think this dies faster than it feels like right now.
Yeah, I think they did a disservice to the whole story by releasing both of them together. Because when I was talking with yesterday, he was like, make sure you announce on air that Chauncey Billups has nothing to do with the sports gambling.
But the Billups thing is where I think it's very interesting because that seems fairly unclear to me what his role is or isn't. Mm-hmm. And I don't know why he gets lumped in if he has nothing to do with it.
No, but it wasn't nothing to do with the sports gambling. They dropped two stories, and it made us seem like those two things were connected. They weren't connected.
Right.
But B-Mitch, that was a disservice to you and I as the public trying to consume information. It was a complete service to the powers that be who wanted it to be a huge story. They wanted us to all be confused and go, Chauncey Billups is involved. An NBA coach is involved in throwing games. Wait a second. He has nothing to do with that. He was playing in a poker game when he wasn't even a head coach. So I think that was very, very intentional, and we have to remember the source. I mean, Kash Patel is these are not serious people. So I think about that when I take it all with a grain of salt. I'll say that.
What's going to be interesting is what happens with player props specifically, because that's how an individual player can very easily manipulate those markets.
To be honest with you, though, let's think about this. Okay, Jonte Porter and Terry Rozier, basically, time that they're going to play in the game. I think some of the gambling entities need to understand, don't put no damn props on guys that way down the bench.
That's exactly right.
If you're gonna be that greedy trying to get every little piece of the action, then you're gonna be dealing with stuff like this. How about dealing with the people that you know are gonna try and play?
Right.
It's
I think
true.
The legalized sports betting world needs to take some ownership of this. Like there's probably too many offerings, and then when like Greenberg has told us this repeatedly, like when you have a good gambler, all of a sudden they shut you out. Your max bet is $5.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Meanwhile, you're offering promos to get new people into it. Like it's
yeah.
All right, I want to switch gears. Start with our friend.
Though, just if the bets were all based on LeBron James and Luka Doncic, we wouldn't have these issues. You should not be taking prop bets on players who spend half their time in the G League. That does not make sense.
I'm with you on that, dog.
I think you're right. Talking with our friend Peter Rosenberg here from New York City. You can listen to him afternoons, ESPN New York. Watch him WWE. Watch him on ESPN, Hot 97. He does it all. Peter, I am not Jaden's the best player on the Washington roster. He's one of the best players in the NFL. He's not playing. That is obviously a hit. Period. End of paragraph.
Yeah.
However, I think Mariota, especially with getting Terry and Debo back, I think the offense will be able to move the ball. I'm not sure this defense can get stops. That's my concern. What are your concerns for Monday night?
So we're on the exact same page. This is going to be, well, maybe it's not a hot take, but to me it sounds like a hot take if you don't know any better. I would rather have Mariota playing with Debo and Terry than have Jaden out there again without them.
Hey, I'm with you on that.
I do not need to see Jaden Daniels and no starting receivers. That is not what I need. So it's funny to me that the line is 12.5 because I guess they didn't officially know at that point. Was there any movement today?
It's still 12.5, but it jumped.
That's a huge number.
It went from 10 to 12.5 with the Jaden news.
Yeah, and I feel like to me the Debo and McLaurin news would put it to like 9.5 for me. But
yeah, so make it go back. Yeah,
I feel like that they will be able to move the football, and I think particularly with a week to, they've known all week that Mariota's playing. So I feel like that really helps. Let's not forget. I mean, Mariota's 1-1, and the one that they lost against Atlanta, while he wasn't perfect, they did enough offensively to win that game. So I'm confident they can move the ball too. Listen. Obviously, Dorrance Armstrong is a huge loss. Obviously, that defense just looks completely lost. So the question is, was Witt and company able to get in there and make adjustments that they feel like can make a difference? And is it possible that the league is high as a kite off the Chiefs' last two performances? One, which was an absolute trucking of the horrid Raiders. 3 weeks ago, people were saying, I think it's over for the Chiefs. Now everyone's saying they are the best team in football by a long shot. Maybe the truth is somewhere in the middle. I think what I've noticed from a lot of fans the last couple of days, I'm curious if you guys feel the same. It's like ever since the fumble against the Bears, people are feeling like we've become the Washington Redskins under Dan Snyder. And everyone now is posting about these horrible Chiefs moments. It's national TV. We're going to lose by 40 points. Yo, guys, I've said it on your show. I'm going to say it again. The witch is dead. We are not going back to being the Redskins of Dan Snyder. It's been a bad couple of weeks. That doesn't mean we're going to lose 63-0. It's not going to be the Eagles game, okay? I just think everyone needs to settle down. Hopefully this defense adjusts a bit as these weeks go on. And I could frankly see a world in which you get to the second half on Monday and people are like, oh, man, is this a Colt McCoy over the Cowboys moment?
Did you see Galdi's tweet?
There is a chance. I look at it like that, Pete. There is a chance. And, I've sat in many locker rooms where we were the team that was just not given the chance at all. And I saw some magnificent games. Also been the game when we were the biggest favorite in the world, and we got our ass whipped. It's depending on how you approach the game. Maybe Kansas City here, everyone's saying how bad Washington is and what's going to go on, and they just look past them. And then they wake up and they're like, damn, we let one slip.
But don't you guys think, though, there is a certain element of, people really do still think that this is just the same franchise? It's the franchise that can't win in national television. It's the franchise that's bound to lose against good teams. And I just feel like nothing about us is the same. It hasn't felt the same on national television. None of those things have felt the same. So I think the bigger concern we have to have is if Jaden comes back in a couple of weeks, at that point, guys, we're basically watching him every week under the guise of, if one other thing happens, I'm ready to not have him try this year anymore. That, to me, is the scarier issue, is when do you say, okay, we've seen enough, one leg's compromised. Is there a world in which the reason he was able to get hurt the second time is because the first leg was compromised? And at what point do you go, this just ain't the year and there aren't enough wins out there? When you look at the records of the teams in the NFC North and the NFC West, there aren't enough wins out there. So what are we doing this year?
It's interesting. I think it's too early for that stuff.
It is.
There is a time for that, but I think it's probably even post-Thanksgiving. You know what I mean? Yeah. And the other part of this is knowing Jaden, and maybe I suppose I know him a little bit better, but I feel like the fan base knows enough about Jaden. That dude wants to play. Mm-hmm. And if he's healthy, he's going to want to play, kind of regardless of the situation. Yeah. So, Lamar is, by all accounts, coming back this week. They're 1-5. They're not going to, you know what I mean? They're not going to give up on that. I think there is the NFL, I think a lot of this is NBA driven because we're so used to guys shutting it down and needing load management and all these things. That idea, that mindset does not exist in pro football.
But I'm not saying he is obviously going to play the season no matter what. It's year 2. What I'm saying is, though, with the amount of teams that have good records in the NFC, if they go from being on the precipice of 4-2 and first place, right, to 3-7 after losing a handful of games against good teams. When you get him back, I'm not saying he won't play hard and they won't have hopes. I'm just saying it's going to be a nerve-wracking second half of the year where I don't know that the reward could really even be a playoff appearance. Listen, maybe some of these teams will fall apart, and the Rams and 49ers will not continue to win every week. But if you look around right now, it's just starting to get tough, and I would hate the idea that he gets dinged up a third time and misses games for a third time.
I hear you. And I mean, not to drill too deep on that, but like the tiebreaker scenario, if we are talking about getting a wild card spot late in the year, like they're screwed as it currently constituted in the tiebreaker scenario.
With
Peter,
you got Atlanta,
Green Bay, Dallas. Like they've lost to all their losses are to NFC teams, which is if that ends up mattering, it's not in their favor. Peter, we appreciate your time as always.
Better football isn't great either, but thank you guys.
Yeah. Enjoy a weekend off, dude.
Thanks, boys.
All right. That's our friend Peter Rosenberg. You can give him a follow at Rosenberg Radio. Coming up at 11, we're going to try to make sense of this crazy NBA gambling story with our boy Joe Maloney. World Series preview at 11:30 and 1:15. You get to hear from Kansas City Chiefs head coach Andy Reid.
Don't hurt me.
So I talked earlier about DQ's comments about the defense when they asked if there's going to be changes or anything. And I do think it's fair to play Dan's answer so you can get like his context. Landini, if you have that audio, this is Dan Quinn asked about changes for the defense.
So you said you're going to look at everything on defense. Will we see any changes on defense?
I think what you'll see is improved play. I think that's obvious that we want to dig in. So when we wanted to look and assess to where we needed to make changes and make adjustments, sometimes they're not these big overhauls, John, that make the major improvement. It's these small calibrations and adjustments, and so that is definitely underway. As we get out of practice today, I'm looking forward to seeing the speed. We're trying to eliminate the hesitation, and we will do that.
Wouldn't improved play be a change?
Yes.
I'll be honest with you, I understand everybody has a job and you ask questions. But the change doesn't have to necessarily be an overhaul of the personnel. The way that they play can be the change. You know what I'm saying? Because what we've seen has not been improved play.
Yeah, that's my counter to that would be, Coach, have you not been telling them to play fast already?
Yeah. But the thing about it is sometimes, I've been in situations where you get on the field and you have done everything all week. You get in that damn game no matter what you try. It's just not working for you that day. But you snap out of it at some point. And I think at this point right now, I think a few years ago I said, I got tired of people, when the ball's being snapped, you should not be looking at your guy communicating. When the ball being snapped, you should be already tuned in and ready to go. The way you gotta maybe they gotta simplify things, because I see a lot of times when the ball's being snapped this year, I'm seeing the corner and safety looking at each other, and all of a sudden they look up and you're like in shock because the receiver is on you or past you, so you're panicking. So maybe you gotta figure that stuff out and get it going, or just simplify some stuff for them.
Yeah. If it was one game, I think you can look at a lot of it off. But it's, to me, the explosive plays, the secondary busts have been consistent, and that's the problem. You have some good games against the run, some bad games against the run. Like, the injuries at the defensive end position are going to have an impact. Like, I know you don't want to say it's injuries, but, you're down 3 DNs, one guy you brought in specifically to play the run. That's going to have an impact. Mm-hmm. But the coverage busts are consistent too, and that would increase pass rush help. Hell yes, but that's probably not coming. So what else can you do? I don't.
You probably listen, man. Nobody's going to become Reggie White. Nobody's going to become Lawrence Taylor. So what you have to do is find a scheme that's going to enable you to get pressure. And that may have to be, listen, I've always said you want a quarterback to speed up or slow down. You don't want a quarterback to have everything in rhythm. If you got to move them off their spot, whatever. The way you're going to have to do that is start going after them, because I believe when a quarterback is being pressured and you run man-to-man, now he has to be more perfect with the ball. But if you're running zone and you're rushing forward, you can't get pressure, they're going to pick that apart. The average NFL quarterback will pick it apart if you can't put pressure on the quarterback.
That's, for me, I could completely wrap my head around DQ not wanting to share game plan details in the media.
True.
Totally get that.
Yeah.
But when I hear we're just going to play better, we're going to play faster, that's fine to say. But I need to see
but I think
more aggressive approach at the line of scrimmage.
You've been around me long enough, and you've been around this whole business long enough to where somebody just saying something just to say it.
Right. They got to answer the question.
They're not going to tell you exactly what's going to happen, and I don't expect them to. But the ultimate thing is we're going to play better, which means, yes, I've been putting my foot up their asses so they can play better, but we're going to speed up and do some things. And I'm not going to say, well, yeah, we're gonna go out there and blitz the hell out of them. And then you say that, and you go into a game, and they're gonna be waiting for everything you do and just pick you apart. Pat Mahomes is capable of doing that.
Totally.
You want to hit him by surprise.
Totally. Need to probably. It's a challenge. This is a challenging spot, challenging game. I think you gotta blitz. All right. Joe Maloney, American Gaming Association, joins us next. Got to talk to Maloney about this NBA cheating scandal, betting scandal. What the hell is Chauncey Billups involved in? Why is he named in this? If it is just Terry Rozier and Damon Jones, I was listening to Poor Ass Podcast, and he's a big Cleveland fan.
You know what you just sound like you said?
What?
I'll just listen to Poor Ass. You mean Poor Ass?
Brendan Poor
All
Ass.
right, cool. I thought you said Poor Ass.
Yo,
I'm like, that's a badass podcast right there.
So he's a Cavs fan, and
Uh-huh.
he's like, oh, you know what Damon Jones' nickname was in Cleveland?
What?
Eamon Owns, because he's got no D, because he plays no D and has no J. Maloney joins us next.
This sports update is brought to you by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Heat guard Terry Rozier was arrested yesterday morning as part of an FBI investigation into an illegal sports gambling ring, while Trailblazers coach Chauncey Billups was arrested by the FBI yesterday for allegedly taking part in a mafia-influenced illegal poker game. Both were put on immediate leave by the NBA. Now, yesterday evening, local Orlando news reported that Rozier would be released from federal custody after he put his $6 million home in Florida up for collateral for bond. Additionally, Rozier must surrender his passport. Billups was arraigned in Portland yesterday, where he is also expected to be released later last night. Similarly to Rozier, Billups must also surrender his passport. He will not be allowed to engage in any gambling activities, have firearms, or travel, aside from traveling to and from New York for his trial. And tonight you have a lot of local teams in action. You've got the Capitals traveling to Columbus, taking on the Blue Jackets. Puck drops 7 p.m. The Wizards are in Dallas facing the Mavs at 8:30 p.m., and you can listen to that live on Bloomberg 99.1 FM. And then right here on The Fan, you can listen to some college football action. You've got the Virginia Tech Hokies taking on the Cal Golden Bears. Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. Rugged capability, commanding style, and powerful performance. Honda has got it all. Check out the Honda Accord, Civic, and CR-V and find the best deal on the Honda for you. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealer today for a great deal. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
So free. We like some rock. We love Patron.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. And when you hear this song, you know that it's the beginning of Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday is powered by Scotty's handcrafted vodka. Scotty's vodka is Maryland-made, super smooth, loved throughout the DMV, and now you can buy it at Virginia ABC stores. Shout out to Scotty's. We haven't even shouted Scotty out yet because it's been a pretty busy morning.
Yeah. What's up, Scotty?
What's up, Scotty?
We got to get in there on the Friday so we can see Scotty. You got product.
Yeah, we got to make that one happen. Jeff, call again. He's ready. In just a moment, we're going to be joined by Joe Maloney from the American Gaming Association. Obviously, this NBA betting scandal thing is crazy, but like for me, one of the big reasons I want to talk to Maloney is he will have the answers to like what really happened. Like, what are the actual allegations? Not like the crazy rumors kind of surrounding this, but like, you know, what is incredibly dumb to me is if these dudes are throwing all these bets in on FanDuel or DraftKings or whatever, where they know it's like highly regulated. All right.
Yeah.
Joe Maloney joining us now from American Gaming Association. Maloney, what's up, dude? How are you?
Hey, gentlemen. Thanks for having me on.
What's up, brother?
We are trying to make sense of all the news that came out yesterday. Can we start at square one and you tell us what the FBI is alleging at this point?
Sure. Two different sets of charges, 34 indicted across both. One was a vast, almost sensationalized type Hollywood script around illegal poker and illegal gambling in poker specifically, down to, we're talking Italian crime families, Cosa Nostra, Bonanno, Genovese. Truly remarkable stuff. And in that set of charges, one of the more high-profile individuals implicated and was allegedly taking part in the activity was Portland Trailblazers and NBA Hall of Famer Chauncey Billups. The other set of charges was around slightly associated and overlapping criminal ring that was involved in specifically the integrity of outcomes in the National Basketball Association, with a very high-profile athlete implicated and charged in compromising the integrity of the game and for various charges related to that, and that was Terry Rozier. So slightly related in terms of criminal rings, but totally two sets of different charges. But again, I just think it's important to point out that this was all illegal and criminal activity. Okay. And to the extent that this activity was taking place, particularly with a set of charges involving Terry Rozier on a legal sports book, we can talk about what happens and how this investigation ensues. But that's what we had today. Certainly a sad day. But I'd also been reminding folks over the last 24 hours, I mean, it was definitely an FAFO kind of day when it comes to gambling. And if you're doing it illegally, I mean, Director Patel showing up for that press conference was sort of nearly breathtaking in terms of the gravity he was giving this moment. And federal law enforcement is really not screwing around about this anymore.
But the thing of it is, the question I wonder is why. I understand they're both illegal, but illegals, poker and sports betting are two totally different things. Why would they announce them both the same? Because they had people confused the whole day.
Yeah, that's a good question, B. Mitch. I think it's due to the fact that the Eastern District of New York was bringing the charges, and I think it was due to the fact that there's some cross-pollination between each of the sets of charges. So, if you're someone like me sitting here at the AGA, would have certainly preferred those to be separated out because it is a little bit confusing. There's not a day goes by, B. Mitch, where there aren't multiple stories about local law enforcement busting up some illegal gambling operation. And it's everything as innocent as a fake or phony slot machine in the back of a bar to organized crime, in enclaves, usually of much larger cities, holding illegal poker games and such. So that's very much a thing in society, and law enforcement is to it because that type of activity attracts criminals. What happened within the legal sportsbook sense and what happened with the sports betting relating charges is something that we are seeing as players and club employees and sometimes team staff and club executives or league officials get ensnared and break gambling violations, right? But this is different. This was allegedly an NBA player that was actually he wasn't betting illegally pursuant to a gambling policy with the NBA. He was actually breaking the law. And so that's the gravity of this moment is very different than, the Cleveland Guardians pitcher serving a suspension for an illegal bet or for some of the instances we've seen in other sports.
Yeah, dude, the gravity of this thing is bananas. Honest question. Portland plays tonight. Is Billups still their head coach?
No, he was immediately
been,
relieved of his duties.
Released.
Yeah.
Okay.
The commissioner announced yesterday that both Rozier and Billups were relieved of their duties.
Okay.
Yeah.
The Billups stuff is wild because you named the mafia names there. That just seems like terrible news. Specifically, the NFL, and I know this because it's for the media as well. The NFL has gone to facial recognition for just about anybody that has access to the field on Sundays, to a locker room. And I think a lot of that is driven because they're probably sharing that information with casinos and making sure they know who is able to access what, when, and where, right? Does the NBA have something similar? I don't know if you would know that either.
No, but ultimately, again, after the Supreme Court paved the way for states to legalize this activity, immediately you saw legal sports books and the leagues go into business with one another. And what does that mean? Yes, there's revenue partnerships there, of course, but it also means the sharing of information, right? Sharing data. So they share an enormous amount of data, the sports books do, on betting activity and betting patterns and irregular betting activity. So to the extent that there is an inordinate amount being placed on some obscure statistical outcome for some random player, you can bet that the league is those sports books are flagging that activity and they're sharing it with an integrity monitor who is sharing it with the league. And then the league determines whether or not to pursue an investigation. And if they pursue an investigation and they identify not just a violation of a gambling policy, but also a violation that's potentially criminal, it gets handed to law enforcement. And then what does law enforcement do? Law enforcement calls the legal sports books and says, hey, guys, we're going to need that information. And that stuff gets handed over immediately. And that's some of what you saw unearthed yesterday with the indictments. But to your question specifically, these partnerships, ultimately, the core of these partnerships is integrity, preserving, maintaining, and enhancing. And so that is why there are these no-fly lists, no betting lists, basically.
Guys, if you're an NFL employee, you need special permission to walk on a casino floor, and you are still barred from walking into a sports book. At FedEx Field, when we opened the Fanatics Sportsbook, our general counsel only designated 5 individuals throughout our entire club that were permitted to step foot in that sports book. And if you had a reason to walk into that sports book and you weren't one of those 5 people, you needed special permission from the general counsel, who had to go to the league to advocate for that permission. That's why 2 years ago when they had the Super Bowl in Las Vegas, the teams just said, screw it. We're staying out in Henderson. We're getting far away from the Strip, right? And so because of these rules, like these rules are in place. We had our trade show 2 weeks ago in Las Vegas. Multiple executives from the professional leagues came because there's an education track and there's conferences. Again, they had to have special permission to stay at the Venetian where the expo was being held. And even then, they could not step foot into the sports book. The leagues take this stuff super, super seriously.
Let me ask you a question, though, Joe. All right, Terry Rozier, okay, it's a name. He's not the biggest name in basketball. How many people betting on him, on his props?
Well, consider 150
I would think that's easy as hell to find out when something illegal going.
Some of this seems moronic.
Yeah, how many people are really betting on Terry Rozier? And then when you see a ton of money come in, somebody's saying something. That's stupid.
So this is what I say. This is what I say to that, like not Rozier specifically, but this is how I typically answer that question. Okay, so props and prop bets, and when you take prop bets and then you build parlays, this is actually a uniquely American concept. Okay, and there's a couple theories of this case here. Okay, but specifically, our most popular sports tend to provide for robust, individualized outcomes. The number of touchdowns, the number of catches, the number of three-pointers made, the number of assists. In a way that like global soccer community and mature European markets where soccer is the most popular sport don't have expansive individual statistical outcomes. So that's one reason, okay? And that's why prop bets are popular, because there's this large opportunity to bet on certain types of outcomes based on the breadth and the volume of that specific activity. And then secondly, we as Americans, like we've been into individualized player performance for a long, long time, and that's fantasy sports. That's like, even when I was a kid, before there was the internet, my dad and I had a rotisserie baseball team that we would do through the Sporting News, and you would send in over snail mail like your player lineups, right? Like we've been at this for a long, long period of time, right? And so with fantasy football and with fantasy basketball and rotisserie baseball, suddenly now we are a populace that's has a very robust vocabulary and knowledge around individualized performances. And so in effect, it's more Beamich about, wow, like I see Rozier's getting 25, 30 minutes a night as a steady backup, or as at that time, 2023, you're like, yeah, sure. Like I think he's going to have more than 10 assists tonight. Right. Yeah. But, it's pretty significant, prop bet markets as far as volume and handle.
All right.
So specifically with that, we're talking with our friend Joe Maloney from the American Gaming Association. Specific to the prop bets, like the way you can actually move a line without the way you can actually like impact, and clearly now we've seen players do this, multiple players in the NBA. Do the books have to make a decision on prop bets, whether that's maybe you no longer offer an under? It's only like you can bet on this dude to get over 13.5 points, but unders aren't offered. Do they have to change how player props are put together? Because you got major voices. Mike Florio's coming out and say you got to get rid of player props. Like,
wait, Mike Florio has an opinion? Mike Florio has an opinion on that? I didn't know he did that.
Yeah, he's got a few.
Okay. Yeah, trust me. I used to work at the Commanders. I'm aware.
Yeah, he's got lots of opinions about this place. But seriously, what has to happen with player props?
You're already seeing evidence of what I would call collaboration that only the legal market actually brings forward. So in the wake of the Jonte Porter incident, the NBA and the legal sports books, they had a discussion. And the result of that discussion was, hey, no more props on guys on two-way contracts. And that was a decision that was made. And so the thing I continue to point to is dialogue. And we are still 7 years into this experiment. And when you consider the number of betting markets, when you consider the volume of betting markets on individualized outcomes, it's enormous. And the fact is, these incidences and these circumstances and these announcements, they make us uncomfortable. And it's a bad day for a sports fan. I'm not going to take that away from anybody. But we're actually doing a pretty damn good job. And when you consider that over the last 2 years, in back-to-back years, the NFL has announced 0 punishments in accordance with their gambling policies, something is going well over there. And we've got to continue to bring forward that kind of commitment to the NBA and to the NBA and the MLB that are currently struggling with this. But we are seeing evidence, JP, of evolving this behavior and reconsidering some of it. And so I point to that collaboration. Taking away unders might be something that comes forward in a conversation that the commissioners of the professional leagues have with legal sports books. And I just point to the legal market is the answer to this, okay? You know, the commissioner, Adam Silver, he was on the Pat McAfee show not even 24 hours before this announcement. And he, in his very articulate and eloquent way, said to Pat, the choice is not legal gambling or no gambling at all. The choice is legal gambling or illegal gambling. And he then went on for 5 minutes to pronounce the benefits of legal gambling and legal betting. That's going to be the trajectory of this. What we do on the margins, as you pointed out, is where the discussion needs to focus on. But blanket prohibitions, it's just not something that's actually going to work. The end result in blanket prohibitions would be just a dumb product where the legal regulated market is just straight bets on wins and losses. And then suddenly you feel about your sportsbook the way you feel about, you know, your cable company or your energy company or your gas provider, which is just like not that great of a product and it seems kind of expensive. But over here in this nice, shiny digital storefront, illegal market, the corporate offshore sportsbooks, they're there to take all that action, and that just can't be a solution. That's not a logical solution here.
Well, let me give you a prediction. College football college just passed the thing where because these college athletes can bet on pro stuff. How soon before those guys are in the pros and feel like, okay, I can still bet?
If they want to play in the pros, they can't do it. It's going to cost them their job. So it's becoming increasingly clear that that's the whole thing. But again, I mean, I used this example when I was with the club, and it was, you know, the NFL gambling policy was in place, and I think they provided the appropriate room with certain restrictions, which is just like, why do I care if John Allen wants to place a bet on his Crimson Tide now that he's a professional? You shouldn't care, right? In this country, we're really not about taking liberties away from people, right? And so there are, though, rules. There are encumbrances, and there are things for the preservation of integrity. And when you're a professional athlete, you can't bet on your sport. You can't bet on your own team. You can't bet on your own performance, period. And we just got to continue to argue that case and prosecute that case with these players and in these clubhouses. The NFL's doing a good job, clearly, right? And we've just got to continue to do that work. But again, sad day for sports fans. But law enforcement did a hell of a job, put away some real bad guys yesterday, and a big punishment is about to be delivered to somebody potentially. And this should all serve as a warning sign to those athletes that would ever consider what you described there, B. Mitch.
Yeah. Joe, last thing from me. How is this the end of this story? Or do you think we had Peter Rosenberg coming. We had Rosenberg on earlier, and he said what I'm really interested in is seeing how far these tentacles reach, and I think that's a really good term for it. Where do you think this goes?
Not going to speculate. Would obviously point to the attorney for Rozier, who came out with a pretty strong statement yesterday. The judicial process will play out. The NCAA made, a public announcement on various violations recently about activity in a certain portion of the state involving some mid-major basketball teams. We've just got a lot of work to do here, in terms of the legal market and continuing to point to illegal market actors and to criminal rings. And so I can't speculate on the current case because I just have very little knowledge of it. But, I think the work continues to continue to, like I said, prosecute this case that, legal regulated sports betting is actually a solution. It's doing its job. And yesterday there was the result of criminals doing bad things, not legal sports books, or even just culturally the momentum around the expansion of legal wagering.
All right, man.
All right, Joe.
We appreciate your time, man. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Travel safe to KC.
All right, man.
Will
Gotcha.
do, man. That's Joe Maloney, American Gaming Association. You can follow him. Always good information from Joe at Joey Maloney on Twitter. Sharp guy. Understandably, the American Gaming Association is not interested in getting rid of prop bets because that's a huge part of their
Yeah.
revenue. But I do wonder what, if anything. I mean, honestly, the no prop bets for two-way players, duh. Like, that makes good sense.
Yeah.
You know, this is going to be a tricky thing in the NBA because it's got the most statistics and a lot of guys playing. You got to watch it.
The question I asked to him, though, is like, college players can bet on pro stuff now. Those dudes going to be playing in the pros. And you know how people think, well, I was able to do it then, and they going to continue. Once you get stuck into something, you're stuck into it. So it's going to, we'll see.
You know, we talk about these guys making bad decisions. If you want to make a good decision, go buy a car from the Oarsman Automotive Group of Virginia. They've been serving area car buyers for over 100 years. When you've been doing something that good, that long, they're doing it right. They've got 7 convenient locations all over Northern Virginia. They've got the best brands you're looking for, Toyota, Kia, Ford, Lincoln, GMC, Chevy, Buick, Jeeps, whatever it is you need, they got, because they also have great deals on quality certified used vehicles. Whatever it is, they can take care of you, especially with great financing opportunities. And what makes it all backed up, that Oarsman Lifetime Edge.
You have that Lifetime Edge comes with $1,500 in extras, including complimentary car washes with every scheduled maintenance, loaner cars with every major maintenance, and a lifetime engine guarantee. And that's great news at Oarsman. If you got a car to sell, take it to them, and they'll give you 125% of the Kelley Blue Book value, regardless of its make, model, or year. It's simple at Oarsman. They like to keep their customers happy, just like JP and I. To Beyond satisfies Oarsman customers, and let's ride together.
This sports update is brought to you by I-66 Express Lanes. Some good news for the Commanders yesterday. Wide receivers Terry McLaurin and Deebo Samuel, both full participants in practice. McLaurin's missed 4 games with a quad injury, while Samuel sat out week 7 with a heel injury. Now, they don't play until Monday when they take on the Chiefs in prime time, so they have a little bit more time to practice, recover, and make some decisions. But the 49ers, they have Brock Purdy, who is close to returning for San Francisco, but it doesn't seem like he will be making the start this week against the Houston Texans. But maybe someday soon, we'll see Brock Purdy back as the 49ers quarterback. What's the road to a reliable commute in Virginia? That's easy. The 66 Express outside the Beltway is your answer you've been looking for. Get the inside track to express travel on I-66 outside the Beltway at ride66express.com. Guess less, no more. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
It is a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday on B. Mitch and Finley. Joining us now for a World Series preview is the head baseball coach at the University of Maryland, friend of the program, Mr. Matt Swope. You can follow Swope at MattSwope19. What's up, dude? How are you?
Great. How you guys doing today?
Doing good, man.
We are good, dude. Excited for this World Series. Watching Shohei has been incredible.
That is unbelievable.
Yeah.
Dodgers are obviously heavy favorites in this thing. What does LA – what do you think when you watch this Dodgers team? They are just so loaded.
I mean, well, first of all, they got 4 Hall of Famers on one team. I don't know if there's it'd be a while if you could try to find a team with 4 Hall of Famers and 3 are in the lineup. But I think the thing that's going to be the difference, they're just starting pitching is so deep. I think all 4 of the guys that they're going to run out there would be number ones on the Orioles or the Nats right now. You know what I mean? So
right.
I think that the depth of the starting pitching, the lineup just keeps coming at you. And obviously they have, the experience from the manager that's been there. They're supposed to be there, and all those types of things.
When you look at that lineup, dude, so the 4 Hall of Famers is Shohei, Freeman, Kershaw. Who am I missing?
Mookie.
Oh, Mookie.
Betts.
Yeah, jeez.
Yeah.
And dude, the guy Yamamoto's outrageous.
You can't really pitch around him.
Snell's been phenomenal for them. Even like further down their lineup, like the dude Teoscar Hernandez just hits bombs. What if anything, is the Dodgers' weakness?
Right now, I think the only thing you're trying to do if you're the Blue Jays is you're trying to get into that pen, right? So, I think both teams can be got in the bullpen. But right now, I think the Dodgers have the lowest starting pitching ERA in postseason history, so they're just on a heater right now. So if you can get in the bullpen, maybe you hold a guy to 1 or 2 runs over 5 or 6, and you can get them out of their 5th or 6th, like they can be got in the bullpen. But besides that, you're going to have someone like, whether it's Vlad or you're going to have Springer, you're going to have some of those stars really have to take over in some of these games, like they did coming down 2-0 with Seattle. So it's they, like I said, the Dodgers don't have a lot of weaknesses, but you're going to try to grind it out and get into that pen.
The Blue Jays, when you look at it, you see all those people on the Dodgers. Do the Blue Jays have enough to possibly have an upset here in this World Series?
Yeah, I think the only I think what you're looking at, if you're really trying to break it down, they have to try to split one of the first 2 games, right? Try to give them some momentum. If they go down 2-0 like they did in the ALCS, I think it's curtains after that. So, and I think it's interesting too when you're looking at Yasavich. I think he's starting game 1, so you have a rookie. Think about this: you're having Yasavich start. He has more postseason starts than he has regular MLB starts. It's just like, wow. I don't know if we've never seen that before, and he's going to be starting projected in game 1, game 4, and game 7 if it went that far. But what he does have, he's got this kind of what seems to be like a rising fastball, and he comes from a really, really tough slot that can give some guys some problems because his splitter is so good. So if you can somehow sneak and steal some momentum from someone like him. I mean, they have Galsman, they have Bieber, and they have Scherzer. I don't know what the order is. I don't even think they've announced the rest of their order, but they're going to have to try to split and just ride that momentum. I will say, though, when you're not expected to do anything, if they can find this kind of freedom of failure and just like nothing to lose mentality, I mean, everybody's expecting the Dodgers to win. The pressure's on them. They kind of had some early exits the past 2 years. So I would say, like, trying to just put the pressure on and then see what we got if they can stretch the series out a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, as good as the Dodgers are, the Blue Jays did win more games than them over the course of the regular season. The Blue Jays do have, home field. What do we not know about Toronto? Like, how does Toronto win this thing?
Vlad.
Vlad.
I think they grind it out, right? So if you look at their lineup, that they don't punch a lot. They led the whole Major League Baseball in comeback wins. They had 49 comeback wins, the most in the major leagues. So they play the game right, and obviously they have some star power, and they found some momentum with Yasavage. With that, their bullpen is a problem. So. Their bullpen's been a problem over the course of the past couple of years and even this year. So I think they just have to ride the momentum and you're going to need Vlad to do what he's done in the postseason. And if they can steal a few games, they can make it interesting for sure, just because they're type of a grinded out lineup that'll wear on you a little bit.
I can't believe that's the same Kevin Gossman that played for the O's, right?
Yeah, drafted by the Orioles. I mean, this is an elite splitter, never really put it together for the Orioles. Blue Jays gave him a really, really big contract, and he just seems like he's been in the league forever now. You know what I mean? He's he's been there forever.
Like my age. Talking with Matt Swope. Not my age, I know. Talking with Matt Swope, head coach of the University of Maryland baseball team, getting a little World Series preview. Bichette is back now for Toronto also, right? Like, what does that bring for them?
I don't know, man. Baseball is such a repetition sport. It's kind of like golf, right? Like, imagine taking all that time off and you're hitting on the range, you're hitting balls like you've done it your whole life, but that stimulus and all the pressure and seeing splitters. I mean, those pitches are coming in 3D. They're coming from all different ways, right? And we know how hard golf is when the ball's still. So, I think if they can catch lightning in a bottle, obviously he's one of their leaders and a guy that's had a lot of success. So. Hopefully he can come out and give them a spark. And he's one of the best players in the league. So if they can again find some momentum or a little spark from him, I mean, it's something that can propel them forward for sure.
I forgot Santander is up there too. He's been hurt though, right?
Yeah, he's really struggled this year. He's been hurt on and off, and that's why I said I think they started to form an identity as the year went on, where they were thinking they were going to be more of a power lineup and bop and do all that, but they've really found their niche with more of just kind of grinding at bats out, not necessarily striking out and punching a lot, and it's been really, really good for their lineup overall.
If the Dodgers don't win, will you be shocked?
Yes. I don't know. I don't know if there's a lot of people picking the Blue Jays, and if they are, I don't think they're putting their money at the podium. That's for sure. I mean, just think about Snell, Yamamoto, Glasnow, Ohtani, and Kershaw's not even in the rotation. I mean, just look at and what they've done. I mean, the lowest postseason ERA in the history of the sport right now. So, if they're going to get their starters into the 7th and 8th inning, I mean, they can hide that bullpen a little bit, man. This is going to be really tough.
What, if any, impact? You said baseball's a daily game, right?
Yep.
The Dodgers haven't played in a week. I mean, I think the big break doesn't, because both teams got whatever that was 3 or 4 days off now. But could that make an impact?
I mean, for the Dodgers, I would say no, because what these guys are doing, they're doing sim games, they're having pitchers throw, so they're doing games, they're still seeing pitches, they're still getting live at bats. It's not like they're just taking BP, so they're having people throw and simulate that type of stuff. And man, when you got Betts and you got Ohtani and you got Freeman and you got all these guys, Teoscar, I mean, they know what they're doing and they've been there, and that's kind of like what we'll see. What's the advantage? And someone that like the manager where you got Schneider and all these guys, I'm interested to see how do they handle the punch, right? Like, how do they handle the moment? How do they handle the momentum? And like you said, that crowd on their side is going to be a big thing, but can they continue to play like they have up to this point is what I'm going to watch early on in the series for sure.
Well, dude, I'm trying to talk myself into betting on the Blue Jays, but I'm having a pretty tough time here. So,
yeah. I mean, it's baseball. It's baseball, right? Isn't that the greatest thing ever? Is I mean, the Blue Jays over-under to start the year was 80 wins. So that was the over-under to start the years for the Blue Jays, and here I am as a diehard Oriole fan, and coming off last year. I mean, you just never know, and that's what's so great about baseball, and that's why you play the game. So, hey, man, you got to go with your gut a little bit. We all know it's not easy to bet, so you may go with
He
your
just
gut.
like
on
to go
this one.
the other way, Matt. He
Yeah.
likes to go the
Yeah.
other way sometimes. If we go the other way this time, he might be losing his ass. on
Yeah,
this
I mean, I already
Just saying that
they
straight
weren't
up.
big bets, but I also had futures on the Phillies and the Brewers, two teams that the Dodgers just smoked. So
Yeah, I
maybe
know,
I
I
should quit. All right, so
Yeah.
go ahead. I was just going to say, I know how big of a Burgundy and Gold fan are you. Give us one key for Washington to pull off the upset in KC Monday night.
Got to simplify the communication in the secondary. When I'm continuing
Sounds like
to
he
watch
was listening to me.
I haven't been on today. I'm out on the field right now getting ready for practice. But I mean, just the continued communication in the secondary. Sorry, it's kind of shitty, but just the continuous secondary problems in the communication and talking right before pre-snap. Man, it's just hey man, let's just simplify this a little bit and get on the same page and we need to start there. I think. I mean, obviously the injuries are devastating, and I don't know what the expectations are now that we all have with that, but really just simplify and kind of control what you can, because it's even as a fan, it's maddening to watch, but then when you're breaking down the film with Suter and talking to him, I mean, he's saying the same things with guys that are really, really smart and playing the game. So let's try to start there for this week.
Live feedback.
Sounds like a coach.
Live feedback, Swope. My guy Jaime from Oarsman Fairfax Toyota is texting me. He said, your baseball guy is money. He is a champ. So the people like you, Swope.
Okay. Hey, I'm here for you. You want Commanders, you want Wizards, you want, Nats, whatever you guys need. I'm here for it. You guys
We'll
are my
do it.
boys, so I appreciate you.
Thank you,
All right,
dude.
man.
We'll talk
Take
soon.
care, brother.
Okay, have a good night.
All right, man. Take
All right.
care.
That's head coach of the University of Maryland baseball team, Matt Swope. We got the governor of Maryland joining us in just a few minutes. Big old spread this weekend, be 12.5. Too many points? Let's dive in. Shout out to our guy Huey. Follow him on Twitter at Caps Big Boss Man. Huey trying to get us all set up for
Big boss
the
man.
monumental broadcast.
Big boss man.
Starting. Remember the wrestler, the Big Boss Man? I remember him. Remember the honky tonk man, dude dressed like Elvis. That was my era.
They had some names, though.
Yeah, dude.
Back in the day. Oof.
Sergeant Slaughter. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. I think we could do a whole segment just naming old wrestlers. B, 12.5 points this weekend, or I guess Monday night. That just seems too much, doesn't it?
Seems like a lot. Especially in the NFL game, But, hey, one thing about the NFL, it's offense friendly.
Sure.
And that's how you can get out of hand rather quickly. And they have 3 receivers that can roll. So you got to be careful with that one.
Yeah, you really do. You really do. I wanted to mention this. I noticed this. Do you know Bill Barnwell at all? ESPN heavy analytics guy.
I've talked to Bill, I think, once.
Yeah, I think we've actually had him on the show. He did, and I think this is a fair way to attack this piece. He said it's really dumb to give out draft grades. It's really dumb to give out free agency grades when it happens because you don't know how it's going to work out. And he wrote this piece because he's like, now we're 7 weeks into the season, and it's not a small sample size anymore. There's plenty of football left, but the sample is fair. And so he rated all of the NFL teams on their off seasons.
Mm-hmm.
And he said for Washington, they landed at slightly below expectations. Which, hell, they're 3-4. It sounds kind of fair.
Yeah.
I'm reading now. After a fantastic 2024 campaign, this season could be considered a heat check for Commanders general manager Adam Peters. His shot might have clanked off the rim. It has been a tough year for the Commanders, who have seen many of the players they expected to build around in 25 either show age-related decline too quickly or regress in their second season with the team. The Washington O-line hasn't been great, but that generally hasn't been because of Tunsil, who has been above average in pass pro. Connerly, his counterpart on the right side, struggled badly early in the season and might have been a candidate to hit the bench. The first-round pick has allowed 5.5 sacks, which ranks second among NFL right tackles per NFL Next Gen stats. Other veterans haven't lived up to expectations. The secondary as a whole has been a massive disappointment, with second-year corner Mikey Samerstill taking a step backward and Marshawn Lattimore giving up big plays on what seems like a weekly basis. Mm-hmm. In terms of players who moved this offseason, though, it has been tough to see the 35-year-old Wagner struggle to keep up in coverage, where he has allowed a 124.7 passer rating in coverage. The future Hall of Famer is still one of the league's soundest tacklers, but offenses have exploited his lack of range. Some of the language might be particularly critical, but I don't necessarily disagree with it. I think Connerly did struggle early. I think he's been way better.
He's gotten much better. But, I mean, who doesn't expect a rookie to struggle?
Right.
And he got his feet wet. Now I think he's gained his feet now, and I think he's been playing a lot better. But if you think guy going to just step into this level and just play perfect automatically, it don't happen.
I think injuries aren't an excuse week to week, but over the course of 2 months, which is basically where we're at, the injuries are such a factor. They were so high on Will Harris. Will Harris goes down, week 3?
Yeah, the injuries have destroyed it. The problems they're having right now, and I know people are saying about the draft picks, this, that, and the other. Draft picks take time. And I think the injuries have caused more of the issue. Because if Terry and Debo are here and healthy in every game, a lot of guys are not forced to play. And then you see what they lack. You know what I mean? Those guys get to go out there with them and then to come along and things happen. So I don't know if you're going to knock it as much as like, let's see in another year or so. I don't know many people that just hit the ground running in the league their first year. Every once in a while you find a spectacular one out there that gets it done. But not very often.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think right now, I think it's fair to say Washington, the overall performance has been below expectations.
Yeah.
And that to me would include the perform. Like I mean, it all kind of you talk about complementary football, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like all of this kind of adds up, and I think it
hasn't been complimentary football. I'll tell you
right,
that.
and that's you look at the off season for that, you look at the in season for it. So I don't think anybody would argue that things have been below expectations.
Yeah.
Quinn, Witt, they all say it week after week. That's not our standard.
Even though it's like the second year of this thing, still, based off of last year, you expected way more this year. You know, and even Neil said it, if they could win 10 games, it'd still be a successful season. They seem to be behind that at this point. They're behind that trajectory to get there.
Yeah, they're behind, and you know what? Monday night's a huge chance to change it.
Yep.
And I feel like nobody thinks that's possible, but there's a reason they play the games, man.
Yep. You play the game.
Play to win the game.
I know that.
All right, when we come back, Maryland Governor Wes Moore will join us to make his weekly NFL picks. I got a full slate for the Gov. Kind of a sneaky game, Cowboys-Broncos.
Sneaky one there.
Yeah.
Where are they playing?
I think it's in Denver.
All right.
And you got an NFC East matchup, Giants-Eagles. Plenty for the Gov to discuss. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitchell Finley.
This sports update is brought to you by your local Washington area Honda dealers. The Capitals are soon to get back one of their top centermen into their lineup. Pierre-Luc Dubois was a full participant in yesterday morning's practice. Head coach Spencer Carberry revealed that Dubois will be joining the team on their upcoming trip to Columbus and could make his return to game action. Dubois missed the past 4 games after he suffered an injury against the Rangers on October 12th. You have puck drop 7 p.m. tonight between these two Metro Division foes. Capitals traveling up to Columbus to take on the Blue Jackets. Around the NFL, an ankle injury that kept Bryce Young last week, where he suffered the injury. The Jets have kept him out of practice all this week, made it very likely we're going to see Andy Dalton start against the Buffalo Bills. And a hamstring injury has kept Philadelphia Eagles wide receiver A.J. Brown from practicing this week. But the expectation is that he will play against the Giants as he continues to make very cryptic posts on social media. And Cowboys' Trayvon Diggs suffered a concussion following an incident at his home last week. He didn't play against the Commanders. Well, during a radio spot Friday morning, head coach Brian Schottenheimer said he does not think Diggs will be able to play again this week. Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. Rugged capability, commanding style, and powerful performance, Honda's got it all. Check out the Honda Accord, Civic, and CR-V and find the best deal on the Honda for you. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealer for a great deal today. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Remix.
Bum, 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 bum. Oh, yeah, Jeff. I like that. Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday, right into Governor of Maryland NFL Picks Friday. Whenever you hear regulators, there's only one dude cool enough to make this work. That is Maryland Governor Wes Moore. Gov, I know your time is tight. How are you, sir?
Man, I'm good. Listen, like they say in regulators, if you know what I know, you don't want to with this.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I know you are. I know you're quite busy, so we will move fast today. Let's start with your boys. Ravens back on the field after a bye week. Probably needed that bye week in more ways than one.
Back?
We'll start there.
Listen, we needed this bye week, boy. We needed this bye week, and honestly, like we needed it not just to get healthy. We needed it to get our minds right. Like, we needed to remind people that when you walk into that locker room, there's a standard. And that when you put on that jersey, that you need to play like a Raven. And I swear, this crew has forgotten that in this first year. So it's important that they go out there, that they remember when you put on that jersey, when you've earned that jersey's a shield. Go out there and earn it. Go out there and prove it. And I think we're going to be able to do it this week against Chicago. And I think Chicago is actually slowly but surely getting better. I think Chicago's actually put up some, has actually shown that they know how to put up decent games. I think the game, for example, that they had against the Commanders was actually a very good game for the Bears. But with Lamar coming back, with the team healthy, and with their minds right, I think that this is a week that the Ravens shouldn't just win, but the Ravens need to come out there and send a message.
All right.
It'd be a good week for it. They could certainly use that, man.
And if they don't, you can forget about it.
A very interesting game in the NFC East. The kind of surging Giants, even though they just gave up 30 points in the last 5 minutes last week. The Giants playing the Eagles. The Giants just beat the Eagles two weeks ago. Does Philly get back on them?
Can we just take a second to talk about that game? Lord, that was, because you saw how, first of all, Dart is legit. And even like the picks, whatever, like it's like that was a dumb rookie mistake. But this guy, man, like he's got real poise and put up real numbers. But the complete collapse that happened with that team and the defense at the end of the game was wild. And actually, I think that is going to play psychologically into going into this week. I think if you win a game like that against, in a game like that against Denver, you walk into Philly reeling with a lot of swag and saying like, all right, like guys, we are that team. Like we are different right now. The way it's not just that they lost, it's the way they lost. And now you have to go into Philadelphia against a team that is, that at least last week, is playing some decent football and is still the Super Bowl champs. I think that this is going to make a big difference at their home. I think the Eagles, it's very difficult to beat the same team twice, as we've just seen in football, period, especially when you're going on the road in the next game against them. And so I think Saquon is a big game. I think Hurts has a big game, and I think the Eagles win.
Yeah, I mean that loss in Denver just has to be gut wrenching.
It's devastating. It's devastating.
Yeah. On the other side of it, Denver gets that come from behind win, probably galvanizes that team, and now they've got a very hot Dallas offense. We saw what Dallas did to Washington last week. Good God. Dallas going to Denver, Mile High City, could be a high-scoring game. Cowboys-Broncos, sir.
Yeah, no, I think it'll be a high-scoring game, and I do think that listen, they did their thing against the Commanders, and I give it to them. I'm going to chalk up last week's Commanders game as just a one-off, because I think we saw things that we have not seen all season with the Commanders, and so and not good things. I mean bad things. And so I'm going to chalk up last week as just, everybody has a bad week every once in a while, and I don't think that was because the Cowboys are that good. I just think the Commanders had a bad week. And you're going to Denver. And my constant philosophy on Denver is it's just difficult sometimes for a lot of these teams playing in the altitude and playing in, especially when Denver's actually playing some decent football and is coming off a really exciting and exhilarating win that they had last week. So while both teams are playing decent ball, I think home field advantage, particularly home field advantage in Denver, because of the altitude, it does matter. I think Denver's going to need a big game out of Dobbins. I think they're going to need a big game out of Nix. But I think they get big games out of Dobbins and big games out of Nix. And so I think Denver beats the Cowboys.
I think,
we'll take it.
Yeah,
I'll tell you that.
That'd be good news here. I think Washington could certainly use that result. All right.
They sure could. They sure could.
How about the Aaron Rodgers Bowl? You've got the Steelers playing the Packers. I mean, that's got to feel so weird for Packers fans.
Yeah, well, you know what? Honestly, and I love that you called it the Aaron Rodgers Bowl, because I think that's actually about right. The problem is that Aaron Rodgers ain't Aaron Rodgers anymore. And so, I think that I think that the Steelers, their defense is shoddy. I think they do not have the capacity to hold down what I do think is actually a good offensive machine, which is the Packers. I think that Aaron Rodgers is, can occasionally show signs of being the old Aaron Rodgers, but he's not Aaron Rodgers of back in the day. We're talking about, he's 2 teams removed from his glory days of the Packers. And if you watch what Josh Jacobs is doing right now, that's bananas. Like, he has been lights out. And so I think that, Love and Jacobs, I think they pull it off. I don't think the Steelers defense can stop them. And so I'm going with the Packers on the road on this one.
Micah going to introduce himself to Aaron a lot.
Micah could be
Aaron has been his mentor.
Right.
Gave him confidence.
That's exactly right, too. That's exactly right.
Last one, Gov. Washington in a desperate spot, going to Kansas City in a stadium the organization has never won at Arrowhead. What do you think their chances are?
Yeah, man, this is hard because, listen, I really like this new Commanders team, man, and I think that they made good acquisitions. I think having McLaurin and Debo back is a big deal, and I think it's going to matter. But here's the thing. I think the Commanders were able to manage with Mariota, right, when we weren't playing good teams. When you were playing like bad or average NFL teams. I don't think that the Chiefs are a top 3 NFL team, but they're better than average. I mean, they are the last year's AFC representatives for the Super Bowl. So, I mean, I think, Rashee Rice is going to make a difference. I think them playing in Kansas City is going to make a difference. And, you know, Jaden is, I mean, it matters when he's on the field and not. And I just don't know if, while Mariota is fine, I don't know if he can carry the team to a really important road win against one of the better teams in the NFL. So I hate to say it, but I think that I think the Chiefs pull this one off at home.
Yeah, listen. That's a fair assessment, Gov.
Definitely.
And I know,
It definitely is.
yeah. I know you got to run. Thank you for making time for us. I appreciate it.
Man, I appreciate y'all so much, man. I really do. Are y'all going out?
Gov,
Y'all going out to Kansas City to watch the game?
Yeah,
Yep.
we're going.
Be there Sunday.
I don't know if you're aware of this, Gov, but part of the reason we had to move the scheduling around was because Andy Reid is actually joining the show in about an hour. So I feel, is it fair for us to ask you to move for Andy Reid?
Oh, listen, that is very fair. Please tell that man I said what's up.
Will do.
All right, gotcha,
Will
man.
do. Thank you, Governor.
Hey, appreciate y'all.
All right, take care.
Maryland Governor Wes Moore making his NFL picks. He wins year after year. You should ride with the Gov on the picks. And, dude, it is more than fair to think KC is going to win this week.
Yeah.
Like, it's almost hard to think something else. That doesn't mean Washington doesn't have a chance. People are overly dismissive of Washington's chances in this game.
They have chances.
Like,
They got to play a damn near perfect game to do it, though.
Totally.
Yeah.
So Joe Witt has talked with the media. Cliff Kingsbury has talked with the media. I do want to get to that stuff. I also want to open these phone lines up because on Fridays you get the chance to ask an NFL legend anything you want. We do Ask B. Mitch anything. Phones are 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. Are you surprised?
Yeah.
Ask B. Mitch Anything is sponsored by Collars & Co., where comfort meets style. You can upgrade your look with that dress
I got
collar
one right
polo.
on, a sweater right now.
You like those sweaters.
Yeah, man. It's stylish.
Maybe I'll get a black one. Think I pull that off?
Yeah, you can pull it off.
Will I look extra white?
Nah, you might look cool.
Hell. Lord knows I need that help. All right, we're going to open the phones up. I did one note I wanted to make from from Joe Witt's comments. DQ said, we just got to play better as a team. We got to play faster, et cetera, right? Joe Witt was asked about personnel, and he got more specific. He said you're going to see more Jordan McGee, and you might even see Kane Medrano. It sounds like Kane Medrano will be active.
Okay.
Maybe that's a good idea, period. I think McGee has really flashed. He's finally been healthy, finally been on the field. I also wonder how much of that is necessity, that they might need Wagner and Luvu playing some D-end.
They may.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, Luvu is the guy where you need to let him use that energy he has. Have him all over the place. Move around. You know, he could be that little fire plug for you, a little spark plug for you. But McGee, now that he's healthier, you just see he has something. And I would like to see that more often.
For sure. When you run through yesterday's injury report, seeing full practice for Bobby, Debo, and Terry, I think is a really big deal.
Totally.
The rest of these guys got DMPs. Jaden, we know, is out. What do you make of Cosme in his first game back, lands on the injury report the next practice with a back injury? Back stuff.
Well,
bueno.
the thing about it, though, man, you've been out of football that long. You come back. You know, even like the knee injury, you know, we always say the other leg, you know, was he moving different? Did that cause the back or something that happened to him? You know, just getting out there, going a full go. He's been out there in practice, and we can imagine how tough practice is all we want. It ain't a football game. That's his first time in how many months going really at it.
Right.
So, you know.
Well, and that's the one thing he had told me when they opened his window. Let me look at what was the schedule when they opened Sam's window. So he played against Dallas. That was the third game, right? So they opened the window, I guess, going into the Chargers game. And there was some question, maybe he could play against the Bears. And he's like, I want to get some real practices in. He's like, I'm in shape. My knee is strong, but you got to get in football shape. Like, he was acknowledging it.
The push and pull, baby.
Especially in the trenches, right? All right, we're going to open these phone lines up for Ask B. Mitch Anything. I really like the idea of McGee playing more. I think that might be predicated on all the losses on the D-line, frankly.
Could be.
But let's start the phones, man. Our guy Jim is in Manassas for Ask B. Mitch Anything.
What's up, Jim?
B. McSpinley, Aquarium Boys. How's everybody doing?
What's up, brother?
All right, JP. I promise no Juju Watkins questions today. This is a real football question.
All right, let's do it.
So I've really been thinking a lot about this team, especially with the way the defense has been playing. And I remember back in 2023, you remember Ron and JDR were talking about trying to emphasize takeaways, and this defense needs to take the next step. I mean, that's the whole point they drafted Forbes in the first place, and obviously that didn't work out. And, both of them lost their jobs as a result. And now I'm looking at this 2025 season, and, we have ball is life, and they're really preaching takeaways over everything, and now we have the defense in the state that it is. And so, B-Mix, I was wondering if you think that there's a flaw in trying to preach takeaways over everything, especially with the not completely, but semi-fluky nature of takeaways.
Well, I think when you go out there and you're just going after the ball, you're not doing the for sure thing, which is the tackle, that could be a problem. I'm sure that's not what they want to do. I've always felt one guy comes in, grabs the running back, the receiver, whoever has the ball, the other guys come in and go after the ball. But what I've seen a lot this year is guys run in and reach to grab the ball, and nobody's trying to tackle the guy. So they may have to get back to that and understand ball is life, but don't let the damn tackle get away. Add a little something to it.
Thank you, bud. I think that's an interesting theory that I hadn't really thought about. But what I do know is they're not getting turnovers.
No.
So it's not working. And it worked in Dallas. Some of that might be personnel, man. Like some things are personnel driven.
The way you get turnovers on defense is you put pressure on the quarterback. Okay?
They're not doing that.
You get penetration and you start hitting running backs before they truly secure the football. All right, when they get a ball and turn up, you got to be there to hit them. They got to play tighter. Those things, that's the only way you're going to get it done. But if your quarterback can sit back in that pocket and you're not putting pressure on them, not many turnovers going to happen for you.
I'm excited. Deb from the chat is calling in.
What's up, Deb?
How are you?
Hey, I'm good. I'm fine. How are you guys?
We're good.
My question is, I'm a big fan of Mikey, and he's kind of been struggling this year, and I've been wondering, should he be moved back to the position that he played last year? Would it be worth trying that?
Well, I think they have guys that they want to play on the outside. Mikey, it's a little different playing outside than playing inside. Now the guy got they got 3 turnovers. Mikey got 2 of them. So, he's doing okay. I think he's going to get better over time because he's a guy that really works at it. Mikey is not like a lot of guys where they just, go out and go through the motions. He is putting in the work, and I think he'll get better. Just like last year, nobody expected him to be able to play that well. And he struggled a little bit early, then he came along. So this is just taking a little bit longer than I thought, and I think he even thought.
Thank you, Deb.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Phone lines are open for Ask B. Mitch Anything. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. I got one for you.
What you got?
We're making progress at the house. Still currently have no floors, no walls. We're still living in very much shanty. But we got contractors. We got approvals from insurance companies. We're making progress.
You got approval from insurance company? You good?
Well, we're not good because I still don't have any floors. But
They're coming.
They're coming.
Yeah. You want them to just throw floors in, and you want them
No.
done right?
No. My question is my house. My goal was Halloween. That is not obtainable.
31st.
That goal is long gone.
You can have a haunted house now.
Yo, we really could. We could have a good haunted house. My question for Ask B. Mitch Anything is my house fully operational by Thanksgiving?
Yeah.
All right. I hope you're right.
Yeah.
We're going to keep these phone lines open. It is Ask B. Mitch Anything presented by Collars & Co., where comfort meets style. Taking your calls for the whole hour. Then we got Andy Reid, Kansas City Chiefs head coach, future Hall of Famer, guy with a lot of Super Bowl rings, joining us at 1:15. Nobody
you
go
got a lot
anywhere.
of them.
It's B. Mitch Finley.
Bo Bichette, who has not played since spraining his left knee in early September, was added to the Blue Jays roster for the World Series against the Dodgers. The Blue Jays also included first baseman Ty France on the roster for the first time this postseason, so they're making some changes to try to beat the Dodgers. Now for Los Angeles, Clayton Kershaw, who was left off their Wild Card Series roster, and he did not pitch in the NL Championship Series. He is on their World Series roster. Now, Kershaw has said that he plans to retire after the season, so I'm sure that was a very nice nod to say, hey, if we win it, you're on the roster. Game 1 of the World Series is tonight, 8 p.m. Blake Snell pitching for the Dodgers, and you've got young buck Trey Savage pitching for the Blue Jays. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Well, I wasn't ready. I got nuts in my mouth.
Jeff shaking his head, I'm sure.
For everybody on the stream,
everybody riding around shaking their head.
I got Planters peanuts. I just tried to eat some. I'm hungry.
Yeah,
we're hungry out here in these streets.
Yeah.
All right, it's a Scotty's Vodka Rebel Friday. It is Ask B. Mitch Anything.
Some food, do it.
Brought to you by Collars & Co. Shout out to Collars & Co. The gear is phenomenal. Phone lines are lit up, man. Let's do this, B. You ready?
Let's go. I'm ready.
Our boy Rick is on the route. What's up, Rick?
What's up, Rick?
B. Mitch, JP, what's going on, my guys? How y'all doing? Love the show
We
as
good,
always.
brother. Appreciate it.
Nice. Hey, JP, I want to say thank you because I always make it this far, and you got me a drink, so I appreciate that. You're A1 from day one.
My God.
I appreciate
See?
that.
I always
appreciate
pay off.
that. You
Although,
see,
weirdly, I think
can't
Jeff might have
recommend it for
actually paid
everybody.
for that drink.
Hey, you gave me a drink. Hey, I don't.
That's all that matters. That's all that matters, dude.
That's all
Okay,
that matters.
great.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So anyway, I'm gonna be in Kansas City. I'm leaving Monday morning. Go to Kansas City. My question for you, B. Mitch, is we were just at a barbecue spot. What barbecue spot do you recommend in Kansas City where we can get those good Kansas City ribs? I'll hang up and
tell
listen.
'em.
Appreciate y'all.
Q39, dog. Q39 is phenomenal.
Andy Reid likes that place too.
Yeah, man, it is great. Now Kansas City has a lot of options. Obviously, I think it's
how much for one rib?
Let me get one rib. I think there's a place called Oklahoma Joe's is supposed to be really good, something like that. There's one that's in a gas station that's really good.
It's in the gas station.
Yeah, Arthur Bryant's is a really well known. Arthur Bryant's, to me, reminds me of what Ben's Chili Bowl is to DC. I think it's because it's right next to the Negro Leagues Baseball Museum.
Okay.
Like I think it's. I think there was a period of time where Arthur Bryant's meant a lot more than just barbecue.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that though, so don't quote me. But that was the vibe I got when I went there.
Q39 South in Overland Park.
Q39's fantastic.
That's where the chicken and pickle is too.
There's
in
a-
Overland Park.
There's a bunch of. I think Jack Stack is kind of like a local chain out there.
The
It's
hotel
really
we're
good.
staying at is in Overland Park.
Yeah, your whole life is going to be in
So
Overland Park.
I'm going to be going to Q39.
I'm going to the Q39 in Midtown.
Rick,
Sunday
let's go to Q39, dog.
There's one other one, Gates. I've been there, which is
The
quite
Gates is good.
Yeah, there's a lot of it, dude. It's all good.
Q39 at Gates, I would suggest.
Q39 is the best ribs I've ever had in my life. Period. So
Damn, I ain't bringing no more ribs then.
your ribs are great, B.
No, I don't care.
Look, you can
get Q39 to bring some damn
you
ribs.
can appreciate J Lo and Beyonce, man. It's not a zero
Nah,
sum
it's one
game.
or the other. One or the other.
Ribs are not a zero sum game. Let's go to B. I think Bill Clinton's on the line.
Bill Clinton? Or Bill and Clinton?
William and Clinton.
That's Bill and
Hello.
Clinton.
Hey,
Bill Clinton, are you there?
How y'all doing?
How you doing,
Yeah, I'm
man?
good. How y'all doing?
We're good,
doing
dude.
good, brother.
I wanted to. I would talk to JP, but he got nuts in his mouth. But anyway, B. Mitch, I got two questions for you, B. Mitch.
All right.
Because on occasion I listen to your 2 o'clock guys.
right.
And then my question to you is do you think that JD has digressed, and really after not playing in 2 games, do you think he's digressed?
No.
Regressed, I think is the word.
Jaden Daniels, you talking about?
Oh, regressed.
No, I don't think he has. No.
And would you take Drake May over Jaden Daniels?
Still wouldn't.
Okay, that's all I need to hear, sir.
All right, man.
Thanks for the call, dude. Let's go to Jeremiah in Fairfax. Jerry, what's up, dude?
Hey, how y'all doing? Happy Friday. Thanks for taking my call. So I just wanted to ask B. Mitch, what was the moment in your career that was your welcome to the NFL moment? And then on the flip side of that, was there anything on the field toward the end of your career that made you say, man, maybe I shouldn't, continue with football? Because a lot of times it's family stuff, it's off the field. But that's my question. Just what was your welcome to the NFL moment and leaving the NFL?
Welcome to the NFL when Vaughn Johnson from the Saints hit me in the chest and the back of my head hit the ground.
It felt like instantaneously.
Damn, I was like, whoo, this is tougher, man. I got up talking trash to him, so I knew I was ready. And then the thing that made me retire and leave the game, say I'm done with it, I always told people when I caught a punt, I never cared about that first or second guy because I knew I could make them miss without even thinking about it. When I had to start thinking about how to make the guy miss, I knew that the reaction time had slowed down. It was time to take my ass home before I end up in the hospital somewhere. So that's why after
Hey, well, that's good. Unlike a lot of people, you knew when to hang it up. So thanks for taking my call, and y'all have a good Friday.
All right, bro. Appreciate it.
Thanks, dude.
Good call that, man.
That was a good call.
Vaughn Johnson hit me, bam, and I landed. He said, and actually, not that it was my welcome to the NFL moment. He told me, welcome to the NFL. And I was like, damn, because that dude closed so quick. I was like, that big dude run like that?
That's awesome. Let's go. Our guy Jupe is on the line. Jupe, what's up, man?
brother?
What's going on, fellas? How y'all feeling?
Good, man. How
Good,
you
dude.
Good. Hey, listen, I got an idea, B. Mitch. JP, you can chime in too. So listen, for the NFL on the uniforms, right? What if they do like every Halloween week they do a mix and match, where for example, our team we could do the black top with the gold pants and the burgundy helmet. How that sound to you guys?
They gonna look ugly. I understand what you're saying, but no. I don't know if I want to see that, dog. Well, how about they have a special Halloween outfit? Something like that I can see. But if they put all them different colors, I'd be like, what the hell is going on over here?
Yeah.
Because, you got to realize some of our colors don't completely match altogether.
That's true.
Yeah.
All right, fellas.
Thanks, Jupe. Appreciate you, bud.
You went down. You reached out for that one there, didn't you?
Yeah, that was wacky. We got a dude calling from Iowa, B.
Iowa?
Nick is in Iowa. What's up, Nick?
Hey, what's up, gentlemen? I'm a longtime listener, first-time caller. I want to thank you guys both. You keep me connected to my team, listen to you guys on my hour drive to work, drive home, so I can catch pretty much the whole show. I want to thank you guys. But my question is for B. Mitch. Sir, we all know you fear no one, right? But there's always that player that when you're playing, you're always looking for. So on the other side of the ball, who did you respect or possibly fear the most on the other side of the ball you were always looking for? Thank you.
Number 56 in New York. I don't have to say the name. You know what that was. And number 92 in Philadelphia.
It's two of the best ever.
Reggie White and Lawrence Taylor. You need to know where they were at all times because they can change your whole life.
Who from that era is underrated? Who doesn't get talked about enough?
I don't think people talk about Clyde Simmons as much as they should. He was on the line with Reggie. Seth Joyner was a badass dude. He could play. That Eagles team, Reggie got a lot of the clout. They talked about Randall, but they had guys on that team that was just straight out dogs, man. And if I was when we would go play them, but you knew you were in for a fight.
Yeah, for sure.
They were nasty.
Let's keep the phones going. 800-636-1067. The MGM National Harbor listener lines are open for Ask B. Mitch anything. Let's go to our guy Zeke in Southeast. What's
What
up,
up,
Zeke?
Zeke?
Hey, happy Friday, guys.
Same to you, bro.
Thanks, dude.
Hey, all right. Hey, listen, B. Mitch, I don't know what's wrong with JP, but you have the best ribs on this side of the Kansas City, and I ain't even had your
Zeke's
ribs
just
yet.
trying to get some ribs.
Zeke
dude.
trying to get some ribs. I know what he's doing.
How about the one rib? Anyway, hey,
Let me
B.
get
Mitch.
one rib.
Hey, B. Mitch, my question
Yo.
to you, man, if our backs could learn how, defensive back can learn how to catch, we have about 5 or 6 more turnovers. We drop so many balls. So my question to you is, in practice, do they actually, or have you been on a team where they actually have the defensive back receiving catches, learning how to catch? That's my question.
I've seen a lot of defensive backs after practice go to the jugs machine and catch balls. You know, they would be coming out of a break and getting their hands around to try to catch it. You know, I see a lot of guys like. Hell, when I was in Philly, I know which call did. I watched D Green do it here. You know, so a lot of defensive backs do that.
Another drill they do, Zeke. They do a drill where they throw like bad passes, kind of to the linebackers and DBs to try to get their hands on them. So they'll throw it low, they'll throw it high, just to try. You know what I mean? Because if you're picking a pass off, most of the time it's not for you, so you got to make a play.
Make a play on the ball.
Yeah, it's just a little bit different.
Yeah.
Thanks, dude.
Okay. All right, buddy.
Good questions rolling in here today, bro.
Good questions today. Let's keep it going. Sean is in Springfield.
What's up, Sean?
We're on a good question streak, Sean.
I'll try to keep it going. So, B. Mitch, I have a question about players' lifestyles. So we know that NBA guys, they'll be on the road, they'll go out, they'll run it up at the club the night before the game, and they'll probably still go out and ball out. So I'm just curious, how prevalent is that in the NFL, at least in your playing days and now? And the reason I brought this up is because I saw this post about Amon-Ra St. Brown being on 2K at like 5 in the morning. Next day, goes out, scores 2 touchdowns. So, like, I don't know. Did it affect performance, and, like, how often was that happening?
No, I don't think. I mean, guys have certain things they do, and if he's up at 5-something in the morning, probably got him a good night's sleep and he's ready to rock. You know, that's probably the way he burned off some energy. Like the thing I would do, it was like every night before the game, I got steak, I got Caesar salad, some ice cream, and I had 4 I used to drink Bacardi, not Bacardi, Bombay Sapphire and cranberry juice. I got 4 of them, and I would go to sleep, wake up the next day ready to rock. Basketball players are different. Like football players travel, they all roll in, they got meetings and all, then they get a little time, they may go out and get something to eat, but they backing for curfew. Basketball players normally are not playing till the next night, so they don't normally have curfew. You know, and you hear stories about Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan went out and played golf. I think it was it Gretzky or one of the other hockey players. He played him. No, Danny Ainge, basketball. And he told Danny beat him out some money, and he said, cool, you keep that money. Put it on tonight. I'm going to score 45 on y'all. And he went out and he put 56 on them. You know, so the stories about him are very, very historical. Yeah. Things he's done before games. 36-pack in a day of golf and went out and scored 40-something and didn't allow the other guy to score many points as well. You know, I just think some guys are built different.
Totally. But
normally,
the only thing I would push back on, if there's a theory that, like, NBA players go out and NFL players don't, I think that's
NFL
flawed.
players go out.
Yeah.
But I mean, but like the night before a game, hell, where you going to go if you got to be in by 11?
Right.
You know? So, because I know my cousin came up here with Kelvin Brooks when he played for Denver. He came here. I said, dog, you don't have no curfew? He said, what's that? I was like, that we got curfew, dog. But they didn't have curfew.
All right. We'll take one more here. Actually, you know what, Landfill? Just for you, I'll go to break.
Wow, I can't believe it.
It's B. Mitch and Finley. We're doing Ask B. Mitch Anything, sponsored by Collars & Co. Phones are full. We'll take them all till we hear from head coach Andy Reid.
No flimsy
calling
collars,
from
baby.
Kansas City. Nobody go anywhere. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. We're going to try to go speed round for Ask B. Mitch Anything because these phones is blowing up. Let's go to Jaime in Manassas.
What's up, Jaime?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Thank you for taking my call. Hey, B. Mitch, I have a question for you. Talking about the Commanders, it looks like Lattimore is a scapegoat. Everybody's blaming Lattimore for everything that is happening with the Commanders, and we losing the games. But I wonder, I remember Charles Woodson, I remember Rod Woodson, how they extend their careers and they transfer from being cornerbacks to safeties. I wonder if you see that. I see in Lattimore he has the instincts, he has the aggressiveness, and maybe because of the injuries he has lost explosiveness and speed. What do you think about that transition, moving him to safety, free safety or strong safety?
You know, it's a possibility, but the thing of it, like, is he going to be that physical guy? I know he seems like that at the cornerback position. Will he be the guy back there? You know, because like sometimes guys with those cornerback instincts, they don't necessarily sit, because you're supposed to be like the eraser back there, and a lot of guys with his aggressiveness and his mindset, they will go after some things which could be a problem, but I can see it happening later on in his career, or if he feel like now's the time, give it a try at least.
The other part of that is if you are going to make a change like that, that doesn't typically happen in season.
Yeah,
that'd be like an off season. All right, we're going to work on this. D. Hall did it. Let's go to Mark in Landover. What's up, Mark?
Hey, we're top of the day to you, gentlemen.
What's up, Mark?
Hey, B, I've been wanting to ask you this for a long time, man, because I know you're really smart about this kind of stuff. Man, do you think that they need to readjust the collective bargaining unit to where, when these guys practice, to where they could have a little bit more contact, you know, within the bounds of good taste? And It would improve the game and maybe cut down on some of the injuries, B, because, like you say, and I agree with you, man, you can get hurt walking down the street and in practice or any time. And it might help the game and cut down on the injuries with a little bit more contact, and by adjusting the collective bargaining agreement about the practices and everything. And I'll hang up, man, because Jeff, like you guys said, and Jeff told me, man, you loaded up, and I'll listen to your answer. And hey, you guys make sure you have a good weekend.
I definitely think they need to get out on the field and practice a little bit more, and practice the physical aspect of it some. I don't think it needs to be something to be crazy and rampant about, but I think they need it, because right now, You see tackling has gone way the other direction, and a lot of guys do get hurt because a lot of guys don't know how to take hits. You know, just like a boxer knows how to take a punch. You move with the punch. You got to learn how to take a tackle. And if guys aren't being tackled at all until the games start, that's why a lot of guys get hurt, because they don't know how to like move with it and flow with it.
Let's go to Frank in D.C. Frank, what's up, man?
Hey, JP. B. Mitch, glad to be with you guys last week, man. Had a good time with you.
Oh, that was fun, man. Yeah. That was fun. Thanks for coming.
That was real fun. But listen, I was thinking to myself, now, B. Mitch, can you recall sometime in your career, because I know we like 10-point dogs this weekend, that you were on a team that had no chance in hell to win, and you pulled it off? And I'm not talking about the Joe Gibbs years. I'm talking about the years when you were with North.
A lot of times we had those games where nobody thought we could win, and we pulled them off. And I've seen it on other teams as well. Just, you know, people forget the 53 guys on that team that has a chance to test out, they are pro football players. They do have a level of pride, you know, and I think that right there, this could be something that can help this team pull together, galvanize, move forward. Hell, that game when they were playing against Dallas, when Tanner was playing, you know, nobody thought that game was possible, but bang, bang, 2 big plays, they end up winning. You know, so it's like outside people think there's not a chance in hell. People inside the locker room think there's definitely a chance.
Thanks, buddy. Appreciate the call. Try to sneak one more in here. I think it's Big G in Sterling. Big G, you there?
Yes, sir, I'm here. And don't say nothing about those chicken wings.
I would love if you brought us some.
Hey, B. Mitch, quick question, man. What can our defense do to put pressure on a great quarterback like Patrick Mahomes?
Blitz. blitz, change up schemes, things like that. Make him think one thing, somebody's coming from one direction, come from the other. You're not going to get him just rushing four, and you're not going to do it by just rushing for him sitting in the zone. You got to blitz him. You got to find ways of tricking him. Zone, blitz, all types of things. Make it switch up because he's seen everything. But still, if you start getting the guy off his spot, you start hitting the quarterback, all of them, no matter how good they are, they will begin to not play as well as they play when they got a lot of time.
Appreciate you, bud. All right. Sneak one more in here. Los in Severna Park. What up, Los?
What up, Los?
How long do you think it's going to take for DC fans to actually show up and to be actually true fans and not just, fans that just got tickets from their great-grandfather or just from work? Because I'm tired of going to Caps games. I'm tired of going to Commanders games, and there's still empty seats, especially when they were nationally televised. It's embarrassing that I turn on ESPN and I go to Capital One and I see empty seats at the Caps games, and if I go to Monday Night Football and there's empty seats at the Commanders games. What's your guys' take on that? Thanks for taking my call.
The Caps game thing that's a shock. I don't see many empty seats when I go to Cap games. And the thing about the team people here, a lot of times you got to realize, though, people will pay for tickets and they just not sitting in their seats, even at the Commanders games, too. People are up there in the concession stands and things of that nature are trying to get inside because it get a little chilly for some of them.
Yeah, I tell you what, I thought the crowd at the Monday night game was phenomenal.
It was crazy.
So I don't if there were empty seats, I didn't see them. Quick break from us. Andy Reid will join the program at 1:15.
This sports update is brought to you by Baldino's Lock and Key, your hometown security team. Visit baldinos.com. After yesterday's bombshell that Trailblazers coach Chauncey Billups, Heat guard Terry Rozier, and former NBA player and coach Damon Jones were all indicted in a pair of federal investigations, we're left with a lot of questions. But there's a really big one. How does the NBA explain letting Rozier play over the past 2 years? The NBA investigated Rozier back in 2023 after suspicious betting on his prop bets in a game, and they said that they did not find a violation of NBA rules. Well, Brian Windhorst of ESPN discussed this at length yesterday, saying that the NBA process is certainly going to be put under a microscope, but this could really affect an ongoing NBA investigation into Malik Beasley, because the NBA now needs to be increasingly thorough as they proceed. Beasley wasn't named in these indictments, but he is under federal investigation and will be the subject of a lot more scrutiny in the wake of them. So that's going to be something to watch of how the NBA handles this ongoing investigation into Sixers Malik Beasley. Baldino Lock and Key is your hometown security team for auto keys and fobs. They make car key problems look obsolete. With 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland, stop by one near you today. Or for more information, visit baldinos.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Kind of cool to see this monumental stuff come together, man. Landville, I'm going to send a picture to the boys in the aquarium about this setup they got out here in Ashburn.
Mhm.
This joint is wild. Like, how would you describe this thing, B?
Technically sound.
Yeah, man. They got some wires. Looks like something from a sci-fi movie. It's pretty damn cool. Rounding out the phone lines for Ask B Mitch Anything, brought to you by Collars & Co. B and I love the Collars & Co. gear. You will, too.
Yep.
Collars & Co. is where comfort meets style. Upgrade your look with the dress collar polo today. Let's hit. They're all gone. That makes it easier. I hate when we have callers that I can't get to, but that actually works out better. B, we're going to talk to Andy here in a minute. How much fun you think he's having?
Andy, coaching? Tons. He loves that. He's in hog heaven.
I mean, that's his happy place, right?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, look, bro, Andy, well, you saw him in that little punt, pass, and kick thing when he was like 12 years old. He's bigger than everybody. So Andy had the mindset of a quarterback, I think, but he was an offensive lineman. But he, you watch him now, dude, that dude has fun out there. You see all those plays and stuff. He likes his players to get involved with, like, building plays and designing stuff, because then he feel like they can take ownership with it and they can be more into it, you know. So he got to be having tons of fun, man. I don't know how long he's going to go. Good question we can ask him. Are you having fun, Coach?
Yeah.
And how long more are you going to go?
Well, for Washington, Landfill has a really good poll question. You can vote in the poll at B. Mitch and Finley. The B. Mitch and Finley AAA Club Alliance poll question of the day. What will have the bigger impact on Monday? Jaden out with injury or Terry and Debo being back? The B. Mitch and Finley poll of the day is brought to you by AAA. Level up with the new AAA Commanders MVP membership. Get all the benefits of AAA, plus exclusive experiences, discounts, and tickets. If you're already a AAA member, upgrade for free or join today at AAA.com/Commanders. What's your answer on that? Bigger impact, no Jaden or getting Terry and Debo?
Man, that's tough. I'm kind of like the other caller, though. I don't want Jaden out there if he don't have the right people to throw to. But I think getting those,
I think Peter said that.
Those two guys being back without Jaden out there, it's a better impact for the team at this moment. But not having Jaden out there has to be the biggest impact.
Right. I mean, he's a great player, and he's your starting quarterback.
Yeah.
Jaden is the real deal, and not having him is a massive impact. There's a reason ESPN wanted this for Monday Night Football. You know what I mean? And I think
They're about to call now.
Okay, Landy, it seems like Coach is about to call now, so let's be ready for that. Yep. Obviously, not having Jaden Daniels is a bummer. Patrick Mahomes actually got asked about not getting to face Jaden. And he said, he wants to go up against the best of the best. And I'm reading now, Jaden, with the way he played last year, he's in that category. He's a talented football player I've watched play since he was at Arizona State to LSU and now in the NFL. Cliff speaks very highly of him. Mahomes and Kingsbury are obviously very close. But Pat also said, Mahomes said, I know Marcus can play too. I've seen it firsthand at Arrowhead in the playoffs. I've seen him play throughout my entire career and have a lot of successful games, including this year. We understand it's still going to be a great challenge going up against a great football team and a guy that has had a lot of success in the NFL. Mahomes said of Cliff Kingsbury, he's one of the first people that truly believed in me playing the quarterback position. He gave me a ton of advice of refining me, but letting me still just be me and play to my strengths. A great coach, a great person. Speaking of great coaches and great people, Kansas City Chiefs head coach Andy Reid joins us now. Hey, Coach, how are you?
I'm doing good. How are you guys?
We're doing great, Coach, man. JB was just asking me how much fun you're having. How much fun are you still having coaching at this point in your career?
Yeah, I've got a good group, and so it makes it fun. They're high energy, and so as I get older and lower energy, they get higher energy, and they keep me going.
Love that. How much fun is it to see you to watch Mahomes play? I mean, you're a person who's devoted his life to football. To watch a quarterback play at that high of a level for this many years, how cool is that for you?
Yeah, it's great. I mean, I appreciate the game, the history of the game. I've been blessed, been around some really good quarterbacks and watched them work. And then, you get in your 60s and you get to coach this guy. So, I mean, that's a pretty good deal. And the thing I like the best is the way he goes about it. And he works his tail off. He's, always here and grew up in a locker room, so he gets all that dynamic, and he visits with everybody and makes everybody a little better after he talks to them. So it's it's great to have that.
Coach, we was expecting to see Jaden go against Pat. Jaden is a younger quarterback coming along. And have you watched some of him, and what are your thoughts of him?
Yeah, I think he's a great player. It looks like he's a great kid. He's always smiling and kind of. He's into. I've heard he's like the first guy in, last guy out guy, and works his tail off. So, and then he's probably, if not the fastest guy in the field, one of the fastest, and that just adds a whole nother dimension to it.
It has been really cool watching Jaden when you have a young quarterback like that has to deal with injuries. What would you say to the player in those situations?
Yeah, first of all, he's got a great head coach, who's been doing this a long time, and I'm sure he's like the rest of us that way, where you just go, hey, take care of business, get fixed up, and make sure you're in the training room and doing that, and let's get you back out there and go. But they're lucky that they have Mariota, because he's a good player too, and that and you're always looking for guys that are kind of similar, and Mariota can run and he can throw and do all that stuff, and he's a smart kid. So, he's got a good guy there, so he can heal up and get himself back in there.
Coach, I look at this. I met you in 2000. I got there.
Oh, long time ago.
20-some years later. How much longer are you going to do this?
Yeah, listen, Brian, I have no idea, man. I just, I have no idea. I kind of taking it year by year and see how things go. And somewhere my parents told me when they retired, I said, "Well, what made you want to retire?" I mean, and they go, "You'll just know." We just knew there was time. So who knows? Who knows?
Talking with Kansas City Chiefs head coach Andy Reid, Super Bowl winner, future Hall of Famer. Andy, I mean, your two head coaching jobs, Philadelphia and Kansas City. What is different about those two cities? I imagine it's a lot.
Yeah, there is, but there's some similarities too. I mean, they're passionate about football, both places, which I love. My parents were from the East Coast, so I always joked them. I was raised on the West Coast, so I always joked them, man, you guys have an East Coast attitude, and big hearts, but they'll bite you. And the Midwest, the Midwest is a little bit more low key in that, but I'll tell you, on game day, it's exactly the same. And it's like, I don't think if you're a visitor, you want to come in here, and I don't think if you're a visitor, you want to go to Philadelphia. So, that's the part I appreciate the most about both places.
What city has the better food?
Oh man! Well, you got the barbecue here, so this is second to none here, and then you got everything else in Philly. I mean, it's like incredible. So, great Italian food. Those cheesesteaks just killed me. They took me to about 400 pounds.
You got any meals named after you there in Kansas City?
Yeah, no, the junk food Fridays. Is that what you're talking about, or the?
No, you remember they had certain places in Philly that had like the Andy Reid. You had the different little dishes named after you. Got anything in Kansas City?
Yeah. There's actually Pat Mahomes and Travis Kelce just opened a restaurant, 1587 it's called, and they put a big red burger in there. So I mean, I almost felt honored. I mean, I'm going, geez, I got my own burger here. So
what's on it?
Just about everything. Just about everything.
Coach, what do you expect? I've been for a Monday night game in Arrowhead before. It's pretty epic. As everything has even grown more for you guys with Travis's podcast and Taylor Swift. I mean, just the eyeballs on Kansas City are so significant. What do you expect in Monday night?
Yeah, well, they always pack the place. So I mean, it's GH Field at Arrowhead Stadium. There'll be a few people that show up there, and they'll be ready to go, dressed in red, and they get out here at 4 a.m. and start barbecuing in the parking lot here. So they'll be ready to go by, a night game for sure.
Well, I'm gonna definitely look for you, Coach, when I get there. But I need you to give me a suggestion of where to go get some good barbecue at.
Well, you know what? There's one on every corner, so you're not going to strike out for sure. You can pick any of them. I mean, from Q39 to Jack Stacks. There's a bunch of them. Right. LJ. I mean, shoot, you probably know them. I mean, you've been in this town enough. You know the places, man.
Well, I've been to a few places. I just wanted to know where you go, so I can. I might have to drop your name.
Well,
or something.
I'm going to tell you, I go to all of them. If you wait till after the game, if you wait till after the game, they treat the visiting team, and so you get you'll get a free meal there, some good barbecue.
There you
all
go.
Right. Well, I'm gonna have to do that.
I just we know how much success the Chiefs have had with Andy Reid there. Mm-hmm. Do you want to guess Coach's win percentage with the Chiefs?
Oh man, about what, 78?
Yes, it's in the 70s. I mean, that is incredible, the success you've had in Kansas City, and certainly the success in Philly before it. Now, Coach, in the past, I've asked what it would take to trade Pat Mahomes to Washington. I'm done with that now that Jaden has arrived. But what about Nick Bolton? He's a guy that could really help here.
Yeah, listen, you got a good middle linebacker now. That guy's a good football player. So he's a future.
Maybe Karlaftis. Maybe Karlaftis. Then we were having DN trouble here.
Yeah, listen, I try to keep all my guys here, man. They're the best I can. I'm no dummy. So I mean, I know how you win games. You got to have good players, and so it's I check the ego at the door on all that stuff.
Yes, sir.
I get it.
Well, Coach,
that's why I was lucky to have B. Mitch.
Hey.
Your partner there could do anything. He probably could have played middle linebacker.
I would have tried.
He's crazy enough.
Well, man, we appreciate you giving us some time, man. Tell Brad I said thank you as well, man.
All right, I'll do it for sure.
I see you this weekend,
Great
Coach.
talking.
Take care. I'll see you Monday.
Thank you.
Yourself.
Thank you very much.
All right, man. Love you too, man.
Yep. Right.
What a great dude.
Yeah.
What a great dude. It's just so cool to get to talk to him, and the level of success they've built in Kansas City is just unbelievable. And I mean, he's won 72% of his games with 3 Super Bowl rings and 5 Super Bowl appearances. Like, you guys were really good in Philly. Don't get me wrong. He's still, I mean, he won almost 60% of his games with the Eagles, and that was a complete rebuild when he bought it, when he took over. I mean, from 2000 to 2004, they didn't win fewer than 11 games. And
I was there for 3 of those years.
And one of the things you got to say about Andy Reid is he identifies his quarterback and knows the guys that can play when others might have questions.
Yeah.
And he did it with Donovan. That thing was cooking with Donovan.
Oh, it was.
Then he did it with Mahomes.
Because the thing about it, like when he started talking about Dan, that was a question I was going to ask him. He just automatically started talking about it, But the thing of it is, he's honest, he's trustworthy, and he believes in his guys. And I think that right there is why guys play so hard for him. You watch him, and I think people said he's loyal to a fault when it's his guys. You know what I'm saying? And if players feel you're in their corner, they will do any damn thing for you. Hell, that's why I retired. I left Philly in 2003. Okay? The 2002, I left Philly. I still, look up to him and admire the hell out of him. And hell, he still comes on the show. So it says a lot about just having that connection with somebody. And I believed in him, and hell, I guess he wasn't joking when he believed in me.
Well, dude, just for me as a kind of a bystander, right? Mm-hmm. For Andy to say, I love you, man. Mm-hmm. You haven't played for that dude in 20 years. Yeah. You know what I mean? Relationships matter. And I think
they do. I remember the first time Coach Thompson, he was like, look, man, he said, I know you're busy, Coach, and you have a lot of players. Why do you come on the show when this dude call you? And he was like, look, man, if you have somebody in your team that want to help you run the team, that would be Mitch. He didn't care how big you were, how bad you were. If you were doing something you had no business doing, he was going to step to you and say something about it. And he say, I'll always come on for him. And hell, this is 20-something years later, and he's still doing it. So
it's just really cool. I did just see a tweet from one Neil Greenberg.
What do you say?
You know how Greenberg always ends his segment by saying, love you guys. Uh-huh. Greenberg tweeted, Andy Reid got a pretty quick I love you too from B-Mitch at the end of that segment.
Neil, don't call me out, man. You know I love you.
That's funny, dude. That is funny. It's so cool to talk to Andy Reid. And I wonder, what do you think? I think Monty's coming to the game this weekend. He was texting me. That scene at Kelsey and Mahomes Steakhouse Sunday night might be pretty damn epic. Now, you're not going to see players, but, I would imagine Joe Buck and Troy Aikman will be there. Like, when we went to Jack Ruby's in Cincy.
I might try to get that Saturday night.
When we went to Jack Ruby's in Cincy on the Sunday night of Monday Night Football, did you go with us? No, because we met up with you after at the hotel. Yeah. So, Lee. So, Lee had reserved a private room. And when we got there, they're like, listen, we have to move you to a different room, but it's going to be great. We'll buy you a round of drinks. And we were like, cool, no problem. And they're like, yeah, when ESPN called, we had to let Troy Aikman have the room.
Hell yeah. Hey, don't worry, I've seen Jay-Z have to move.
Who did he have to move for Jeter?
Jeter walked in.
What club was it? Tell that story.
It's Towel, yeah.
This is New York in 03-ish?
Yeah. It's around that time, and they were like, they tell people, if Mr. Jeter show up, this is his seat. And my man, Jay-Z, was sitting there, and Jeter walked in. But Jeter like, hey, you can sit with me, man. But they let you know, if he comes in, this is where he sits. That's clout, baby.
That's how you know who's the king of New York,
that's clout right there, baby.
Yeah, that is definitely clout. All right, that was awesome. If you missed any of our interview with Andy Reid, get on the Odyssey app, hit rewind, or wherever you get your podcasts. That was a lot of fun. I made a note of what Andy said about Jaden Daniels. He's a great player. It looks like he's a great kid. I've heard he's the first guy in, last guy out. And he added...
Think about that. He ain't lying about that.
Well, he added, though, they're lucky they have Mariota. Kansas City is not looking past Washington in this game.
They're not.
Maybe it's time Washington fans don't look past Washington in this game.
Have some faith.
Let's talk about...
Enough of us have faith. Hey, come to light.
Let's talk about what expectations should be for this offense this week. Nobody go anywhere. It is B. Mitch and Finley.
This sports update is brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. The Giants, their head coach Brian Dable, and running back Cam Scatterbo all have been fined stemming from violations from the concussion protocol surrounding an evaluation of rookie quarterback Jackson Dart. We all know the viral moment now from Week 6 when Dable and Scatterbo went into the blue medical tent while Dart was being evaluated. They maintained they did not do anything to mess with the concussion protocol, but the NFL has announced they will all be fined. Lamar Jackson is practicing for a third straight day today, so the Ravens will have to announce his designation on the injury report later this afternoon. Speaking of the Ravens, they've also signed defensive end Carl Lawson to their practice squad. He appeared in 15 games with the Cowboys last season with 15 total tackles and 5 sacks. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit M Street Bank to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
B-Mitch was just, I didn't watch any hoops last night. That's some serious hoops, dude.
They balled last night, bro. And that's 2 double overtimes in 2 games for the Thunder.
That's crazy, dude.
Yeah. 55 points by Shea.
That is
balling, man.
Crazy, man.
I guess the NBA was like, look, let them score.
Yeah.
We gotta get this
change
story.
the topic.
Gotta get this story out of the news.
For sure.
Don't call a lot of fouls.
Right. Let them play. Let the kids play. Speaking of let them play, what do you think are reasonable expectations for Marcus Monday night?
Man, Marcus is going to be a pro. I think the expectations I look at, they're going to throw the ball. I think he'll throw it about 20. If he can throw the ball 25 to 26, 27 times, not more than that, I think if you're throwing it more than that, you got problems. I think they got to establish the run and just hope then protect the football. He's going to get some runs. I'm expecting, this is my expectation, over 40 yards rushing by him and probably about 220 passing.
So Vegas has it set at, I think it's right at like 200.
200 passing?
I'll pull it up. Yeah, I want to say it was like 202.
Well, the NFL did fine him.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, let's touch on that real quick. So the Giants got fined $200,000. Head coach Brian Dable got fined $100,000 individually, and Scatterbo got $15,000 for
he should have got as much as the damn coach
when they ran in the blue medical tent for Jackson Dart. You think it's enough? You think it's the right way to handle it?
I think if you're putting more, if you had fined the team by 500, hit the coach with 250, hit Scatterbo with about 75, you'll never have to worry about nobody else doing it. But right here, 15, hey, come on, dog.
Yeah, man. I thought Dable and the Giants organization fine was appropriate. Did you?
You say what?
I think $100K for Dable and $200,000 for the Giants is fair.
I think it'd be more. Let's be real, dog. You have these people, they're supposed to be away from the league, different people that can come in and they claim that they're trying to care about the health of the player. And then you try to go in there and intimidate the guy. It should be more than that. Because that's a serious, serious aspect of this game.
Now, their contention is that they just went in to ask if he was okay, not to try to push it.
Okay, first
do you
of all,
believe that?
You're not supposed to go in. You saw him talking to the guy outside the tent. I'd be damned if he went in there just to see if he was okay. You know what I mean? He was basically telling them to rush him back.
It's hard to think that there wasn't pressure applied by him going in there.
Yeah.
Right?
And then Like, look, bro, I've seen guys get injured and go into the tent. I never thought about going into the damn tent. What makes a player think you're going to run into the tent?
Right.
You know, it's just like you look at that. You saw the coach do it, then you see a player do it. You make him understand your leadership has to be better. I'd define him 250.
I mean, Dable has shown, like we talk about Sirianni accurately and his volatility. Dable is a maniac, like on the sidelines. Like he's not much of a poker player. He doesn't
not
conceal
much.
much.
Player, and he does everything you would tell a player not to do.
Right.
He acts like a little petulant ass child. That's what he acts like. And you want, like I've always said this, the league wants to uphold the standards of the league by only holding players to a certain standard. The coach should be held to a higher standard than a damn player. The owner should be held to a higher standard than a damn coach. You know? So if they look at it like that, then hell, let's be real. Then the people that work for the league need to be held to a certain standard. But only the players are the ones that scrutinize completely all the damn time? I don't buy it.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair. That is fair. Big fines for the Giants. It looks like Lamar Jackson's going to play this weekend. That could be fun, getting him back on the field. A lot of good games. I mean, we went through it earlier with the Governor. I think Cowboys-Broncos could be a really good game.
Yeah.
The Niners on the road in Houston. When we did the cooked index earlier in the week, you don't think Houston's cooked? They need a win, dude.
Yeah, they're playing against the Niners.
Yeah, I mean, that's a tricky game.
Yeah.
What do you think Bears-Ravens, Chicago coming into Baltimore? Ravens are almost a touchdown favorite, so clearly Vegas thinks Lamar is back.
Well, I think it's not about Lamar. It's about the defense. Can their defense be better? That's where their problems is.
The Ravens are 1-5. The Bears are 4-2, and the Ravens are almost a touchdown favorite.
Yeah.
It's kind of interesting, right?
Yeah, but when you get Lamar back on the field, one thing we know, the offense can move the ball. That's one thing you know. And then if the offense moves it better, the defense can probably play just a little bit more stout. So they may be looking at it like that as well.
Yeah. Giants-Eagles is a pretty big game.
Yeah, the Giants beat them
have
once.
you looked? What do you think the line is in that game?
6.5.
7.5.
Ah.
Philly just lost to them.
Yeah, they just lost to them, but still, overall, if those teams play 10 times, who you think gonna win most of them?
Philly.
I think that's what the people, the market is looking at. Like, yeah, they got them, but we always see that happen in this division where, you know, the team that comes along not supposed to do much, they get that victory. It happens all the time.
What do you think the line is for Colts-Titans?
Colts-Titans?
In Indy.
It should, in Indy,
Yeah.
should be about 10.
B. 2 touchdowns.
14?
14.5.
Damn.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that's even worse. You know, like when we see those double digits in pro ball, it's like, that's a lot for a pro team to lose by that much.
Right.
You know, I think Whitcomb talks about it all the time. Greenberg talks about that all the time. You don't see teams like blowouts like that in the pros per se.
Right.
And those are two teams in the same division, right?
Right.
If they think you down by 14, that means you're gonna lose by. You should be. If you lose, you're gonna lose by 28. I'm just saying, man.
I mean, that's crazy. Dude.
That's saying you don't have a chance in hell.
You don't have a chance in hell. Also, some good college football games this weekend. You got Hokies are on tonight. Good luck. They got Cal coming to town. Cal must suck because Virginia Tech's a 6-point favorite. This line makes no sense. Unless there's an injury or something, White Brian, make this make sense. Cal's 5-2. Virginia Tech's 2-5.
Yeah, but they're traveling way over here, though. That east to west, west to east, it's something about that, bro. I'm serious.
6 points, though?
East to west, west to east.
White Brian, figure that out or text.
The starting quarterback is injured.
For Cal.
Yes.
They gonna get the Blacksburg and be like, what the hell is this?
It looks a lot
They're
different than
coming from
Berkeley.
California, baby. Come on, man.
We got Ole Miss, Oklahoma this weekend, B. That's a noon kick. Where will I be at? Oh, that's Saturday. Oh, hell, I'll be in Kids Sports Uber driver. That's what you want to know what I'm doing on Saturday? Kids Sports Uber driver. That's what I'm doing. I think we got games
Hey, man.
in like Silver Spring.
Basically, you just hanging out with your kids.
Lauren told me that the first game is 45 minutes away.
Huh?
But, yo, that's nothing. My boy Papa, his son his youngest is in second grade, B. He has a second grade lacrosse game at 8 a.m. on Saturday. Guess where it is?
I couldn't tell you.
The last exit in the state of Maryland going north, almost to Philly.
On 95?
Yes.
That's like up there where, what's called Royal, not what's the name of the close, what's the name of the course?
Rocky Gap.
What's the name of the
Rocky
course?
Gap.
Well, you going, I'd say 95.
I'm saying north on 95, the last exit in the state of Maryland.
What's the golf course up there?
It's not Rocky Gap. What is that one? Damn, what is the name of that one? Maryland. Now that's going to drive me nuts. People in their cars right now are screaming the name of it. Is that Bully Rock?
Bully Rock.
Bully Rock.
And that's Harvard the Grace.
Yeah, yo, it's up there.
Way up
it's
there.
where the Great Wolf Lodge is.
Man, look.
B, I encourage you to never go to a Great Wolf Lodge.
Why?
It's an indoor water park. I'm trying to think what would get you there. Maybe the grandkids, when they get old enough, would want to go. I think you just just give the kids the credit card and say, have a nice time.
I got Bryce just throwing balls, bro. You're going to be a football player.
That football players like water parks when they're 10.
No.
Yes.
He's going to have games to go on that weekend. And CC going to be a cheerleader. I got this all planned out.
I think the best. What's the best SEC game? Isn't LSU A&M? What do we got, White Brian?
Yeah, LSU A&M. Brian Kelly really needs a win there.
Yeah, they do.
I think Brian Kelly on his way out.
Who would they hire? Who's going to hire the Vandy guy? Because that dude is good.
Vandy might give him more money.
That somebody else was like, man, what if he just stays at Vandy?
Yeah, I mean, why leave if they gonna pay you? All you do is go to other teams for more money.
If you like it.
If you like it there, you change it up. You might be loved forever, dog.
I got a stinky line for you.
My family about to get ran up out of town.
And he can move back to Boston, where he's from.
Yeah.
To try to pretend a southern accent was just so ridiculous.
So stupid.
I got a stinky line for you, B. BYU is undefeated, 7-0, ranked 11th in the country. They're traveling, I believe it's Ames, Iowa. I could be wrong on that. They're traveling to go play Iowa State.
Okay.
Iowa State favored by 2.5.
Yeah. Iowa State normally has a good little team, bro. They're feisty.
Two teams I root for, Bama and South Carolina. They play this Saturday. Bama 11.5-point favorites on the road in Columbia.
I'm gonna have to call Deuce and see what's happening with them, bro.
Navy is undefeated. They're at home this weekend in Annapolis. 2 touchdown favorites over the Florida Atlantic.
What time is
Owls.
that game? Because it was 37 degrees this morning.
3:30.
3:30, so it'd be about in the 50s.
Yeah.
And then down by that water, it's gonna be a little bit more frigid. Who they playing again?
Florida Atlantic.
Oh, good. They're gonna be up here, and they're gonna think it's freezing.
Do you remember when Wisconsin was good? Sorry, if you're listening.
Yeah.
They are not anymore.
You talk to what's coming about that.
Kerwin?
Kerwin, yeah.
He's off today. That's why I feel comfortable
That's why you
talking about
talking trash. Kerwin gonna just show up.
Wisconsin's traveling to Eugene to play Oregon this weekend. What do you think that spread is? This is a shocking number.
Damn, more shocking than 14.
Yes, dog.
21.
31.
Damn. Ooh.
Oregon is a 31.
Well, Oregon lost last week, so they probably gonna be
2 weeks
pissed
ago.
off.
Yeah. LSU a 2.5-point dog at home at night in Baton Rouge.
Against who?
Texas A&M. That might be a little juicy.
I don't know. A&M is good though.
Yeah, but something about a red stick at night. All right, nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley. We got to make some bets.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. It's NBA tip-off week, and FanDuel is your home for live betting. So even if you miss the start of a game or want to ride the hot hand, FanDuel has live bets on everything from who will score next to fourth quarter comebacks. Plus, you can even combine your live bets into a same game parlay for a shot at a bigger payout. However you want to play, now is the perfect time to join because FanDuel is giving new customers $300 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to sign up today. Play your game with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
do the Paramount read? Yeah. B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan. Giving away tickets right now. Caller number 10, 800-636-1067. You win 2 tickets to see Government Mule Friday, October 31st at Warner Theater. Friday night, Halloween. Woo! All winners will qualify.
That sound, dude?
That's the sound of the party that's going to be. All winners will qualify to win a VIP Ultimate Experience Package, which includes 2 reserved seats, pre-show sound check, and some cool swag. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events.
Football Talk on 106.7 The Fan is presented by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Terry McLaurin back on the practice field. Very good news there. Terry and Debo playing will be a big help. Not to at all suggest they're similar, but the way you've talked about how miserable your last year was in New York, how tough, frustrating, whatever, do you think the last 6 months have been for Terry McLaurin?
Oh, man.
The contract stuff, then into the injury
you know,
stuff.
he didn't want to have to go through all the stuff he went through.
Right.
But you know what? Sometimes you got to do things that you don't want to do. Terry would like to be out there with his team. Now to get back and be not there to help his team, that has to be eating at him. You know, I saw him at my buddy at Roger Modi's, celebration of life event, and when I was talking to him, you could just see he was like, man, he wanted to be out there. You know what I'm saying? And now he gets that chance, and just hope, hey, it's football. I don't understand people get hurt, but the thing of it is, get out there. I hope he's there for the rest of the year because I think it'll make a world of difference if he's out there.
Totally. Let's do this. We got to settle up the week. I don't think I won. Let's make some bets.
I think I did.
White Brian, what do you got, sir?
Landfill won the week at 3-1.
Wow.
How did that happen?
Because I'm the champion.
How did that happen?
That's how.
What was my record, Brian?
You were 3-2.
You got to swallow.
I was not 3-2.
So yesterday
was
you had
4.
the Thunder, but they only won by 6. They were minus 7.5.
Man, you tripping.
I think you're also tripping, White Brian. I think I won the
you
week.
tripping, man.
Landville, since you won, what do you plan to do with your winnings?
I'm just gonna possess them, and then just silently laugh at all of you guys, for not winning, because I'm the champion.
Dude, I did hear a wild story last night. Listen to this. Friend of mine, his son is in high school, right? Mm-hmm. And his son's being inundated by the the ads for bets. So occasionally he'll let his son put a parlay together that he'll put in on his account. One of them hit, and it hit big.
The kid is now hooked.
Yeah, it's like a 9-leg, you know what I mean? Multi-sport, just craziness.
You think Dad gonna be like, hey, try to put one of those parlays again? I didn't even put it in, son.
Yeah, exactly. Jeff, Brian wants to know, you did not have a song today, but I'm okay with that because they play Monday night. Are you going to have a song on Monday?
Yo, it's remarkable that you think Jeff is here.
That is true. I mean, the show is in its last segment. So Jeff came late and left early?
Yeah.
I think that's kind of the Jeff Walker story. Wow. Landville, what are your plans?
Yeah,
for
to
the
go
weekend?
finish up the song.
Yeah, for sure.
I'll be taking a lot of naps, lots of sleeping. Might watch a little football here and there. Who knows?
Man, you need to do something other than take naps on the weekend.
Nah, I'm a big fan of napping, B.
What about, how's your betting account? I feel like you've been pretty good lately.
I'm money, betting against Carson Wentz, no brainer. That's basically, that's just, how could you not?
Last night you decided to fade Wentz. It paid handsomely. You got any winners this weekend, Landville? I could use a winner.
If you have any opportunity to bet against Carson Wentz again, do that.
Okay. White Brian, what do you have planned this weekend? Walking the dogs that don't exist?
Cry watching Auburn football. Probably cry watching
Who's
Giants
Auburn
football.
play?
It's Arkansas this week, so it's winnable, but they'll lose.
And you don't feel good about the Giants going to play the Philadelphia
You
Eagles?
might just change your team, man, your allegiance.
Eagles are wearing the Kelly greens. It's not going to go well.
A.J. Brown might not be playing, though. I don't think he practiced all week. Does that make you feel better?
Well, maybe there's hope.
Speaking of hopeless things, you want a fantasy football update, Brian?
Yeah, how bad are you losing?
In my college league, which I did win the whole league last year, in my defense, I'm in 11th place out of 14 teams with a 2-5 record.
That's last year. We don't care about what you're doing last year. You're losing this year, right?
In my home league, my boys from home, my high school buddies, I'm in 10th place out of 12 teams. But I'm right in the mix. I'm 3-4. I could really use it. Yeah, I kind of suck. And then in the NBC league, which Derek Cheston has rigged, I am in 7th place.
Who's in first? Derek?
It might be Derek. Adam Tuss and I think Derek are tied for first.
Wow.
Rigged. I'm telling you, this league is
He
rigged.
set y'all up, dog.
Lauren Ricketts in solo second at 5-2. Kerwin's ahead of me at 4-3, even though I beat him. I'm 3-4. We need a win in that league. You should have let Lauren pick your team. That league is the least money, but
Lauren
I might
could have helped you out.
Okay, Lauren, if you're listening, help me out. If you're listening, continue to listen. Grant and Danny are coming your way next. They got plenty to discuss. Thank you to everybody that listened to the show today. Big thanks to Peter Rosenberg, Joe Maloney, Matt Swope, Wes Moore, and Andy Reid. What a lineup that was today, man.
Home run, baby, home run.
Thank you to everybody that called. World Series starts tonight. Make sure you watch it. We're back Monday live in Kansas City. You made it this far. I owe you some brisket.
This sports update is brought to you by AeroVironment, built for defense, built for DC. Jets head coach Aaron Glenn declined to name a starting quarterback today, shutting down all quarterback-related questions during a testy exchange with reporters. Glenn is still looking for his first win and won't say if it's Justin Fields or Tyrod Taylor because he believes withholding his choice is going to give the Jets a competitive advantage on Sunday against the Bengals. And I mean, they need all the help that they can get, so good luck with that strategy. Tonight, we've got a lot of local teams in action. You got the Capitals who travel to Columbus to take on the Blue Jackets. Puck drops 7 p.m. There is some good news here. Pierre-Luc Dubois was a full participant yesterday morning in practice. Head coach Spencer Carberry revealed that Dubois will be joining the team on this road trip to Columbus and could make a return to game action. You've got the Wizards. They are in Dallas facing the Mavs at 8:30 p.m., and you can listen to that live on Bloomberg 99.1 FM. But right here on 106.7 The Fan, we've got college football action, Virginia Tech Hokies and the Cal Golden Bears. You can listen to that live right here again on 106.7 The Fan. AV is built for DC, built to innovate at the speed of intelligence, built to deploy solutions that give our warfighters the edge, built for now to defend our future. When the mission matters most, DC turns to AV. Visit avinc.com to learn more. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Good Friday afternoon, and welcome into Grant and Danny. You are listening live to 106.7 The Fan. We are out and about a field trip Friday. We come to you from Fairfax at Craft House, where everybody's so nice to us and the food is so good.
So good.
We are thrilled to be here. We'll be here until 6:30, so come on out and spend part of your afternoon with us, maybe a happy hour, get some drinks. If you want to be out on the patio, wear your hoodie. If you want to be indoors here in the warmth, it's all good on this fall Friday at Craft House Fairfax.
Whatever butters that bread, you do it here. I see people drinking the alcohols. They have a huge, massive beer selection. There are so many. I see dozens of cans. I see what do you think? 50 taps? I don't know if I'm overstating, understating. It just
there
feels
are
like a lot.
dozens for sure.
Yeah, multiple dozens. The food stuff is great. Everything I have ever had here is good. And I've had probably a dozen things here because we've been here a few times. I like it, man. This place rules.
Yeah, we're going to be here all show long up till 6:30. Lay of the land today in 1 hour at 3. My buddy Alex Gold from Kansas City. Do a show with him every weekend on the BetMGM network. He covers the Chiefs. He stops by to scout the opponent. And in 2 hours at 4 o'clock on G&D, we'll get you a Beltway Blitz. More importantly, at that time, we're giving away Caps tickets one final time this week. Somebody is going to win a pair of tickets to see the Capitals for a game that's being played tomorrow night. So if you want those tickets, you better be listening at 4 in 2 hours right here on The Fan. Danny, the football last night was not that competitive, nor was it that interesting. Didn't see this one coming. The Chargers slowly getting healthier, especially on the offensive line where they got Joe Alt back, dominated the Minnesota Vikings. 37-10. Minnesota has a quarterback problem. And I cannot believe they are just allowing their season to go up in flames by trotting out whatever that was from Carson Wentz last night.
My goodness.
And when he comes back, I guess you turn things over to J.J. McCarthy, who's still a complete unknown because he's missed 23 of 25 career games. But they're so talented otherwise. And you wouldn't know it right now. Their offensive line is also a disaster at the moment. I don't know what's happened there. I guess it's injuries. But Carson Wentz, as much as he holds the ball and makes the line worse, was also running for his life last night. You're not going to hear that because he's an easy guy to beat up on, understandably. But they got issues on the line. They've got quarterback problems. And now at 3-4 like Washington, they're not in a very good place in the NFC.
So who knows? Who knows what happens if that interception to start the game is upheld that went for a touchdown that looked like an interception to a lot of people, including old Rainy Douye. Old Fanny Mouye sitting there on the couch going, feels like he had that ball, and it didn't get jostled loose that much. He's sort of just, it's under control. That's hard to overturn, but they very easily overturned it, seemed like.
They go to, I guess theirs is Terry McAulay, but everybody's now got the former official who was the former Ref Czar, who's now the analyst to tell us what's going to happen. And when they did that, McCauley, or whoever the guy was last night, said, yeah, there's not enough to overturn here. This one's definitely going to stick. No sooner than the words out of his mouth. The call has been overturned. It just makes it feel weirder.
Yeah.
When the guy who was supposed to be the expert, who used to be the one with his head in that little apron on the sideline, hanging over top that flap, he's telling us what we're seeing is right, that this is an interception, and then we find out it's not an interception.
Yeah, I mean, that's tough. I mean, having been on all the sides of that, just have the replay goes against you, the replay goes for you, whatever. When my emotions are out of it, I kind of think that should be reserved for, oh, dude, we totally missed it. It bounced. You know what I mean? Like it bounced back up into his hands and he tried to sell it. Or it was bogus. It was nonsense. It felt like a pick to me. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. Who knows if they win that game, if that pick stands and it's 7-0 right away, and maybe the Chargers have a different game script and it gets thrown, and Minnesota was pressuring, and that was a hot route that Rodgers jumps. By the way, that guy's a menace. He available via free agency. Anybody could have had him if only some team with secondary problems had invested. Any hoodles. Point of the dude's story is the game turns immediately thereafter. The Chargers walk down the field after that, getting a second life. They score, and then they never stop scoring until they decided, yeah, we've had enough, and call off the dogs. But what a turning point that turned out to be early in the game.
From that point forward, it was all Chargers
Yes,
all
it was.
night long, and they win by 27. That's a good result if you're into that kind of thing for the Washington Commanders. When AFC plays NFC right now, especially with playoff hopefuls and wild card relevant teams, you're going to want the Commanders to benefit from the AFC winning. And that is what happened last night. Justin Herbert with 3 touchdowns on 227 yards. There was an interesting moment last night in the broadcast before we moved to the Commanders here. And I just wanted to play this audio because I found it pretty entertaining, frankly. Our guy Al Michaels, who occasionally catches some shrapnel on this program.
He does, yes.
He's lost his fastball, but he's a legend. He's an icon. We like him. We're all for Al Michaels.
Hall of Famer.
He is in his don't give a bleep phase. You know how when you get to a certain age, like Grandpa starts saying some stuff that he shouldn't say?
I'm knocking on that door, my friend. I'm close. I'm getting there.
And you're like, you can't say that. Like, I hang out with my dad every now and then, and I'm like, hey, man, we can't say that to that person.
You can't take this outside the house.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
So Al Michaels is in that mode, but on national television, where I guess the NFL reached out to somebody at Prime last night after Michaels said his only miss of the season, talking about Reichard, the kicker for the Vikings, was when his field goal attempt was going through the uprights, and it hit a camera wire between the uprights and bounced back out, which happened a couple weeks ago, I think in their London game. And that happened, and everybody's talked about it, and they wanted, his agent requested that the missed field goal be listed as a made field goal. The league said, we screwed up, sorry, but it's still a missed field goal. We're not changing it on the back of his football card. So Michaels just told that story as he had made a kick last night. Well, later in the game, as Reichard's lining back up for a field goal, Michaels says basically that the league's upset at me and they want me to tell you this, but he does it in the most leave me alone way that's ever happened. Like the old man get off my lawn.
I'm sorry if you were offended apology?
Yeah, so listen to this from last night. This is on Amazon Prime Thursday Night Football.
Yard field goal attempt. The league wants to take my lunch away because I've said before that Reichard's only miss was hitting a wire in London. The league says, no, it was an optical illusion. Not what Reichard thinks. Anyway, there you have it. We cleaned it up. Always cleaning up.
So dismissive.
Yeah.
Anyway, there you have it. We've cleaned it up. I mean, could he have been more annoyed that somebody told him to do that?
Well, there was another moment in the broadcast where he was talking about some memory, I think, of a game, and it was he just sitting there going, yeah, the spread was X. I can't remember even what game he was talking about, but like a Hail Mary goes up in the air, and there's a lot of people sitting on the edge of their seat because if it's caught, it doesn't affect the outcome of the game. It was over. It was academic, but it affected a lot of bettors. And Kirk Herbstreit's sitting there looking like he's communing with ghosts or something like that.
Well, he also did the bit last night on the over where he's like, this game might be over, but I don't know if we can use the word over yet. And then after a field goal, he's like, now you can say this one has gone.
Now it's over.
Over, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, Brent Musburger used to do that, like when it was totally verboten. Now it's like, we all kind of know. Which is, I guess, given the events of the last 48 hours with gambling and things, like it may not be the best time to start talking about.
He was not treading lightly last night.
He didn't care.
But that is the beauty of it. Like we've talked about the downside to the much older, been around forever,
Mm-hmm.
losing his fastball, play-by-play. This is the you're not going to play the games.
Sure.
You're just going to you show up to get
you're
Al
right.
Michaels, you're going to get Al Michaels.
It's the second side of the coin, right? I mean, that's the dude he was already in don't give a bleep territory when he goes, yeah, the Redskins are like, I forget what they were at that point. Maybe it's the WFT. They'd be better off if Dan Snyder didn't own the team. Anyway, 2nd and 4. And we all went, holy crap.
Such a big story.
Yes.
Because it's theoretically like a league partner, and the
Right.
NFL doesn't just, nothing happens by chance. Well, kind of it did there,
Right.
but yeah. So anyway, that was the good last night of Al Michaels. That was fun. I found it entertaining. But let's get to the Commanders. So Monday Night Football against the Chiefs. The line in this game has grown considerably. Part of that is just that Jaden Daniels is out. Marcus Mariota is starting. So we saw it balloon up to 12, 12.5. It's still there in some spots. I'm looking at FanDuel right now, and Washington's catching 11.5 points on the road. They're almost a 6-1 money line option right now. So this is a bit of a David versus Goliath scenario. The question all week long has been not really about Daniels or Mariota, because the offense, one way or the other, is going to be okay. Can this defense not be dreadful? Can this defense slow down a Chiefs O that has scored 61 points in the last 2 weeks and has found its NOS button again with Rashee Rice back at wide receiver? That's the big question. Joe Witt, the embattled defensive coordinator of the Commanders D, spoke to the media today, and he was asked about how the linebackers are playing, and he tips his hand a little bit on some changes, some adjustments that could be coming on the defensive side of the ball.
I've been pleased with the backers. I think Bobby and Oos have played well. We're going to give Jordan more looks and more opportunities. He came in and played with good speed, so I'm excited to see him with his snap count going up. And then, you'll see a little bit of Kano as well to see how he can add to the party as well. Yeah, and you'll probably see some of it this week.
That last clip there thrown on at the end is he was asked, are you making personnel changes then? And he said, yeah, and you'll see some of it this week. So here's what I take out of that. Jordan McGee's about to play more at linebacker on the second level, and we're even going to get to see Kane Medrano with his speed and athleticism. It's almost like they're finally deciding they need a little more speed in the back end.
And that's the idea, right? I mean, yeah, now you've got to, of course, guess right in terms of, when those guys will be utilized. And, I'm sure Andy Reid and company, as they're developing plays and downs and counts and some of the things that they're looking for, will say, okay, well, maybe that's the time we hit the naked bootleg misdirection where all the action's going one way and you leak out a tight end on the backside that you don't expect for that big third down. But, yeah, it's something that stands to reason. Because here, this is what I always talk about with teams that should be rebuilding that aren't, or teams that are struggling. What are you going to do? Put up bad performances? I got that covered doing it your way. This doesn't need to be beat my head against the wall time. You don't get a prize for stubbornness on your way out the door. You get a prize for fixing it, for trying something different, even if it's not as good in practice. I bet you that Kane Medrano is not as good in practice as Bobby Wagner, the future Hall of Famer. In fact, I'd guarantee it. Wagner has seen everything twice, and Medrano's still figuring out, the fastest way to get to the park. You know what I mean? But in game, why not? Because you're already failing. And the idea that it's just going to magically turn around when certain things are being exposed, I'm all for it. Give different things a shot. I wish they'd do the same with Lattimore, to be frank with you, but I don't know that was specifically addressed. But, to me, this is the right thing because you have been getting dropped in this area the whole year, and teams are exposing it. And Kansas City is probably going to take advantage unless you do something else.
So here's what I wonder right now. Are they making some linebacking personnel shifts? Are they going to play Jordan McGee more because they've decided they want his speed on the field, and that whether it's Wagner or Luvu or both, they want to turn the faders down a little bit on what they're asking of those guys at the second level? Or are they making these changes out of necessity after the Dorrance Armstrong injury? Because my prescription...
Oh, interesting. Meaning so Luvu's got to walk down.
Exactly
yeah,
right.
Okay.
Like, this is what I wanted to see, and what I want to happen is, now that you don't have your best pass rusher, Dorrance Armstrong, I think on passing downs, and certainly on all third downs, where they can't run the ball, but I would even say early down, passing situations, I would have Luvu on the edge. This is not like a let's bring him down. He is now an edge defender. He is a pass rusher, basically. And on those downs, Jordan McGee is now the linebacker with Bobby Wagner. That would be my plan, and I wonder if we're going to see some of that. Like, 52 looks where they've got a 5-man front with Luvu as a stand-up edge, and maybe Johnny Newton's kicked out a little further, and maybe you're playing Kinlaw not over the ball anymore, but as a 3 or 5 tech or something. I think there's ways that they can get creative because they need to stop the run because their 3 run-stuffing defensive ends are no longer available to them. But also just because now you got guys that can run a little more at linebacker. Now you have Frankie Luvu, who's your best pass rusher, rushing the quarterback. So that's what I actually wonder is, how did we get here? Was this is just the week that basically the straw that broke the camel's back, where they said, all right, it's time, we got to try something? Or is this just no Dorrance Armstrong, Luvu's going to play a lot more edge, next man up is Jordan McGee.
It's a great question.
Go get him, and now Kane Medrano gets the McGee reps 2, 4, 6 plays here or there at linebacker.
I hadn't thought of that, but it's actually a really good perspective. It's a good thought. And here's what gives it even more credence, Clearwater Revival, my friend, is that they're not doing that anywhere else. But now I know that's 2 position groups that's kind of being affected, but bear with me. They're not doing a change for change sake in the secondary, as far as I know. It's not, Lattimore watching a few plays, Sammer still on the outside, maybe Igbenogany, maybe Jonathan Jones, maybe back in the slot. They're not doing that there. They're doing this here, which may be out of necessity, to your point, that they don't have their best defensive player to this point this season, Dorrance Armstrong, for the remaining balance. That actually makes pretty good sense to me. So maybe I take back the credit I gave for trying something different just because. Maybe Medrano would be the different thing there, and playing more Jordan McGee in 2 linebacker sets, which they major in anyhow, is out of necessity because you're walking Luvu down.
I'm not taking anything back. I think it's all possible. It's all on the table. And any kind of change, regardless of why you made it, if it works, you give Dan Quinn, you give Joe Witt credit for that. Just looking at some of the numbers here at this linebacking spot, Jordan McGee, who is the young, exuberant LB of the trio, he's 24 years old. He was drafted out of Temple in the 5th round last year. He's a big guy. He's 6'3" and 226 pounds. He actually runs a 4.5 40, so he could turn and burn just a bit comparative to Luvu, who ran a 4.84 at his pro day years ago. Now, I have to imagine he's faster than a 4.84.
He also plays faster than that.
Absolutely. But that was the pro day time that follows you around forever. Mm-hmm. Again, I don't think he's that's a 4.8 just doesn't seem right. But regardless, that was at his pro day. So let's say he is faster than that. But now, years later, a lot of dings later, you slowed down. You're probably running a 4.8, a 4.9, whatever that looks like. So anyway, McGee's faster. Wagner, who was originally very fast, 4.45, I think, when he came out, that was 15 years ago.
Yeah, understandably. You're allowed to lose a step on your way to the Hall of Fame.
But here's McGee's snap count by week. At the beginning of the year, Jordan McGee wasn't playing it pretty much at all. His snap count by weeks 1 through 7. 2, 4, 6, 0, 12, 1, and then last week against Dallas, 22 plays.
1 is interesting. I'm sure that's personnel groupings from Chicago. Maybe what they were doing that limited him, but other than that, there's your trend line, right? 12 to 22.
I wonder if, too, they kept him on the field. They run a little tempo sometimes with Ben Johnson if there was, just less ability to get guys in or out.
Yep, you might be right about that.
Maybe
you also feel more comfortable there with Wagner directing traffic under duress.
Could be that he got banged up and we don't know about, just on the sideline or whatever. Mm-hmm. But, yeah, he went from 12 snaps to 1 snap to now 22 against Dallas. And now it sounds like he's going to play the most he's played all season. He's only also missed a tackle in one of their games. If you look at all the games he's played in, just the Chargers game, he missed multiple tackles, is the only one. But meanwhile, Frankie Luvu, last year, my brother was like, what jersey should I get? Who's your favorite player right now? I'm like, Frankie Luvu's a dog. Go get the 4. I love the guy. 9 missed tackles this year.
Yep.
Now, 7 of those were in the first 4 games, including, I think, 5 in the first 2 games. A lot of the guys on this defense at the beginning of the year just couldn't tackle, and I think it was part of their training camp preseason, whatever you want to blame it on. He's rounded into form in that regard, but he's given up 15 catches on 16 targets. Bobby Wagner, by the way, 16 catches on 19 targets, 182 yak yards. Now, some of that is Bijan Robinson, catch and run.
Yep.
But
some of it isn't.
182 yak against Bobby Wagner in space this year. He's only missed 1 tackle, and I don't even know when it was. I don't know if I've ever seen Bobby Wagner legitimately miss a tackle. But he's 35.
Yeah.
So, yes,
if he gets
Jordan
there, he
McGee,
makes the tackle, right.
This is not meant to be a bash Bobby Wagner, Frankie Luvu segment, but bringing back Wagner right now looks to me like it has hindered as much as it has helped. And it's hard to say that because I love the leadership. I love the player. I think there are things he still does better than any other player at his position. But on a slow defense kind of around him in a lot of ways, having him anchoring the thing makes it harder. So you know what you got to do? You got to figure out a way to kind of mask it, and McGee next to him could be one of the ways.
Yeah, it's like having a defensive end that's a great pass rusher but not a good run stuffer. You would take that balance sheet every time. But if I'm an opposing offensive coordinator, I'm going to go, well, I'm going to make that guy have to defend the run a bunch. I'll have pulling guards with momentum, knocking him into next week. I'll double team. I'll have a tight end chip him, have a running back chip him in the ribs while he's engaged with my left tackle, et cetera, et cetera. But you would take that as a balance sheet. It's up to the scheme. It's up to the defensive coordinator to put that guy in good spots. And that's kind of the argument I've been having with fans here for a while. They're like, you're picking on Lattimore, but not Bobby Wagner. Why? And I'm going, well, Bobby Wagner's going to lead the team in tackles again.
Yeah.
There's still a lot that Bobby Wagner does to me that's very valuable. Now, he's being exposed, and to me, that's more about the chess master than it is about Bobby Wagner, because he's still got a valuable skill set to me, and he's diminished in other areas. I think that's a fair assessment.
To me, Bobby Wagner's a restaurant that does something incredibly well, and they have something else on the menu just for the person that comes in that, like, it's a steakhouse with like a vegan item or whatever. If you go there and you order the vegan item and you want to tell me, you guys just aren't that good at this, I'm sorry, I don't care about that.
Yeah, have you tried the dry aged porterhouse?
That's not what we do here, friend. We do that because we have to. Bobby Wagner is a steakhouse, and the making the steak part is in the box, making tackles. He's awesome at it. He's not awesome at everything. You know, if you put him in the spot to do the thing he can do, he's still great at it. Next, I want to get into Terry McLaurin. He and Deebo Samuel are a go again in practice. They're going to play almost certainly on Monday night. What should we expect from McLaurin after a lengthy respite? I feel like we just did this in week 1.
Yeah.
But we're doing it again. Will he hit the ground sprinting or not? Grant and Danny with you. Remember, we're in Fairfax Corner, Craft House. Come on out. We're here till 6:30 live on a Field Trip Friday on the Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Main Street Bank, your local bank, local Main Street Bank. In the NFL, the Commanders getting set for Monday Night Football against the Chiefs, coming in with a 3-4 record. Terry McLaurin and Deebo Samuel practice for a second straight day. Other injuries around the league. Ravens quarterback Lamar Jackson practiced fully today. He should be good to go for Sunday against the Bears. Eagles wide receiver A.J. Brown didn't practice at all this week with a hamstring injury. Nick Sirianni, though, said that he could play without practicing. Jets wide receiver Garrett Wilson going to be out Sunday. Falcons quarterback Michael Penix Jr. listed as questionable. Panthers quarterback Bryce Young listed as doubtful. College football tonight, Virginia Tech taking on Cal. 7:30 kickoff. Continue the game right here on The Fan. In hockey, the Caps taking on the Blue Jackets over on the Team 980 tonight at 7 o'clock. And the Wizards, second game against the Mavericks. 8:30 tip-off on Bloomberg 99.1. World Series Game 1 tonight, Dodgers and Blue Jays at 8 o'clock. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, Equal Housing Opportunity Lender. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Grant and Danny from Fairfax today, where we're at Craft House, Fairfax Corner. Come on out and say hello. We'll be here from 2 to 6:30, getting you ready for the weekend ahead in college and pro football. All kinds of sport to discuss on the docket today, but we are starting with the Commanders and the Chiefs and Monday Night Football. We just talked about the defense and the comments of Joe Witt about some possible changes to personnel. Let's get to the offensive side of the ledger. And Terry McLaurin finally coming back. He and Deebo Samuel both going to play in this game. Now, we've seen a lot of Deebo, who's been their best player on offense maybe this year. He missed some of he missed the only one game. He played against the Bears, but he just wasn't the same. And then he missed the entirety of this past week in Dallas. Put him to the side for a second.
Yep.
Terry comes back. He has not played in over a calendar month. We have not seen him since they whooped up on the Raiders on September 21st. Is he Terry, or is he just out there getting back into football shape while getting targeted 3 or 4 times and catching 2 passes?
I think it's the latter, and I don't think that's any kind of indictment or any kind of criticism. I just don't know that it's fair to expect that from anybody, let alone someone that went through what Terry did. Whether you want to say it was self-inflicted or the team's fault, I don't care. The point is we're here, and he didn't do a training camp. He didn't do a preseason. He didn't do the normal ramp-up that everybody else does who could start off fast, and he wasn't himself to start the year. And, he got hurt. I have no idea if it was because he didn't have the training camp or the ramp-up or because he got hurt on a football play, which happens to a million people. We'll never know the truth, and sort of that's that. But point is, this has been a long-running thing where maybe they thought a couple other times he'd be able to ramp up and go. Now it seems we finally got some really good progress on it. But just because he can go doesn't mean he's himself. Like, there's a difference to me between the baseball player who, strains his hamstring in July, who's already been doing this every day for, 5 months at that point? He misses 10 days, he takes a couple at bats, and now he's back in rhythm. Versus the guy that has to sit out at the start of the year who doesn't get a spring training, doesn't get the ramp up, doesn't see live pitching, doesn't have the rhythm of the year. That guy's going to take longer a lot of times. They're going to come back and be himself. By and large, sometimes you see freaks. But to me, that's what this is. This is if he'd been hurt in November after having played 10 games and he misses 2 or 3, then he comes back, I wouldn't worry about this. But I feel like he's never been him yet.
Well, he's also played in 3 games, and we saw what it looked like in the offense with Deebo, and it was about 5 targets per game. Now, he had 4 targets in week 1 against the Giants, 2 for 27. He had 4 targets against the Raiders. Now, it was 3 for 74 because he had the 56-yard, what should have been a touchdown.
Should have been a touchdown.
Where he got hurt at the goal line. But, the Packers game, it was 9 targets, which was great, 5 catches, about 48 yards. That's why Toki had to eat 49 shrimp, if you remember.
I do now, yeah.
When we were out and about in Leesburg at Spanky Shenanigans, because Terry ended up with 48 yards. He had to top that total. But those 9 targets, it was a lot of garbage time. They're down, they're chasing the game, they're throwing every down, they're giving you 7-8 underneath for Terry. So in their traditional offense, the ball hasn't found him a whole lot. I think that's something to consider as well. I still have hope that by the end of this season, we look back and we go, man, disastrous first half, but look, this was Terry. for these final 7 games. He ended up on a pace for 77 catches and 1,179 yards.
You know what he always does.
Yeah, just Terry being Terry. I don't think it's going to look like that this week either. I do think there's an element of getting back up to speed. And I think about it through the lens of Sam Cosmi, and maybe that's not fair, because Cosmi got hurt in January in a more serious injury, a torn ACL. But Sam Cosmi came back, and he was clearly rusty. He was clearly not quite himself. And again, this is an extreme example, right? Terry's been out a month. Cosmi was out 8 of them or whatever. But everyone just kind of said, man, Cosmi comes back. And they thought that was going to look like Sam Cosmi. Like, that's number 76, the Pro Bowler. And it didn't. That's sometimes what happens when you're trying to get your sea legs back under you. Cliff Kingsbury actually talked about this a little bit today in his press conference with the media. Here was the offensive coordinator out in Ashburn.
It's never easy when you have an extended amount of time off. Just building the rapport with the quarterback, any of the new wrinkles we put in the offense, things of that nature. But I expect him to pick back up quickly once he is out there full time. I think being in year 2 of the system, he at least had a pretty solid understanding of it. And so now it's just about getting his legs back, getting his wind back, and just getting a lot more reps for the quarterbacks.
I don't know what you hear when you listen to that. What I hear Cliff saying is they need reps together. You can't fit 9 weeks of those into 1 week.
Yep.
That's only thing that can allow you to get there is time. And so I kind of take that to mean it's going to take a few weeks possibly.
Same here. Now, maybe that's confirmation bias because that's what I think is going to happen anyhow. But the other point is that would stand to reason, right? Now, I tell you what, I am not qualified to be an offensive coordinator. You and I both know that, okay? But what I would do here is I would throw the ball to Terry early. Maybe, I get the look I want, and I'll have to check out of it. I would go, one of those old school slants to Terry McLaurin, where he's using his body really well, is shielding the defender, make a catch in traffic, feel good, feel strong. He gets a touch, and now I've proven that I will do it, and then I don't have to worry about it the rest of the way, right? It doesn't become this mystery or this theme or this thing, just maybe to put the fear in them that I will certainly be targeting 17, because I wonder how long, how seriously they're taking it, talking about the Chiefs and Steve Spagnuolo and company. But yeah, it basically is it's hard to do this at the highest levels. It's even harder when you simply haven't been out there and haven't been available for the new wrinkles. We designed a play, it's called X. Well, now it's sort of X minus 2 squared. It starts off the same way, but you haven't drilled it like everybody else has. And again, it's not his fault. He's been hurt. But yeah, I sense the same thing that you did there.
So I think their offense has been good enough to be a lot better than 3 and 4. I have this thing I do where I kind of talk about wins or records by phase. So in other words, last year I felt like they had a 14-3 offense and a 13-4 quarterback, and their defense was 6-11, and so you average it out and you get your record, whatever. I think their offense through 7 games has probably been like 5-2 good, maybe 4-3, but I'd say leaning closer to 5-2. But Kingsbury was asked about how they haven't had everybody together, how they haven't really, even for a week of practice, just had all hands on deck for a week where they get to be what they want to be. And does he still feel like that's happening, or is this just going to be one of those years where you never get to 100% with all of your pieces? This is what Kingsbury had to say about that.
I'm pretty glass half full type mentality, so I expect us to continue to improve, but the biggest deal to me is just the turnover margin has been really bad, and in this league, that's the number one indicator of success, and so we have to improve there, and then just consistency. Third down, if we can stay on the field, will help, and then just play in, play out, making the routine plays. I feel like we'll have some good plays, and we'll string together some bad ones, and that's not who we've been, and we have to try to improve upon that.
We've talked a lot about the turnovers, which he references as one of the problems.
The other side of that coin is the defense gets none. And that's implied there. Yeah,
that's true.
Uh-huh.
But even on offense, they are turning it over much more than they did last year. I believe last year at this time they had 3. This year they had 8, something like that. Numbers approximate. Well, third down offense we haven't talked nearly as much about. But the difference for Washington in third down offense is massive. And this is somewhat a Daniel statistic because he just basically waved a wand over the offense on third downs and did crazy things, and they converted last year. But they have gone from number 6 in the NFL last season on third downs to number 24. In a year in which their offense has been pretty good, they're still ranked in the top 10. They're number 7 offensively. They're number 1 running the ball. That's the biggest drop-off pretty much in any category you're going to find is third down success for them this year. And if they're going to get where they want to be, where people are going to the 106.7 The Fan merch store and buying our No Punts Offense t-shirts again, you got to find a way to be better on third down. That's a quarterback stat, that's a money-making stat, but it's an everybody stat like everything else is. And it's the biggest difference from last year to this year.
Yeah, and it's a lot of, first down unsuccessful runs here, especially of late, where you're facing second and long, third and long. I feel like there's been more of those. Yeah, there was more magic last year where 3rd and 10 wasn't a big deal, but that's not sustainable. It's not a sustainable way to live. Remember, especially in the first half of the year last year, they were so good on first down, that made them great on third down. Right? Whether it was a 6-yard little hitch to Austin Eckler, whether it was a run to Brian Robinson that was successful. Again, this first half of the year, not the second half because they couldn't run it at all. But they were finding a way to kind of stay ahead of schedule where defenses had to account for everything and they bid on every fake.
Grant and Danny live on the Fan on a Football Friday, out and about on a field trip today to Fairfax. We're at Fairfax Corner. We're at Kraft House. We'll be here until 6:30. Next, let's extrapolate the convo out to the national NFL scene. What are the best games that we get to enjoy on Sunday? Because the Commanders don't play until Monday night. Feet up, red zone situation. What's worth watching in a couple of days in the NFL? We'll get to that next on The Fan. Grant and Danny will be with you until 6:30 on The Fan. We're in Fairfax at Fairfax Corners Craft House location. This is a beautiful spot. All kinds of delicious beverages and beer for you. Food is great. It's a nice, chilly, perfect day outside, covered and heated. See those heaters going?
I see them, yeah.
I bet you it's super comfortable out there.
It is. It's got the fans going, plenty of green space out there, all the tables, and as you said, the space heaters. Space heaters, man.
Looking ahead to Week 8, this is one of the good weekends you get as a Commanders fan where you don't have to stress, worry, there's no anxiety about your own team. You just get to sit back and relax and watch some football. So I wanted to look at some of the more intriguing games of the weekend in the NFL. I don't think this is one of the best games, but I find it really intriguing. The Baltimore Ravens are going to get Lamar Jackson back. It sounds like he practiced again today. They can't afford to lose again. They're 1-5. And they're playing a Bears team that is 4-2. This now feels like Chicago, winners of 4 in a row, is going to Baltimore for a loss. The Ravens are actually favored, believe it or not,
Isn't
by
that strange?
6.5 points.
Yeah.
It's not even like close. It's expected to beat Baltimore handily. If the Bears win, this would be the signature victory for that group. Ben Johnson's first year, Caleb Williams in year 2. I like Baltimore in the game. I guess that's not crazy considering the betting line. But, man, are they desperate. And Lamar is back. You would think they can now, even though they have a bad defense, figure out a way to beat Chicago.
Off a bye week, you retool, rescout, self-scout, whatever you got to do, whatever adjustments you got to make. I mean, they're still, I think, either close to the favorite or the favorite to win that division, as beat up as Cincinnati is, and as fraudulent maybe to a degree as Pittsburgh is. Although, I think they're so well coached, they're just Pittsburgh, and they do what Pittsburgh does. But the Ravens have dug themselves quite the hole at this point. And it would, I mean, to your point, just about Ben Johnson and the Bears, there's a but with them right now, right, where everybody's kind of going, okay, yeah, so you beat the Raiders by a point. You beat what we now don't think of as a very good Washington team. You eked by New Orleans, but you're not that good. You beat this team on the road, as desperate as they are. Then you go to Cincinnati. I don't care how legit you think somebody is. 6-2, 6-2, dude. Right?
Yeah.
Like that would be a pretty big stamp for them to kind of say this is for real.
But you need one of these. Like, we know what that was like here last
Oh,
year.
yeah.
Where everyone's like, yeah, but you haven't beaten anybody. You're not that good. You eventually need, and it's all you can do is play your schedule.
Right.
But you need a win like this one. A Lamar-led Baltimore team off of a bye with urgency, and now it just feels like it's more credible. By the way, on the flip side for the Ravens, can you imagine if they lose this game?
Yes.
Your season's over.
Yep.
And there's major questions now about the staff and how long they've kept everything together and where they're going from here. So maybe nobody has more on the line this weekend than the Ravens. Elsewhere in Week 8 NFL matchups of intrigue. Jets-Bengals, Joe Flacco's going for Cincy, coming off of a big game and a win over the Pittsburgh Steelers. We still don't know who's starting at quarterback for the Jets. Their head coach, Aaron Glenn, refuses to say who will start at quarterback. And he was asked again today, and the media's like, are you not saying because you don't know or because you don't want to tell us? He said, that one. He says, I don't want to tell you. That's why I'm not telling you. I think it's going to be Tyrod Taylor. I also don't know that it matters that much, but it's not like the Bengals are that good. If the Jets don't win this game, they're 0-7, it might be a little while.
Yes, indeed. They don't have much opportunity. I mean, they're dogs in every game they play, pretty much, no matter what. Home, road, Moon, London, Madrid, Barcelona, just naming various cities. There's no place for them to play where they'd be any good. I mean, they're bad at everything they do. But yeah, I mean, to me, I would try to get creative and fun. Like I would do, Tyrod Taylor, and then I'd have a sub package of plays where Justin Fields is going to come into some sort of wildcat and run it in a different way, or do this read option look and that. I know generally that doesn't work in the NFL, doing it sustained, but I'm 0-7. Nothing I do works right now, so I would try to make me as tough to prepare against as possible. But yeah, it's not really going to matter that much. And here's Cincinnati. I mean, the road is there for them to just be reasonable, just to be okay in that really, really topsy-turvy, bizarre division in the hope that Joe Burrow comes back from this turf toe thing.
Can you do me one favor?
Yeah.
Can you say Barcelona?
Sure. Like which you're talking about the city in Spain?
Yeah, say it
Barcelona.
correct. No, say it correct.
That is how you say it. That's how Barcelona people say it in Barcelona.
Here we go
If you
again.
live in the neighborhood of Barceloneta, in the south of Barcelona, that's how you'd say it.
Patriots-Browns, I'm intrigued by. Here's what I like about this game. Cleveland's the best defense that New England's played. I love Drake May, have since before the draft. He's been incredible. Everybody's now crowning him as top 5 quarterback, MVP candidate, special, right? All these things. I get it. I see it. I was there before it was cool. They have played nobody defensively.
Yep.
So I am acknowledging Drake May's been amazing, and he's the real deal. Also, it has been a absolute college basket weaving and
Underwater
tennis.
fire prevention.
You know, it's
Yeah.
just the most ridiculous schedule you could put together on campus. So this will be the defense finally where I think, all right, if you could go out and light them up, we got something here.
Yeah, so a bigger picture for me, more than the play. I think you're right. By the way, everything you said, I co-sign. Is New England has a great opportunity to be 6-2. This was kind of the point I kept kept hammering this. That I don't know how great they actually are. I don't know if they're 6-2 good, but they're going to end up at 6-2, right? Because their schedule is as easy as anybody's you could find. Buffalo's is not. That was the biggest reason for me, and plus that win over Buffalo, I think is going to go a
They're
long
the
way.
Commanders from last year.
Exactly right.
You got a quarterback who everyone's fallen in love with as an MVP candidate, and you're about to be 6-2 with a soft schedule.
They're really well coached. They're pretty good. The schedule is soft. They got a shot here. So I'm looking at a Cleveland team that is extremely beatable up there in New England for a team that's on the rise.
Giants are at the Eagles. Jackson Dart in the division against Philly. I'm good on that. That's fun. Cowboys, Broncos. I love a elite offense, elite defense.
Sign
That's
me
what
up.
this is. Dallas's offense is the best in the sport. Denver's defense is one of the best in the NFL.
I love that matchup. Also, the Sunday night situation, the Aaron Rodgers Bowl, right? Green Bay, Pittsburgh. This is my ex-girlfriend and my new one. We're meeting at a gas station and see what happens.
I think we're going to probably dedicate a segment later in the show to this game because it's one of the bigger storylines of the NFL season. Rodgers, not back at Lambeau, but taking on the Green Bay Packers. Seems like Green Bay made the right decision, I would think, with how everything's trended, but Rodgers is also playing decent ball for a team that's going to make the playoffs very likely in the Pittsburgh Steelers. All right, that's your Week 8 slate. You don't have to worry about the Commanders until Monday in Kansas City. Speaking of which, let's scout the Chiefs. We'll do that as soon as we return from Kraft House in Fairfax. Grant and Danny on the Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is driven by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. In the NFL, the Commanders getting set to take on the Chiefs on Monday Night Football. Terry McLaurin and Deebo Samuel practice for a second straight day today. Some other injuries around the league. Ravens quarterback Lamar Jackson practiced fully today. He's going to be good to go for Sunday against the Bears. He's missed the Ravens' last 2 games as they're coming off a bye week. Eagles wide receiver A.J. Brown didn't practice at all this week with a hamstring injury. Head coach Nick Sirianni said that Brown could play even without practicing. Jets wide receiver Garrett Wilson and cornerback Sauce Gardner are going to be out Sunday against Cincinnati. Falcons quarterback Michael Penix Jr. is listed as questionable. Panthers quarterback Bryce Young is doubtful. College football tonight. Virginia Tech hosting California. 7:30 kickoff. You can hear that game right here on the Fan. In hockey, the Capitals on the road taking on the Blue Jackets. 7 p.m. puck drop. You can hear that game over on the Team 980. And the Wizards taking on the Mavericks tonight in Dallas. 8:30 tip-off. You can hear that game over on Bloomberg 99.1. Game 1 of the World Series tonight. Dodgers and Blue Jays. 8 o'clock first pitch. 2-time Cy Young Award winner Blake Snell starts for the Dodgers, and rookie, the 20th overall pick in the 2024 draft, Trey Savage starts for the Blue Jays. For over 65 years, Ted Britt set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Sterling, all home to Ted Britt for Life lifetime vehicle coverage, and all just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Back live in Fairfax at Kraft House today on a Field Trip Friday. It's your pals G and D ahead of Week 8. Getting ready for the Commanders and the Chiefs. Our first ever trip out to Arrowhead Stadium, where we're going to be in Kansas City. So we fly out tomorrow, sometime in the afternoon.
Yep.
Tomorrow night, we've got reservations at Jack Stack, which I'm being told is a good little restaurant with good barbecue. I've had the burnt ends there many, many years ago. They were very good.
So I heard Andy Reid on the telephone with B. Mitch in Finley because Brian Mitchell played for him and they still have a good relationship, which is a nice little thing to have. So Andy Reid just gave him a shout on a Friday afternoon, and Andy Reid specifically mentioned that place.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so they were like, Brian was like, where should I go to get some good barbecue when I get out there? And he's like, you know as many places as I do. Come on. And like they pressed him, and he goes, can't really go wrong. He mentioned Jack Stack and then like a couple other spots. So all of a sudden, that was validating. That felt good.
8 p.m. Resi for the lads tomorrow night at Jack Stack. Thanks to our friends Condori and Murad for making the trip possible, taking us out to KC. And they're taking care of you as well.
As the exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm of Condori and Murad can help you draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com, and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
All right, let's figure out what Washington's getting itself into with the Chiefs. And to help us break down the Chiefs, my buddy Alex Gold, who I do weekend radio with on the BetMGM network, who is the midday host of Cody and Gold, also hosts the betting show on the Fan 965 out there in Kansas City. Alex, it is good to catch up with you again. Remember, no conversations other than this one this week, no friendly text messages, no banter. We're enemies.
That's exactly right. Yeah, I can't believe you guys wanted me to have dinner with you tomorrow night. I don't think that's allowed, actually, during game week. It's one of those deals. Patrick Mahomes said he talks to Cliff Kingsbury a lot, but not as much this week. I feel like that might be the same mentality we got to have before you guys get in town.
It feels to me like you and me, we're headed for a fist fight, except I don't get to use my fists. You know what I mean? It's like I've got to have both hands tied behind my back, and there's a cement cinder block tied to my feet, and for some reason I'm in water. Like, that's what it feels like, this matchup right now.
Yeah, look, guys, I think even people here would tell you they were hoping, as a individual that likes, seeing the best against the best, and everybody was excited to see Daniels versus Mahomes before the season started when we were going through the schedule. That was a matchup folks here were really looking forward to. It was one of the more popular tickets, and then, now there's some other games that look way more intriguing, and obviously the injury to Jaden Daniels changes so much of this football game. So it is a bit of a bummer just for those that are really into the NFL and like to see some of these all-time matchups with some of the top quarterbacks. And, I guess the next time we might see it could be 6 years from now. That's what stinks.
The Chiefs are inevitable. I mean, it seems like every time I want to throw dirt on this group, any of us want to bury them and say, all right, this is the year. It's going to go sideways. They do something like this and
totally redeem themselves.
I mean, they've won 4 of their last 5. Only that weird loss to Jacksonville, or it'd be a 5 spot. They're 4-3 overall, which isn't great. But, Gold, if I'm making it a 32-team NFL ranking right now based on, a battle royale, who comes out of the ring alive, Kansas City might be number 1 going into Week 8.
And I know it's wild for people to hear, because you look and you say, wait a second, they're 4-3. They're in 3rd place in their division. They're not currently in a playoff spot. How can that be? But I think you're 100% right. I mean, you watch this team, this offense they are starting to build up again is going to be the best since 2022. And this has been a team for the last couple of years, including a Super Bowl championship or 2 mixed in, that has leaned on their defense more. Yes, Patrick Mahomes will make the big play in the playoffs whenever they need it, but the offense has been carried by the defense. Well, this go around, they have an offense that I think by the end of the season, if they stay healthy, guys, is going to be a top 3 offense in football. And a defense, while they could use some pass rush help, and they got to get more out of Chris Jones, who has had a slow start to the season due to a lot of double teams he's facing, that defense is going to be top 10. So you get a top 3 offense, a top 10 defense. Well, that's how they get to number 1 in power rankings. It's why they're the Super Bowl favorite and why their quarterback is sitting there as the favorite for MVP as well. I mean, the thought here in Kansas City is that they're fun to watch again. And I know you guys in D.C. will say, what do you mean? What are you guys complaining about? This team has been to back-to-back Super Bowls, or 3 in a row, I should say, and 1 back-to-back Super Bowls and everything. But the offense has been tough for fans to watch in KC, knowing what it used to be like. And now there's excitement because this offense appears to be back to what it looked like when Tyreek Hill was part of it.
Alex, you can just say that they're spoiled. You could just say that. You could just say you could just say that fans, when every time Patrick Mahomes plays, they go to the AFC title game, are a little bit spoiled. I think that's fair. And Alex Gold with us here on G&D. I'm only being serious. So let's go to this. What was not going right early that is going right now? I know Rashee Rice is back, and he is obviously such a factor. It looks like the pass game runs through him. But what wasn't going well early that is going excellent right now?
Well, it's also Xavier Worthy. I mean, you guys remember opening night game in Brazil against the Chargers. You know, Xavier Worthy gets hurt 3 plays in. I mean, so much of their game plan in the early portion of the season without Rice was going to be Xavier Worthy being the main guy. So once you took Worthy out, you were out Rice. You know, you were really limited. You were relying on guys like Juju Smith-Schuster and Tyquan Thornton, who has really emerged as a nice deep threat. But this is a guy that obviously was a bust in New England. And so that was a big part of their offense. Their running game was the worst in the NFL the first 3 weeks or so. They don't have a lot of explosiveness even today out of their backfield with Isaiah Pacheco and Kareem Hunt, and then they've got a rookie who's getting a little more work now. So much of it, guys, was just they were down weapons. Mahomes maybe still wasn't confident in the new-look offensive line that at the time had a first-round draft pick in Josh Simmons protecting his left side. And, you know, the offensive line is really, really improved for them as well. It's just kind of all come together to where, you know, Travis Kelce is not asked to be the guy, but you look at some of his numbers and he's still a top 5, top 6 tight end in football. And so I think it's helped everybody to have multiple options for Mahomes, and they're playing once again like they're, you know, one of the top tier offenses in the league.
Alex Gold from our Odyssey sister station, middays in Kansas City on Grant and Danny, previewing the Chiefs matchup on Monday night. You mentioned Josh Simmons, so before we go on, let me double-click on the 22-year-old left tackle. You guys took him 3 picks after Washington took Josh Connerly. And for what it's worth, like training camp reports, early season performance, Simmons was actually doing a lot more, it seems like, at tackle than what Connerly was doing. But what is going on with him? I following from afar, like he wasn't around, and then Andy Reid had these vague, weird comments about praying for him or whatever. Like, what is the deal with Josh Simmons, and is he going to play in this game?
It is one of the more bizarre things that has surrounded this team since I've started doing radio in the Kansas City market for about 6 years now. And you're right, he played really well the first few weeks of the season when he was out there. In fact, he was trending in the direction you would hope for a first-round pick, and maybe finally having your long-term answer at left tackle. It's been a problem for them over the last 5+ years, even though they've been going to Super Bowls. And all of a sudden, it first started in the Jacksonville game, guys, during warm-ups and pre-warm-up, he was moved to questionable for an illness. You're like, okay, that's a little bizarre, but he ends up playing, and he played great in the game. And then before a game 2 weeks ago, that morning of a Sunday, he all of a sudden is listed as questionable for a personal reason and doesn't play in the game, not in Kansas City, but nobody knows exactly what occurred. And for the last week and a half, the Chiefs have, I think, made a mistake even PR-wise up until maybe yesterday where they refused to comment at all. Not that people need to know the specific reason, if it was a personal reason necessarily, but hey, do you think your starting left tackle is going to come back to Kansas City anytime soon? And the Chiefs and a lot of fans here, honestly, we took some heat on our show. Fans were mad that we were asking those questions, which seemed crazy for people to be upset about. I mean, considering he plays left tackle for a team in the National Football League, he's not going to play on Monday, guys, because he's not in Kansas City still. The Chiefs, the latest update is they've been able
right now?
He's not in Kansas City. No, he is not in KC. They won't say exactly where he's at. We believe he's in California, back with his family. There's a lot of speculation about what it may or may not be. The Chiefs have called it a personal matter at times. They've called it a family matter at other times. I think he will be back with this team at some point, but they have not put him on the NFI list, which would make him out for 4 weeks. So that tells me they think it's going to be sooner than 4 weeks. But it's really bizarre, and nobody's talking. The agent is Drew Rosenhaus. He hasn't really been willing to say anything. It is one of the more bizarre circumstances that we've seen around the Chiefs in a while.
Talking about this defense, how is this group? Obviously, Chris Jones is the headliner, and I also want to get to that. The video that made the rounds on the internet where he just, sort of his controller, he put it down, I guess, and it was away from keyboard or whatever, where he didn't look interested in a play or two. But how is he playing, and how's this defense going?
So certainly Chris Jones, people expect him to be a double-digit sack guy, and they should, based on the contract he signed. But right now, their pass rush is the biggest weakness because opposite George Karlaftis and Chris Jones, who is there on the inside and sometimes rotates to the outside, they don't really have a third guy that is much of a threat, and so teams are just flat-out double-teaming Chris Jones. I don't have the stat in front of me, but I saw this floating around today from Next Gen Stats that when he gets one-on-one, he's winning more and has the fastest pressure rate than anybody else in the NFL. So when he's one-on-one, he is still dominant, but teams are not worried about some of these other guys on the defensive line, and so his job is really, really difficult. It's frustrated fans. It's obviously frustrated Chris Jones as well. They have got to find someone else to emerge, and in-house, that's most likely Charles Omenihu to go with George Karlaftis, but he's off to a slow start. It's why in Kansas City, much of the discussion is leading into the trade deadline less than 2 weeks from now, a week from Tuesday, that they need to go try to find some extra help on the outside, and they need some more depth on the inside as well. If there's any weakness really with this team right now, guys, it's the defensive line.
So is the feeling in Kansas City right now that, this is a cakewalk? Like, I was actually talking with some people around the Commanders, and jokingly we were saying, well, at least with Marcus Mariota playing, maybe they take Washington lightly. If Jaden Daniels was playing, you buckle down a bit and say, oh, there's a great quarterback on the other side potentially. Like now it's a backup quarterback. I haven't even looked who they play next week, but is there any chance they just kind of sleepwalk through this one?
So the Chiefs do have Buffalo next week, which is obviously a massive game for AFC seeding ramifications. Yeah, so look, my only thing I would push back on, and I totally get the thought process, and I think I would be there if it wasn't for one thing, which is this is not a Chiefs team that's sitting at 5-1 or 7-0 or something like that. They're 4-3, and while we all think they're trending in a great direction and they're going to be there at the end, they still aren't occupying a playoff spot. So I think there is plenty of focus still internally that they're not overlooking anybody because they dug themselves such a hole with the 0-2 start and that loss, a bad loss to Jacksonville, a game they should have won. So I totally get you. I think if they were undefeated, I would buy into that more. But I think they recognize that, they got to be locked in against anybody. They don't have a ton of wiggle room if they want to get to where they want to get, which is win this AFC West for a 10th straight year.
You mentioned George Karlaftis, and Alex Gold, who covers the Chiefs in Kansas City, is with us on Grant and Danny. I get that he hasn't finished maybe with the sacks, but 29 pressures is still top 4 in the NFL.
He's a good player.
Pressure rate right now, 16%, is 3% higher than in any other season of his career. He slept on a little bit. Like, what kind of year is he having, I guess, number one? And then is he the guy to key on outside of Jones on this defense, or is it the linebacking core? Kind of give us the state of the union over there.
Yeah, absolutely. It's George Karlaftis is the next guy you got to worry about outside of Chris Jones. He's really the only guy on the defensive line other than Jones that if you give him one-on-one matchup can win fairly consistently. Can get the opportunity to get to the quarterback. As I said, Charles Omenihu has been better the last few weeks, but he's been disappointing overall for a lot of Chiefs fans that they re-signed him on a one-year deal after he thought he could go get a multi-year deal somewhere else. And the Chiefs had moved on, and then it was one of those deals 3 weeks into the offseason where he was like, wait, I don't have a home. I guess I'll go back to where I had success. But George Karlaftis here, then how people talk about him is kind of interesting because I'm glad you referenced some of the pressure win rates because I think he's played great, but a lot of fans saw the big contract he signed, and they're expecting him to be a 12, 13 sack guy this particular season based on the contract that he got, whereas I think when the numbers really kick in a year or so, it's going to look like a very team-friendly deal for Kansas City, but his job is also challenging if he's the only guy that's able to get consistent pressure. So, no, I think George Karlaftis nationally is probably underrated, but you guys know how this goes. I mean, if I talk to anybody outside of Kansas City, they probably are mentioning Chris Jones, understandably so, and they probably don't get to George Karlaftis for a bit when we're talking about this football team. They may even mention a corner in Trent McDuffie, who's one of the top corners in football, before they get to Karlaftis.
So overall, the numbers don't look too terrible, and it's really going to be buoyed, obviously, Alex, by holding the Raiders to 95 total yards last week. Again, I can't believe I saw that. Like, that was so staggering and unbelievable. You almost felt bad for the pro football team in terms of the Raiders, how throttled they got. So that's going to help things. But it feels to me like you can run on this Chiefs defense a bit. Only teams to really do that. I think the Giants, when they couldn't complete a forward pass, actually ran it pretty good. The Ravens ran it pretty good, even in a double-digit loss. I can't prove that with some of the rush totals that they've allowed, but watching them, it feels to me like they might be vulnerable if the game script allows it. Your thoughts there?
So quarterbacks, definitely. The linebacking core for Kansas City, when Nick Bolton is isolated at times, he's not going to be the most athletic linebacker. Drew Tranquill is a very good linebacker, not the most athletic. Leo Chanel is a guy that they'll use on some pressure that is definitely capable of keeping up with some more athletic players on the offense. To be quarterbacks running on them is where they've gotten exposed. Trevor Lawrence did it in a big way in that win for Jacksonville. Justin Herbert did it back in week 1. I would say while the interior defensive line is the biggest weakness on the defense, the interior, they brought back a guy named Derek Nottie who they let go, and then you sign with the Jets, and then the Chiefs traded like a conditional pick to bring him back, and he's the worst graded defensive lineman on PFF, interior defensive lineman. They popped that thing up on Sunday Night Football a few weeks ago, and that became a huge talking point. I think he was like 132 out of 132. I don't know if he has it anymore, quite honestly. It's why they're going to have to make a trade, in my opinion, to go get some help. So that is a weakness. However, you said it, the stats, man. Saquon Barkley didn't do much against them. Derrick Henry didn't. Etienne didn't. Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery were held in check. So I actually don't think this is going to be a game where, Krosky Merritt is going to be able to just run all over them. I think it's going to be a combination. I don't know how the numbers pan out. You guys know more than I do with the quarterback, Mariota, and his ability to run. That, to me, is where it's going to have to be done, or with the tight ends where they can utilize the middle of the field where the Chiefs aren't the most athletic at the linebacker spot. But the folks here don't really worry too much about the rushing attack necessarily.
All right, enough about the football. I want to talk about the trip for a second. So Jack Stack tomorrow night. You're in, right? You'll be there. All right.
Yep.
We're gonna eat some burn ends. Now I was told a little birdie was chirping. They heard us talking on the radio, and they're like, "You're going to Jack Stack. That's the wrong choice. You got to be going to Arthur Bryant's." And they say it's way better. What's your take on that?
Well, look, there's a million great barbecue spots in KC. Arthur Bryant's is a legendary spot. There's a lot of history. There's presidents have gone there, and so it's a cool historical spot to go. And the food's not bad by any means. Jack Stack, if I'm having people coming to town, that's where to me you go. So it's a little bit nicer barbecue restaurant as well, nicer sit down. It's more of your white napkin type of barbecue. If you want the hole in the wall type of place, then there's some other spots we could go to. But Jack Stack, I heard you mention the burn ends. I do think they have the best burn ends in Kansas City. But, if I say this kind of stuff on my show in Kansas City, I got a million people upset with me. I got a million other people that are agreeing with me. So it's you cannot win a barbecue debate in Kansas City.
It's polarizing. All right, second question. 1587 Stackhouse just opened. Steakhouse,
yeah.
Jerry Stackhouse. That's the Mahomes Kelsey Steakhouse. If I go there, first of all, should I go there? Second of all, if I go there, is Taylor Swift there?
So 1587 Prime has only been open for about a month and a half. You can't get in. You can't get in. I tried the day they opened reservations, Grant. Danny, I tried. Can't get in. You still can't get in. So you're not going to be able to just walk in and go, and you can't go online and get reservations. It is very difficult. I will say Taylor Swift, Travis Kelce, they were just there after their win last week. They go there on Sunday night, sometimes after the game. If it's an afternoon, a rare noon kickoff in Kansas City or 1 o'clock your guys' time. So, yes, you could see her, but I don't think we're getting into that restaurant, guys, unless you got some more pull than I do in KC.
We'll reach out to our people.
Yeah, we were going to rely on you for the poll, so that's bad news.
You were literally our guy.
That was our in.
Sounds like that didn't
Damn
go
it.
well. All right, speaking of connections in Kansas City, so I am friends with Bob Kendrick, who runs the Negro League Museum.
Oh, yeah.
So we have a 9 a.m. private tour set up at the Negro League Museum. You're invited to join us on Sunday morning if you're into that kind of thing.
Great decision. Great. Bob Kendrick is the single best storyteller anybody will ever hear. I mean, I don't know if he's
100%.
ever been on your show,
He
but
has.
you can listen to him talk for hours. He's unbelievable. We've got a great relationship with him, obviously. The museum is a must-stop for anybody that comes to Kansas City. I think it's more important than ever, frankly, for people to go to the Negro League Baseball Museum. They're actually about to expand and open up a brand new building, so I'm glad you guys have the tour scheduled. And the fact that it's a private tour with Bob, I mean, that's as good as it gets. That's a tour that when, a visiting baseball club comes into town, they'll move the schedule around because, C.J. Abrams or, James Wood will come into town and want to visit the museum, and he'll give them a private tour.
That's amazing. All right, so we're excited about that. Last thing, so that's the good, this is the bad. I think you've told me this or corroborated this in the past. I've been telling Danny to prepare for this, but I've had a bunch of buddies tell me this is one of the 4 stadiums I've never been to for a football game. I've been to Kauffman in the parking lot structure many times. But that leaving that stadium after a primetime game is going to be a shabingus.
Don't laugh, Alex.
Danny is
Don't
the
laugh.
least patient. Like, at the end of the night, after the Commanders likely lose by like 17.
It's time to go.
Danny's going to be livid if we're in traffic for 30 seconds. So how bad is this going to be in a car with Danny leaving there?
Danny, I got bad news for you, man. I got some bad news. Unless you guys are leaving early, you're sitting there for 45 minutes or an hour. Stand still. Parking lot. Yeah. And it's a good walk as well. It's a good walk to get to, depending on where you're parking.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah, good.
This is what you got to deal with, man. Yeah, this is the big issue with Arrowhead. It's a great tailgating scene, but after the game, it is a complete mess. You got to also be an aggressive driver. I don't know who's driving you guys home or whatever. You got to be an aggressive driver. If you want to get out there a little quicker, you got to be willing to tick a few people off to try to navigate your way up.
Well, at least it'll be worth it because the game's going to be outstanding.
Yeah, those steps of sadness are great. They count extra on the Fitbit.
Gold, we will see you tomorrow night, God willing.
See you, brother.
Hey, looking forward to it, guys.
Absolutely. There's Alex Gold, Kansas City. I believe he's going to be our tour guide throughout much of our trip.
He's going to help us.
He's going to take good care of us, I believe. We will win off the field today at 3:45. That's about 20 minutes away. And in 40 minutes, we're giving away tickets to the Caps. They're coming back home tomorrow night at Capital One Arena. Next, though, what ESPN had to say about the offseason additions the Commanders made and whether or not those moves are working out. You're listening to Grant and Danny. It's a Field Trip Friday. We are live at Kraft House in Fairfax.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here. Let's take a look at the latest Pro Football Injury Report presented by Fanatics Sportsbook. It's a busy one in the National Football League. For the Arizona Cardinals, Kyler Murray is out this week. For your Baltimore Ravens, Lamar Jackson practiced in full today, Friday. A great chance for him to be able to come back this week. For Carolina, no Bryce Young, likely is listed as doubtful. In Cleveland, David Njoku and Jerry Jeudy both limited at practice all week long. And for Green Bay, there'll be no Christian Watson this weekend. In Houston, Nico Collins did not practice on Friday, officially listed as questionable. And for the Los Angeles Rams, no Puka Nacua this week. So, you know how Sean McVay's offenses work. Someone else is likely to eat, and they're likely to eat an awful lot. And locally here in Washington, Both practiced in full yesterday and both practiced in full today. Debo Samuel and Terry McLaurin both likely making their return on Monday night. That is today's injury report. Listen all season long for weekly injury updates presented by Fanatics Sportsbook, the home of fair play. Download the app today. I mentioned it. Football is in full swing. Let's be real. There's no better place to bet than Fanatics Sportsbook. So don't wait for a bad beat with some other sportsbook. Switch to the home of fair play, where they protect all pro player prop bets across straights, parlays, same-game parlays, any first-half injury. Some books protect you for just the first quarter, some do nothing at all, but not a Fanatics Sportsbook, where they flip losing bets into winning bets on every football game day, whether it's QB, running backs, receivers, any eligible player, prop. Fanatics Sportsbook fair play policy gives you the edge when it comes to cooking up that parlay. That means if your player gets hurt in the first half, your bet will play on with all the remaining legs, meaning a loss can be turned into a win. You can also track your player performances right there on Fanatics Sportsbook app. Oh, and the payout speed is lightning quick as well. So bet with the book that always has your back. Fanatics Sportsbook, winning hits different here. You must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER-MD. Visit mdgamblinghelp.org.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In the NFL, the Commanders going to be taking on the Chiefs on Monday Night Football. Terry McLaurin and Deebo Samuel are on the practice field for a second straight day today. Other injuries around the league. Ravens quarterback Lamar Jackson is listed as questionable for Sunday's game against the Bears, but he did practice fully today. He's missed the last 2 games for the Ravens as they're coming off a bye week as well. Eagles wide receiver A.J. Brown didn't practice at all this week with a hamstring injury, although head coach Nick Sirianni said that Brown could play without practicing. Jets wide receiver Garrett Wilson is out Sunday against Cincinnati. Falcons quarterback Michael Penix Jr. is listed as questionable. Panthers quarterback Bryce Young is doubtful. College football tonight, Virginia Tech taking on Cal at home, 7:30 kickoff. Can hear the game right here on the Fan. Hockey, the Capitals in Columbus to take on the Blue Jackets, 7 p.m. puck drop. Can hear that game over on the Team 980. The Wizards in action tonight in Dallas against the Mavericks, 8:30 tip-off on Bloomberg 99.1. And the World Series gets underway tonight, Game 1, Dodgers and Blue Jays at 8 o'clock in Toronto. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Is Virginia Tech coming out of the tunnel, or is Grant and Danny back from break? Is this the song?
It's not.
Damn it.
No, you're thinking of Enter Sandman.
I thought this was Enter Sandman.
It's not.
What is this?
Who's this by? Come on, you can do it. You can do
Metallica.
it. It's not at all. Literally, it's not Metallica. I'm not doing it better.
Thunderstruck.
It's Thunderstruck. It's not by Metallica.
Damn. AC/DC.
That's it. Yep.
Yeah.
That's it. Yep. What does this remind you of? It reminds you of something. Montage.
A movie.
Football movie. Montage. I want y'all to trust me. I want y'all to follow me.
The program?
Nope.
Do it again?
Only way we're going back out on that field is without you.
Varsity Blues?
Varsity Blues. It's the montage.
No, that's Foo Fighters' Hero. That's Varsity Blues.
This is when they're getting their brains beaten in after they were hung over.
Thunderstruck?
I'm pretty sure. Now you got me doubting myself, but I think I got that right.
I don't know. Oh, well, you're going to trust me right now? I thought this was Metallica.
No. Well, it's definitely not. But I went out on a
Which one's
limb.
Enter Sandman?
That's Metallica.
Okay.
Enter Sandman, Nothing Else Matters, Unforgiven, Unforgiven 2,
No, the only
Whiskey
thing,
in a Jar.
The only thing you've said that's definitely true is nothing matters.
Well, that's it.
I mean,
There's that.
I was so sure about that. All of our football coverage on the Fan is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday, all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. How mad would Johnny Cakes Allville be at me right now?
He'd be pretty.
Don't send him the audio, Dad.
Or hear me out. Do.
I don't know if he needs
Just send it to him. Just send it to him.
Did you see what Bill Barnwell wrote about the Washington footballers in his piece, breaking down basically like every move of the offseason? So, best, worst 2025 NFL offseasons, tiers of all 32 teams. And then he goes through and ranks like the good and the bad and the ugly from everybody. So I'm just going to read you what he wrote for Washington. We can discuss on the other side. Highlights: trading for Laramie Tunsil, who's been very good.
Yep.
Drafting 7th-round pick Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, obviously a steal and a win.
Pretty big win there, yeah.
Disappointments, he says. This is interesting. Drafting Josh Connerly in the first round. Re-signing linebacker Bobby Wagner, 1 year and $8 million, which I've been on this one more recently. Not that he doesn't do some things well, but it's the things he can't do anymore that make that a little curious. But here's what he wrote. After a fantastic 2024, this season could be considered a heat check for Commanders GM Adam Peters. His shot might have clanked off the rim. It has been a tough year for the Commanders, who have seen many of the players they expected to build around in 2025 either show age-related decline too quickly or regress in their second season with the team. So far, are you okay with that?
Yeah.
The Washington O-line hasn't been great, but generally hasn't been because of Tunsil, who has been above average in pass protection. Connerly, his counterpart on the right side, struggled badly early in the season. Might have been a candidate to hit the bench. The first-round pick has allowed 5.5 sacks, which ranks second among NFL right tackles per NFL's next-gen stats.
So I think all that's fair. It doesn't take into account that I think it's getting better. Now, part of that is
Connerly had a rough go of it in Dallas.
He did.
But, it had been much better for about a month before that, but that looked more like the first couple weeks.
And I wonder if it's playing next to somebody he hasn't played next to at all, and Sam Cosmi. I wonder if he didn't have a good game. I wonder if the growth was a mirage. I think a lot of it probably has to do with not going up against Max Crosby and Micah Parsons and some of the buzzsaws he had to block out of the gate.
The struggles at the beginning of the year, I'm now ruling as you just went up against too difficult a level of competition, to your point, when you weren't ready for it. You take any rookie tackle and then have them face 3 of the best 5 or 6 rushers in the league, it's going to go badly, and I think that's what happened. This past week's more interesting to me, and we'll see after the Kansas City game and some George Karlaftis matchups if he's back to playing at a pretty high level. Last paragraph here from Barnwell of ESPN. He said, other veterans haven't lived up to expectations. The secondary as a whole has been a massive disappointment. He singles out second-year corner Mikey Sandra still taking a step backward. Marshawn Lattimore giving up big plays on what seems like a weekly basis. That's confirmable.
Yep.
In terms of players who might this offseason, though, who moved this offseason, though, it's been tough to see 35-year-old Wagner struggle to keep up in coverage, where he's allowed 124.7 passer rating. The future Hall of Famer is still one of the league's soundest tacklers, but offenses have exploited his lack of range. I don't necessarily have any issues with anything you wrote here. Now, I wouldn't say that the offseason was a brick. Like he said, this was a heat check and Peters missed. I'm not going that far with Adam Peters at this point. I think there's enough good on the ledger still. But if we're saying, is there now, like the batting average, which everyone just kind of pretended like was 1,000 because they got to the NFC Championship game, yeah, it's more of a normal level of misses at this point.
Yeah, I think that's all fair. Again, I would have put as my disappointments, I would have switched Connerly, who's a first-round talent, who was at the back end of the first round for a reason, but certainly looks like he can do it and is trending in the right direction, this past week notwithstanding. And I would have put Lattimore in there as number 1 because they had an off-ramp, didn't take it, and it's been a disaster among the lowest-rated corners, according to the PFF, in the entire NFL. He's awful, and he can't do it anymore, and they're just going to keep trotting him out there as if everything's fine. So for Wagner, I get it. He's been exposed a bunch. You see him trailing in those Bijan Robinson highlights. You see him trailing some running back or receiver running across. Yeah, you're right. I mean, he's been exposed in that way, but who knows if you're getting $8 million worth, but you're getting something, again, in terms of the downhill sound tackling, et cetera. But to me, the disappointments are that last paragraph. This secondary should not be this horrendous. It shouldn't be, even though I don't think Lattimore can play anymore. I don't know what the hell happened to Mikey Sanders still. He was supposed to be really good inside. That's what they drafted him to do. He has regressed so mightily that's kind of sort of the litmus test here for how poorly the secondary in general is playing.
And this has kind of been my point when everybody wants to act like, oh, they don't have enough talent. This isn't scheme, this is talent. You have 2 second-round corners over the last 2 years among your top 3, and your other guy, you spent 3 picks, including a third-rounder, on and paid $20 million. If the talent's not good enough, it's not because of allocated resources. You know what I'm saying? It's like saying, oh, well, they don't have a car to drive. Well, I spent $40,000 on a car last year, so where is it? They're not spending at that position like they don't have talent. They're spending early-round picks. They're spending money. They should have talent at that position. Safety, a little bit different, where they've gone younger or cheaper. They had the 1-year deal with Will Harris, who now looks super important. But, Peters on the show with us right before the start of the season said something to the effect of he thought they had one of the best safety rooms, certainly young safety rooms in the entire NFL. Just going through some of the moves of the offseason as I kind of think about them on the depth chart. Javon Kinlaw, if it's a binary win or loss, so far I'm saying is a win.
100%.
He's coming off of his worst or least noticeable game anyway. But I think that's been a significant win for them. They took a lot of heat for that, including from us.
Yeah.
I think so far that's all right. I actually really like Jacob Martin's game, who they brought in on the cheap. Bounced around. He's been a journeyman, 7 pressures against the Cowboys. That's a win. Luvu, last year was a gigantic victory. Based on the money he makes this year, I would say so far has been an L this season. Just hasn't played at the same level. And I think he makes over $12 million against the Cowboys.
Yep, and I think that's fair, right? It hasn't been there yet, and that's all we're grading for is this point.
He was a second-team All-Pro last year, just like Wagner. But again, Wagner this year, probably an L after you re-upped with him. Amos, on a binary, is hard because he's probably doing what he should do as a second-rounder. But I would go with win over loss for him. I like the player, and I think he's played well.
Yeah, I've seen second-rounders who are backup blocking tight ends, so that's a win to me.
Anybody specific or?
No, I mean just in general. Like a second-round pick that had been compared to great players is a backup blocking tight end that can't get a target when there are no healthy receivers.
Offensively, Tunsil, I think, is a pretty legitimate win to this point. So, yeah, I would say there are more of those. Connerly, you'd have to say, is an L. I'd agree with Bill Barnwell of ESPN. By the way, Laramie Tunsil, this is from Next Gen Stats. I saw this last night. He's allowed 7.4% as a pressure rate, which is top 10 of 34 left tackles that have a requisite number of snaps so far this year. Lowest for him, 7% pressure rate since 2022. Also has not yet been registered as giving up a sack. And he's going one-on-one without any help 82% of the time. Only 7 tackles get less help against edges than he does, and yet not one sack allowed. 7% of the time he loses. He's been excellent in the passing game.
Yeah, so that doesn't jive with this sentence. The Washington O-line hasn't been great, but that generally hasn't been because of Tunsil, who has been above average in pass protection. Feels like above average is like saying Chris Hemsworth above average looking.
Yeah.
Yes, he is.
They have their own pressure rate at ESPN.
Yep.
Maybe he looks at that and it's worse. I don't know what it looks like.
Yeah, sure. It's eye of the beholder to a degree, but to me,
I'll
he's been a
say
success.
watching every snap, there's not a single time against in a passing situation where I'm like, damn, I worry about Laramie Tunsil. He's the least of my concerns.
Agreed with you. Yeah, 100% there. So I think that's more of a win.
Let's win off the field next. If you want to tell us how you are in the win column, something small, mini moral victory that's made your day better, let us know at 800-636-1067. We want to hear from you on that. In 20 minutes, somebody's winning off the field because we're giving away Caps tickets at 4 o'clock. We're live at Fairfax Corners, Craft House today. Craft House is a great restaurant and bar. Come on out here, have a drink, have something to eat. We are hanging out until 6:30 on a field trip. Friday, it's Grant and Danny. Hey guys, it's GP for the FanDuel Sportsbook. They're the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You may know that the NBA tipped off this week, and FanDuel is going to be your home for live betting. So even if you miss the start of the game or you want to ride the hot hand, FanDuel lets you do that with live bets on everything from who's going to score the next basket to will a team come back in the fourth quarter. Plus, you can even combine your live bets into a same-game parlay for a shot at a bigger payout. However you want to play, now's the time to join because FanDuel's giving new customers $300 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Go to FanDuel.com/GP, promo code GP. FanDuel.com/GP to sign up today with my promo code GP. Got to be 21, present in Virginia. First online real money wager only, $5 deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bet expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Welcome back to Grant and Danny. Live from Kraft House. We're in Fairfax today, over in Fairfax Corner. We'll be here until 6:30, so as you get out of the office, come on out and say hello. Hang out with us as we broadcast live on The Fan. It is time to win off the field. Little teeny tiny mini moral victories. You tell us what's gone right in your day that nobody else would care about. 800-636-1067. Danny, we are winning off the field today because everybody's treating us well. The food's very good out here, and we're enjoying ourselves at a lovely restaurant.
Everything you're saying is correct. Kraft House is excellent. I love this place. Everything I've eaten here has been really, really good over a long period of time. We've been here multiple times over the last couple of years, and It's like I'm 11 for 11.
There is a viral clip making the rounds out of the NFL that is the perfect winning off the field, and I thought this would be a great time to play it. Have you heard Joe Flacco talking about going out to restaurants by himself?
It's so good.
There is something about this that's just so wonderful. As a grown man with children, I think a lot of you will be able to relate to this. So this is Joe Flacco, quarterback of the Bengals, being asked about being away from his family and how lonely that can be. Listen to him.
So for me, it's trying to find ways to maybe stay over here a little bit longer and then, just kind of take myself out of that mindset, call home, go sit at a restaurant by myself and realize that, man, that's pretty enjoyable to do. After there's not too many situations. I tell people all the time. I mean, I used to see guys sitting at a bar by themselves or, just sitting by themselves eating and grabbing a little meal. And I'm like, man, I feel so bad for that guy. Like, you almost want to go join him. And now I realize, that dude was in heaven.
That dude was in heaven. Is so good. And I can totally relate to this. It's one of my favorite things in the world to do. Every now and then, it's been a little while just because of work schedule and stuff, but if I get done with a show on a Saturday afternoon and we've been busy, and nowadays, with the kids in school and everything, I don't see them enough during the week as it is, so I just get Saturday and Sunday to really play. But there were times where I would tell my wife, I'm going to go sit down and watch a couple innings of this Nats game at Glory Days or wherever, and just have lunch, and I'll be right back. And she's like, yeah, no problem, whatever. It's the best. Just sitting there. It's almost like being in an airplane where no one can bother you. You got your ear pods in, maybe listening to something, or in my case, I'm just sitting there watching a game, putting $5 on who's going to score the next, or whatever. There's not a whole lot better than just being by yourself in silence, enjoying something delicious at a restaurant. But I love that. He's like, there was a time where I would look at him and be like, I got to go say hi to that guy. And he's like, that dude was in heaven.
So I actually discovered this a long time ago by accident. Very fortunate. I was at a conference in New Orleans, Louisiana, all right, as a youngster. In my early 20s, my first job out of school. And I had a different session that I was going to than everyone else was on the work trip. And so, just the timing worked where I was going to lunch by myself. I actually didn't feel bad about it. It wasn't like I got left or got stood up, and I just sort of went, hey, I'm going to explore this area. We actually went to one of the places that Christian took us when we were in New Orleans, right there on Bourbon Street, the Redfish place, right? The Redfish Grill. I can't remember what it was. And the guy was like, table for one? I said, yeah, just table for one. I had a newspaper. I mean, this but the time before time, the cellular with all the date on it, whatever. And I sat down and had this amazing lunch by myself, and it was so relaxing and wonderful. And I went, okay, that's me time, and I love it. Yeah. And I haven't been afraid to do it since. It's great.
The barrier for me that I cleared, and when I did it was the greatest thing in the world, was going to the movie theater by yourself, which should be such a normal thing to do alone.
Because you're not going to talk.
No, you go with, but I would always at night, me and a buddy would, like, hey, you want to go see the new Denzel? You want to go see this movie? Whatever. And I went to so many movies in college, but I would always go with a buddy. When I started doing it alone, at first, it's this, I don't know how to say it otherwise, it's like an obstacle mentally that I've got to get around, where I'm going, I don't want to be in the theater by myself. And then you finally do it, and you get your Coca-Cola Zero, and you get your popcorn, and you sit in the seat that you want to sit in, and you watch the movie, and you walk out. It is the greatest thing you can do.
There's no trying to herd your kid to whatever bathroom, or getting him in and out, or worried about your friends. Like, okay, where do you guys want to go next? Nowhere.
I'm sure there is a list of things we could put together where doing it alone is not as fun, or is still something that you probably can't get past mentally. But That is not on the list, nor is being at a restaurant or a bar, certainly.
I'm all about it. I thought that was so good. Just again, a guy of his age, he's like, yeah, that's actually perfect. that's absolutely
Well, he's
happened.
also got, what does he have, 5 or 6 or 7
I'm
kids?
not sure, but what a relatable Delco everyman he is.
Exactly. Todd is in Florida, wants to tell us how he's winning off the field, listening today on the Odyssey app. What's up, Todd?
Hey, guys. Hey, Danny. Craig says hi back, by the way.
Wait, say it again?
My brother Craig says hi back to you.
Oh, right on.
Yeah, right on. So I drove from Bethesda, Maryland to South Florida. Took me 16 and a half hours. I turned on the van to start my trip. That's right. And I heard Metallica, not AC/DC, Grant, which is the lead-in song to the Junkies. And
Very different. Right, yeah.
Hokies.
Very different, yeah.
And then after that, I got a little B-Mitch and Finley. Even got to call in and ask my man B-Mitch a question. I got my guys Greg and Dave. I got a pre-Caps show with Toki. I got the entire Caps game, which was a win. Post-Caps game show that wrapped up just as I was pulling into my driveway. Therefore, I am.
Winning off the field?
That's what we call a 106.7 The Fan P1, and we like those guys.
We smell what you're cooking, Todd, and
Yeah.
it smells good.
It certainly does.
Good for you, buddy.
I hear Rally Captain's cooking something up where they are partying this weekend ahead of the Commanders and the Chiefs in Kansas City. I believe he's on the line from Fredericksburg. What's going on?
What's going on, fellas? How you doing?
Good, buddy.
We're chilling.
Hey, so I can tell you how I'm winning off the field. The rally program is back in full effect. We're going to have a huge rally in Kansas City with, I'm understanding that you guys may make an appearance
Might
along
be a
with,
cameo from the fellas.
yeah, along with possibly upwards to 600 other Burgundy and Gold fans. So because of that, I am
winning off the field.
So where are you guys going to be at?
I can tell the name of the place.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to be at Chicken and Pickle and 1761 Burlington Street, North Kansas City, from 5:30 to 7 p.m. on the rooftop.
Now, Chicken and Pickle, is this a pickleball place or is that just pickle the food?
It's a pickleball place that serves great chicken as well.
So,
Dan,
what
how
if,
nice are you?
well, very. What if somebody, hypothetical situation, loved pickleball, and they wanted to go
I've never had more listeners. Hit us up. You're literally seeing me respond right now.
Yep, I'm looking
to
at
an
it, yeah.
Instagram DM. What does this guy say right here? Read this Instagram direct message.
Hey, Grant, where are you hosting the show on Monday in Kansas City? You are incredibly handsome. Get a good group flying over for the game, and I want to be there because you're so handsome and smell good,
Right.
said Matt.
He didn't say quite all of that.
Yeah, but mostly
some of it, you guys
content.
can guess which parts he didn't say. But he is going to be there with a bunch of people. I've gotten, I swear to you, like 20 of
Have
these
you really?
people that want to come out to the show. Now, you can't come out to the show.
Hey, we're just at the studio.
Sadly, because we're going to be at the studio in Odyssey headquarters. But hey, we got a good studio to do the show. We're happy about that. And hopefully we see you at the stadium at Arrowhead.
I have a winning off the field for you, Grant. I think you'll appreciate this one.
Oh, wow, yeah.
Let's
Tell us,
hear it.
boy.
Since the Hokies are playing tonight,
Hokie Altizer.
and we get Monday Night Football, that means that Sunday is free. So I'm going to be driving to Baltimore to watch Lamar Jackson take on your boy
Look at this
Ben
guy.
Johnson.
Look at this guy.
Therefore, I am.
Winning off the field.
You got a Lamar Jackson alert over there?
Ben Johnson alert. Ben Johnson alert.
Toby, I was just looking at the weather for Sunday. Have you seen what it's going to be? Did you bother to look it up?
A little nippy.
Is it Tanner raining? What is it?
There's a chance of Ben Johnson, baby.
Oof.
Chance
I walked
of 40
into that.
points.
I
Ben
walked
Johnson
into it.
alert.
Against that defense.
Toby's about to get Ben Johnson. That's his.
I don't think you want to say that.
That doesn't sound like we should be saying that.
You usually have to pay for that.
Any Hoodles, we're Grant and Danny. You're listening to the Fan. The Beltway Blitz is next. Let's give away some Caps tickets as soon as we come back. We're in Kraft House. Just that segment didn't happen.
Yeah.
Ben Johnson alert.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team Keller Williams Realty. In the NFL, the Commanders getting set to take on the Chiefs on Monday Night Football. Terry McLaurin and Deebo Samuel both practice for a second straight day today. Terry McLaurin saying that he feels more like himself now. Other injuries around the league. Ravens quarterback Lamar Jackson was able to practice in full today. He's listed as questionable, but is expected to be good to go for Sunday's game against the Bears. The Eagles going to be without their top wideout, A.J. Brown. He is out against the Giants after not practicing all week with a hamstring injury. Jets wide receiver Garrett Wilson and cornerback Sauce Gardner are out Sunday against Cincinnati. Falcons quarterback Michael Penix Jr. is listed as questionable for Sunday's game against the Dolphins. Panthers quarterback Bryce Young is doubtful to play on Sunday. College football tonight. Virginia Tech at home taking on California. 7:30 kickoff. You can hear the game right here on the Fan, coverage beginning right after Grant and Danny at 6:30. Hockey, the Capitals on the road taking on the Blue Jackets. 7 o'clock puck drop. That game's over on the Team 980. NBA action, the Wizards taking on the Mavericks in Dallas tonight. 8:30 tip-off, second game of the year for the Wiz. You can hear that game over on Bloomberg 99.1. And the World Series gets underway tonight. Dodgers and Blue Jays, game 1 in Toronto. Two-time Cy Young Award winner Blake Snell gets the ball for the Dodgers. Rookie pitcher Trey Yesavage gets the game 1 start for the Blue Jays. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Caller number 10 at 800-636-1067. You're winning Caps tickets. As promised right now on the Fan, the game is tomorrow night. It's actually Oktoberfest with the Capitals, so all tickets purchased through a special link, I'm going to give it to you in a second, including Capitals Oktoberfest Beer Stein. For tickets and the complete Cap schedule, go to thefandc.com/events.
What are you doing to protect your family's assets? As the exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm of Condori and Morad can help you draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com, and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
It is time for our Beltway Blitz. We'll cover the NFL, the NBA, and the Commanders. Let's get it going. We'll start you off with our buddy Mike Jones of The Athletic. Mike, Thursday Night Football last night. I could not believe how lopsided that game was. I get the Vikings have a quarterback issue, but 37-10, the Chargers are either getting healthier or getting right, or the Vikings are just not who we thought they were. What was last night?
I think it might be a little bit of all the above. I mean, look, I know that the Chargers are a solid team, and they're a solid defense. They're getting healthier. They had Khalil Mack back, but still, I did not expect them, and especially with a team like the Vikings who've invested so much in their offensive line, didn't show, and it definitely seems like they're going backwards. Whereas the Chargers, they kind of had a hot start, hit a little bit of snag, and now it seems like they're on the rise again. I just really expected that Brian Flores defense was going to give the Chargers a little bit of trouble, and that offense was going to be a little more productive for Minnesota.
Who should be the favorite to win the AFC North?
I guess I'm going to say Pittsburgh. Baltimore, we'll see. They're in quite a hole at 1-5. If they can pull their way out of this. Their defense cannot stop anybody, so it doesn't matter how healthy Lamar Jackson is if you're giving up 47 points every single game. And Pittsburgh seems like they have the least amount of issues, and so I guess I'll go with them for right now, even though they are one bad hit to Aaron Rodgers away from just falling apart.
Joe Flacco played pretty well against Pittsburgh. The Bengals' situation has improved because he's around. Should teams like Minnesota, I don't know if there are others, but consider that as to whether or not to try to go get a quarterback out of the building, or do you just kind of let it ride, even if you're wasting some prime years for some talented players?
Well, for Minnesota, this is not about right now. You've got J.J. McCarthy. You've invested a draft pick in him. You're not trying. Your priority should be, yes, you want to win every game, but this year is about getting that kid experience, getting him seasoned in this offense so that way then next year you can go and try to contend. If they do something like go and trade for a veteran and keep J.J. McCarthy on the sideline, then he goes into next year without very much experience, and it does them no good. They're not going to win the Super Bowl this year. Be patient. You have to have a long-term view of this thing. Other teams, maybe so, but Minnesota should definitely not.
Mike Jones on the Beltway Blitz on Grant and Danny. We're live today in Fairfax at Kraft House. Come on out. We'll be here until 6:30. Jonesy, the Jets are 0-7. We don't know who they're starting at quarterback. Who do you think it'll be, and will it matter?
Well, there were some, issues with Tyrod Taylor's knee, so I guess it's going to be Justin Fields, despite all the things that Woody Johnson, said about him. I kind of don't really think that it matters, but I guess the only saving grace for him is that they're going against Cincinnati, who have the second worst defense in the league as far as yards and points. So maybe he can have a little bit of productivity and have something to build on.
As we look at this weekend, who's got the most to gain and who's got the most to lose?
Most to gain. Dude, it's tough. I had not thought about that. I think that you have some of these teams like Denver. If they can keep their streak going, they stay ahead of Kansas City. Another team, Chicago, having, they're on a 4-game winning streak. They can, help themselves and continue to climb if they can pick up a win there. Most to lose? I don't know. I think if Baltimore goes out there and loses again this
then
week,
1-6,
say
yeah.
Lamar Jackson comes back and then they're 1-6, then that's really bad for them. And I don't know that you can climb your way out of that hole. And so I guess that I would have to say them. Or maybe even Houston. Houston's another one. They're playing San Francisco. They're already in a hole because Indianapolis is doing really well, and Jacksonville hasn't been awful. And so if they fall to 2-5, I think that would be for Houston, then it would be a bad loss for them.
What do you think of Jackson Dart so far? And of the quarterbacks drafted in the last couple of years, how high would you rank him among the guys you would want?
I mean, look, he can do some good things. The thing that really helps him is he can make off-schedule plays. He can, pick up yards with his legs. He can extend plays, and that helps. You have to have a quarterback that can make a little something out of nothing, make mistakes, make them right, erase mistakes. And so, yeah, I think that what we're seeing out of him, he's definitely given them a spark. It was a good roll of the dice to go with him after, having him sit behind Russell Wilson for a little bit. What I'm curious is this week when he goes against a defense that's seen him already once, so when he goes against Vic Fangio a second time, how effective is he? Does Vic Fangio figure out how to take all that he likes to do away, and then do we see him struggle? That'll be the real truth teller. I don't know, ranking him as far as the guys who've come out, compared to, last year. I mean, he'd be behind a lot of those guys just from an experience factor. He'd be behind
right
Daniel.
now, if you had to take him or Bo Nix, who would you take?
I think I'd take Bo Nix. Jackson Dart, again, his athleticism really helped him. And he was, cool customer leading them down. The pass interference helped them, but they were in scoring position. So that's been good. But, just as far as polish goes, Bo Nix has shown that he can get into a rhythm. We haven't seen it consistently this year. But I think he's probably a little bit better than him.
Mike, thank you, buddy. Enjoy the weekend.
Yeah, Mike.
All right, see you guys.
Let's
See
do
you,
this
pal.
thing.
Hit that NBA sounder, please. Our guy Keith Smith from Spot Track joins us to talk about the association. Keith, I'm curious about some divisional previews and the conference previews and a couple of macro things, but my goodness, this investigation, the NBA a while ago was like, yeah, we got it, don't worry about it. And then the FA is like, no, you don't, we got it.
Yeah, I mean, that's the way to put it. And I think the quote from the NBA was, they have tools and ability we don't have in investigations when they were asked about it directly. And this certainly, when we should have all been talking about Victor Wembanyama and how incredible he was and all the young players making their debuts and all that, we spent most of the day yesterday talking about a gambling scandal, not the way you want to start your year.
Are the Warriors good again?
Yeah, they were good last year, and now that I think they're even better. I think they have better depth with the guys they have. I think Al Horford's a really good player for them. I think they've got now Jimmy Butler in the fold. He seems happy, and they're moving along. So, yeah, I think they're going to have a really nice season.
In terms of the Western Conference, last year was such a buzzsaw, such a grind, and OKC ran away even with those mid-60s wins, but it seemed like the entire conference was over 500, save a couple teams or two. How close is the gap between everybody else and OKC right now in your mind?
It's not massive, but it's not super close either. I don't know that really answers the question, but Denver has a chance. Denver took them to 7 games. I think Denver's the next best team in the conference. I think they've got a real chance. But it's you gotta do it. That's the thing. And that Thunder team is really, really good. I mean, they're playing shorthanded. They're playing these double overtime games, and they're still coming away winners. That team, they're very deserving champs, and they're putting a good defense together already.
VJ Edgecombe was immensely impressive in his debut. Poured in 34 with 7 rebounds. What do you make of the 20-year-old's first game, and what kind of year is he in line for as the number 3 pick?
Yeah, he's going to have a big season. He was a kid who, when he was playing in the Olympic qualifying tournament on a Bahamas team that featured NBA guys, he was playing up against other NBA guys and teams that had been together for years on the international level. He popped and looked like he was ready to go right then. Then a messy year at Baylor, but you're seeing why people are so high on him. He's just a really good player. He can really, get up off the floor. He's very quick. He's, get good touch on his shot. Solid defensive player. He's going to have a really nice year. He's going to put together a really good career.
You mentioned Victor Wembanyama. Let's actually talk about it. I mean, my goodness gracious, it defies belief. I mean, I've seen tall, thin players in the NBA before, right? But this is a different animal altogether. The way he handles, how he gets to his spots on the court, the boards, the shot blocks, the variety of shots that he can make. Unbelievable. What are we really talking about here with this kid?
I have absolutely no idea. I don't even know how to process this.
Right.
Like the things he did the other night are just. He leads the league in me rewinding my DVR to be like, is that what just happened? Because he's just that incredible at the way he does things, and he's just a really special talent. The thing that gets I think me fired up, and the Spurs and Spurs fans fired up, is he wants it too. Like, he really wants to be great, and he wants to win, and he wants to push the limits of what he can be as a player, and that's really exciting. Just an immense talent, and he is going to have an incredible year, incredible career. I call him the destroyer of worlds because that's what it seems like he's been sent here to do.
Keith Smith, always great talking hoops on the Blitz. Thank you.
I appreciate it. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, be good. Let's localize football convos. Our buddy Mitch Tischler, Monumental Sports, is where you find his work. So, Danny, I normally try not to out sources.
Oh,
it's
no.
a bad thing to do.
You don't want to do that. It's a bad practice.
To the millions
and millions
of listeners to the Grant and Danny radio program, but I'm going to out a source right now.
Oh, no.
Remember earlier when I told Alex Gold that I had someone text me telling me, don't go to Jack Stack, go to Arthur Bryant's?
Was someone Mitch Tischler?
That someone was Mitch Tischler.
Oh, no, Grant.
And we're calling him to the carpet right now. Mitch, you think we made the wrong decision, don't you?
I absolutely know that you made the wrong decision. I am a barbecue connoisseur. I've eaten barbecue all over the world, and Kansas City is one of those places, and I have some very strong feelings about the spots out there.
So do you feel, and you can say yes, those, like, I'm never sure what channel they're actually on, but I stumble across them. There's a dude named Myron Cope who tells you about, what you want is the tenderness on there, but you don't want it to be too sweet now. You don't want to taste the pepper. Can you judge barbecue? Do you feel that comfortable that you could do it on one of those shows?
I think I probably could. One of my number one feeling about Kansas City barbecue is when your best barbecue place is called Oklahoma Joe's, you can't be called a barbecue city. I love barbecue. My big problem with both Kansas City and Memphis is that it's too sauce-based. It's very, very heavily sauced. It's super sweet. It's not quite up my alley. That being said, there's still some good barbecue to be found in Kansas City, just not at Jack Stack.
When do you get in?
Man.
I get in Sunday afternoon, so I believe I'm doing Q39 on Sunday night, and I plan on hitting up either Arthur Bryant or Gates on Monday before the game.
Well, Gates, I can tell you, skip. I've done that one. Overrated. But this 239 situation, which I haven't done, is getting some rave reviews from everybody. We had a Kansas Cityan call in and tell us 239. So maybe you're doing the right thing there, Mitch.
Q39 is great. It's fancy barbecue, though. For me, and part of the reason I love Arthur Bryant is I love the old school barbecue spots. I love the places that you sit down on the picnic bench. You can smell the history. They have the 100-year-old smoker. They got the pictures on the walls of all the famous people that have come through. They have the best sweet tea that you'll ever find. Those are the spots that I love, and Arthur Bryant fits that bill to a T.
All right, Mitch, to the actual matters of the football game that's on Monday, where we're all going to town besides the barbecue, of course. Depends on where you look, but they're 11.5 or 12.5 point dogs. Should they be?
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know that this Commanders team is giving you a reason why they should be anything less against a team as good as the Chiefs. The defense has regressed week after week now. That's not to say they can't get turned around. And, I do think that some of the things that we see this week are going to be a little bit different. I like hearing them talk about, narrowing down the playbook, which big picture isn't the greatest thing in the world. But if they keep repeating what they're doing, what is that, the definition of insanity, doing the same thing over and over again, it doesn't help you. So at least they're trying something different. I think we're going to see some different looks up front. Hopefully they're able to slow down the Kansas City offense. I don't think stop them, but if they can play kind of a bend-don't-break defense and hold KC to a bunch of field goals, they can keep this thing close. And, who knows if it gets down to a fourth quarter, Mariota will work some of that magic that we've seen him work in Arrowhead before, and maybe they can come out with a win.
Should they be making more defensive changes than it sounds like they're going to?
Yes, I think they are going to make a few. I mean, I think what's going to be interesting is they spent all offseason bulking up this defensive line so they could stop the run. And that was obviously a huge problem last season. Now that you have all of these injuries, you look at this group of defensive ends that are going to be out there, and they're not the bulky big guys like Dietrich Wise and Dorrance Armstrong and that sort of guys. I think you're going to see a fair amount of Frankie Luvu line up at defensive end. I think they're going to be smaller, more athletic, which may hurt them in the run game, particularly because Isaiah Pacheco is one of the hardest runners in the NFL as a running back. I mean, he'll put his face mask in your chest and run you right over. But I do think it'll make them a little bit more nimble getting after the quarterback, and particularly with a quarterback like Patrick Mahomes, who obviously is the best of the best in the league. I think having a little bit of extra speed, a little bit of extra quickness might help them in terms of, hemming him in a little bit. So it'll be interesting to see kind of how it works out this week, and then kind of how they adjust, how they use the D-line, week to week here, particularly because of all the injuries that they've had.
When will they bench Lattimore?
Listen, I'm not a big Marshawn Lattimore fan. I don't think anyone really can be right now. I think that, if you want to take the glass half full, he's been right there for a bunch of those big plays against the Cowboys. He's just got to turn his head around and make a play on the ball. I think this is kind of his last chance to go out there and prove that he can be at least a portion of the corner that they thought that they traded for. I wouldn't hate if we saw a little bit more, Mikey Sanders still on the outside, and the Jonathan Jones and Noah Igbinoghene kind of slide into the slot situation. But I look at this Kansas City offense, and I think it's getting kind of washed away with all this Commanders' defensive woes is how good Trey Amos has been. And maybe part of Trey Amos being really good is that teams know that they can throw against Marshawn Lattimore, and he's not being tested quite as much. But if I'm as confident in Trey Amos as it seems like this defensive coaching staff is, I'd leave him out on an island a little bit. Let's see what he's got, when teams choose to throw at him. And then I would shade my help. I would shade my safeties over to the Marshawn Lattimore side of the field and make sure that he has a little extra help, that they're not going to get beat over the top. I mean, to me, this Commanders defense, I said it before, they got to play this bend-don't-break defense. The Chiefs are going to move the football. We know that. We know that they're going to score points. You just need those points to be field goals, not touchdowns.
Mitch, travel safe, and we'll see you in the City of the Fountains, my friend.
Oh, I can't wait for us to be wiping barbecue sauce off each other's cheeks.
That's right. I'll take a little napkin and dab
Just dab it. It's a
corner
dab.
of Mitch's mouth.
It's a dab.
Oh, it's going to be so cute and so great. I'm so excited for barbecue. It's going to make my week.
It's fellowship season in Kansas City, the way God intended it. Mitch Tischler, check him out, Monumental Sports. That is your Beltway Blitz on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. Next, got some audio from Josh Harris from a recent interview he did where he talked about the evolution of the Commanders logo and kind of the backstory on Commanders. We were looking for some clarity.
Yep.
I think we got some of that from Josh Harris. You will hear that next right here on The Fan. We are live today in Fairfax at Kraft House.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. The Commanders getting set for Monday Night Football against the Chiefs. Terry McLaurin and Deebo Samuel both practiced in full today for a second straight day. Other injuries around the league. Ravens quarterback Lamar Jackson practiced fully today. He's listed as questionable, but is expected to go for Sunday's game. Eagles wide receiver A.J. Brown is going to be out for their matchup with the Giants on Sunday, dealing with a hamstring injury. He didn't practice all week. Jets wide receiver Garrett Wilson is going to be out Sunday. Falcons quarterback Michael Penix Jr. listed as questionable for Sunday's matchup, and the Panthers quarterback Bryce Young is doubtful to go for Sunday. College football tonight, Virginia Tech taking on Cal. 7:30 kickoff. Continue the game right here on the Fan. Hockey, the Capitals taking on the Blue Jackets in Columbus tonight. 7 o'clock puck drop on the Team 980. Second game of the year for the Wizards. They'll take on the Mavericks in Dallas. 8:30 tip-off. Can hear that over on Bloomberg 99.1. And the World Series gets underway tonight. Game 1, Dodgers and Blue Jays in Toronto. Blake Snell takes on Trey Savage at 8 o'clock. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
We're out and about in Fairfax today. We're at Kraft House in the Fairfax Corner. We're going to be here until 6:30. 2 hours remaining of program here for you. So come on out as you get out of the office today and kick it with us. Business going to boom as people start heading home, and get on out here to Fairfax. Going to be a fun time. Good spot for drinks and food. Danny, I want to play this audio from Josh Harris in a recent interview he did with John Oran, because you and I were talking about, this is going back to a recent home game. It was actually the Monday Nighter against the Bears.
Yep.
Where Darrell Green was in the end zone, and he had this, prop, right? But
it was like Brick Tamlin's trident.
Very, very similarly. It was a spear that he was, slamming on the ground. But it was kind of a Spartan spear. It wasn't like anything that you would think of with commander as in military. And so it led to this conversation, what does commander even mean, and what are we doing here, and what is the imaging and the logo mean? Well, Josh Harris actually expounded upon that a little bit in a way that I have not heard him. And apparently this is all calculated in some way. That it's not just randomized, commander can be anything. But they have apparently relaunched their brand. Now, they never really, to my knowledge, put out a press release about that, and I think that's probably the right way to do it. But somebody behind the scenes is thinking. Somebody is connecting the dots. They're jumping from one lily pad to another here. And they have relaunched the brand Commander. So this is what Josh Harris had to say about that. I want people to hear this.
The former owner is nowhere to be seen anywhere within your franchise, except for in one place, and that's with the name. So I'm not asking if you're going back to the Redskins. I'm just asking, are you committed to the Commanders?
So the Commanders, we're embracing the Commanders name, and it turns out that we're embracing. We did the 250th anniversary of the Navy, and so we relaunched our branding campaign at that game, and it's Commander as a leader of warriors, and we start with the Romans, and then we go to the Native American tribes, and then we go to the Special Forces, and they all have these swords, which is the tip of the spear, right? The spears. And so and Darrell Green came down with a spear and slammed it during the third quarter. And so, and so we think, being in Washington, embracing the people in the service community, turns out that and the Commander now is a name. We tag certain players on our team. The football ops really likes it. They tag people with these yellow tags, and they say, that's a Commander and that's Commander. And when we draft, if you get the Commander moniker, that means you have an extra special group of traits. You love football. You're smart about it. You want to play. You're there for your teammates. And so we're embracing the Commander's name.
Josh Harris, John Oran, an interview that he did very recently within the last week or so. But before I get to my theory, which this gives credence to what I've been kind of hoping for, thinking could be happening, and wanting to happen. What do you make of that? They've relaunched the branding campaign. It's now about being the Commander is the leader of a warrior. That's what they're saying. At first, when Jason Wright came out, it was very much like military. We're in D.C., there's military here. And we all kind of thought it's just a safe name.
Yeah, it was. Go ahead. Finish your thought.
Well, that was kind of the thought. But he said, here's the eras we're going to go through. first it starts with the Romans. This is King Leonidas and his 300 or whatever. This is Sparta, like those movies where you're in your like phalanx formation and everybody's locked arms and we've got our shields and Lord Xerxes, his arrows are going to blot out the sun, right? That kind of spear. Then you get to Native Americans, obviously paying homage to a group of people that folks felt like the name wronged for a long, long time. So you kind of go back to your roots. And then we're going to get to special forces, and he kind of connected these dots of swords and the tip of the spear. So I don't even know if it all necessarily works, but I love the idea of someone's thinking about this, they're redoing this, and I'll tell you what I think really this is all about in a second, but what do you make of what he said?
Yeah, to me, you are making chicken salad here out of something that's stupid, that's got a terrible connotation, that replaced something beloved for a lot of the fan base, and you're doing the best you can. And now what I firmly believe, and still I believed it then, I believe it now, is that what Dan and his nincompoops wanted was to, no one's allowed to make fun of it. No one's allowed to criticize it. So they just said, we'll be associated with the military sort of loosely, and no one can say anything about that, so no one can say anything about us, leave me alone. And it wasn't very well thought out, and you know the entire story of how it was developed and the thoughtlessness to it and the whole nonsense of the process. So it was just sort of vaguely military related, and that's all that it was. Attempting to make something of it, again, I still disagree. I wish they would switch it immediately, but they won too much. Too many jerseys have been sold. Too much water under the bridge. I recognize that ship has sailed. So you're doing the best you can to actually make it more meaningful to people. I appreciate the effort. Seriously, all you can do is the best you can do, and that's what's happening right now. So I wish it weren't so, but I also live in the real world. I'm pragmatic. I get that it is. This is the way that it's going, and they're trying to do something to make it more appealing, potentially for folks like me.
So here's where I think this could land, and if it does, then they're just like taking this circuitous route as best they can to get here in a way that they're trying to explain it away so that it works for everybody. I think maybe we eventually go back to the 2002 Redskin Spear helmets as the Commanders' helmets. And they're going to try to, again, bridge the gap a little bit as best they can with spears, like swords for military and spears like the Romans and spears like Native Americans. Everybody used spears, and I'm making light of it, but I don't know anything. But I go back and look at the 2002 helmets. I pulled it up right here.
Yep.
It was the LeVar Arrington, Darryl Green, end of his career. Stephen Davis, awesome Steve Spurrier year. Danny Werfel's in this jersey if you find pictures. We could end at a place where they're wearing the old school 2002 Spear Redskins helmet as the Washington Commanders. And it's so much better than the Block W. And it's actually the old thing that I loved and cared about. And if the uniforms by then are back to what they were, which remember, this year they're going to be wearing these 91 retro Joe Gibbs era. Not every game like they should be, but soon enough, hopefully that's going to happen. They're mixing it in. But they're going to wear essentially the old uniforms again. So if they're wearing a Redskins jersey, it says Commanders in small stitching, and they're wearing the 2002 Redskins helmet, and it's got a spear, and nobody can yell at them because it's not just a Native American Redskins thing. This is just everybody had spears in all the eras. Is it what if that's where they're going? If we're on a metro train right now and 6 stops away is that, I want to hug whoever put this plan in motion.
Yeah, it's a way to do it without doing it, to your point. Where if anybody asks, this is gladiator stuff. This is, as you said, it's Leonidas and the Greek Spartans at the Battle of Thermopylae, 480 BC. This is, I don't know, Maximus Decimus Meridius in the arena. I mean, that's what we're doing.
What is your profession?
That's the idea, right?
Yeah.
So it's a workaround. Again, what it seems to be, and I buy what you're selling, by the way, it seems to be a way to try to do the best you can, knowing that the ceiling is infinitely lower for so many people because this is an all-new thing. And the more you can make it not the all-new thing, again, I know all the young people are like, All Blacks is fire, though. Yo, the All Black jerseys is fire, though. It tracks, though. It's clean, though. Garbage. Not my team. Has nothing to do with anybody I rooted for. It's an Arizona State alternate jersey. Everyone should be embarrassed and ashamed. And they look like pajamas. Once that's over and done with, and you stop pretending, but you're also trying to please those folks, too.
Real quick, can I say something?
Yeah.
The All Blacks are fire, though.
Fire, though.
look at this jersey, or helmet, rather.
Yeah.
But what if this was just the jersey? Like, here's number 7. This is Terry McLaurin in that jersey.
Mm-hmm.
This, like, how much better is this?
Yeah. I mean, those were good. Those were fun because it was the alternate stuff. I mean, the thing that I want is the thing that I want. Like, that's a good
For
compromise.
people that want to look it up, I'm talking about the 70th anniversary throwback 2002 Redskins.
Where it's like a lot of spear on the helmet, spear on the shoulder.
Spears and dark burgundy.
Marcus
and
Spears.
Yellowish, not really gold, but goldish, honestly, pants. Like, this is what the whole point. If that's the thing,
Right.
how much happier is Danny Hutier?
It is one is more than zero. Like now, no. That, yeah, okay, that's pretty good. Again, I just want the thing. I want the thing that made me happy when I was a kid. I want them to wear white at home. I want that uniform. I'll never get everything I want, but I do want that. So, but yeah, that is certainly better. And your point you're making, I think, is a very good one. This is the path. This is the way to sort of go, I know we can't go over this one obstacle. It's impregnable. Well, what if we went around?
But if they
we ended up somewhere close?
I think if they just put a spear on the helmet and we're like, we're the Commanders now, there's so many landmines you're stepping on. But if you do this weird thing, and I don't even know if it makes sense. Really.
Yeah, because of the Spartans and the Romans and the javelin throw used to be a spear.
But
I want to buy you a beer. I want to buy you a spear.
That's a good bit. But you just, like, thank you, Josh.
Yes.
Or Mark Klaus, or whoever.
Whoever
don't care.
did, I don't care.
Mitch Rails is, whoever's over there thinking about.
It shows thinking.
Now, I don't know. Like, the last time I assumed this is where we're headed about this ownership group, I was completely wrong. Because for about a year, Josh Harris wouldn't say Commanders. It was pretty clear he hated the name. He would only wear, like, burgundy polos.
No, he ain't dumb. Well, once they won 12 games, what at the NFC title game, and Jaden Daniels sold every jersey, and you can't find one anywhere, he's like, all right, we're stuck with this crap.
Right, exactly.
This stupid name.
But I was wrong last time I said, this is where this is going to end. So I'll probably be wrong again. But I'm holding out hope that this is this big, overly explained, weird 7-stop metro line that ends at my destination at the RFK site, which is a spear on the helmet. And they're like, it's not Native Americans, man. It's Spartan, or whatever.
Yeah.
Which I'm so sure is what Jason Wright came up with.
That was the intent originally.
Commanders.
Dan Snyder's like, it's 222. We like Spartans.
Yeah, King Leonidas. What do you guys think about the possibility of a spear 02 look, old school Redskins throwback 70th anniversary, being a home plate for this team eventually, being a base where that's where we're headed? Could you get down with that? 800-636-1067 is the number. Plus, Aaron Rodgers against the Packers this weekend. Sign us up. We're Grant and Danny on the Fan. Guys, what's up? It's Grant. The FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. NBA tip-off week has arrived. Wizards are playing game number 2 tonight. If you missed the start of a game, that's okay. If you want to ride the hot hand in-game, they let you. FanDuel's got live bets on everything from who's going to score the next bucket to who's going to come back in the fourth quarter. Plus, you can even combine your live bets into a same-game parlay for a shot at a bigger payout. Here's what you're going to do. FanDuel is going to give a new customer like you $300 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. FanDuel.com/GP to sign up today. That's FanDuel.com/GP. My promo code is GP. Got to be 21. Got to be present in Virginia. First online real money wager only and $5 deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bet expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.FanDuel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
we're embracing the Commanders name, and it turns out that we did the 250th anniversary of the Navy, and so we relaunched our branding campaign at that game, and it's Commander as a leader of warriors, and we start with the Romans, and then we go to the Native American tribes.
Are we on an HOV lane, easy pass, cruising speed to the logo actually just being the spear from the old 02 Redskins helmet and really getting back to a Redskins-ish uniform? And you just call them the Commanders, and then you have this like weird backstory about the Romans for some reason. 800-636-1067.
The Romans.
Because if that is what we're doing, what a stroke of genius.
Yep.
Like, just brilliant. And I'll kiss everybody over there on the mouth that I'm allowed to.
Whatever's acceptable, if they give you permission
From
first.
a sheerly
Written
consensual
down. Yeah.
standpoint, if you'd like to show up and get a kiss on the mouth, I'm there to do it.
Grant's your guy.
Let's get mono together.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's thoughtful and smart, and I give this group a lot of credit for that because I think that's what they've been by and large. Whether I've agreed with every single decision from a front office perspective, from an ownership perspective, from the business perspective, probably not. But the thing that I can appreciate in general is well thought out plans. Right? Whether or not I agree, at least I respect that, right? The thing that used to drive me crazy with the front office, talking about free agency or draft picks, whatever, it was seat of their pants. It was like, our receivers are too small, let's get big ones. Our receivers are too big, we need fast guys. And it was always this sort of no plan. This group has a plan. Whether it works or not, this fun football discussion. But to the ownership level, everything they do seems to be thoughtful. And whether you like it or not, there's good reason behind it, and you're allowed to disagree with it because it's a wonderful free country. But that's what this is to me. This is a way to say we know we can't give you everything. We can't give you the full brownie sundae with the hot fudge and the whipped cream and the cherry on top. We get you a brownie. That's basically what they're doing.
Let's go to Elijah, who's in D.C. on Grant and Danny. Elijah, how are you?
What's going on, fellas? Thanks for taking my call.
Hey, dude.
Man, just the idea of that deep burgundy.
Fire.
It's just, it's so, I just think of Jason Campbell, or even I was saying on break, my uncle, when he would come through with the old Redskins logo, that type of, the R that they were using, that kind of had that, the edges, just like the Gibbs era one. So it was just kind of cool. And I was born in, 91. So being 33, where I was a kid or missed certain things, even hearing it from your older siblings, or having an opportunity to see things when you're watching them from a history, a historic standpoint, I think it's really cool. And I've just been waiting for them to open up from some of these, the color schemes, to be able to return to that deep blue, and even what they were running with Alf and Robert, there was like some different things that I just think throughout time they could touch on.
That was like the
points.
homecoming jerseys you're talking about. Appreciate you, buddy. I was just thinking, it's a good phone call, of ways to do this more. Like this thing where you come up with some backstory to explain away how we're going to get to the thing we want to be
It's just
at.
a Jedi mind trick where you wave your hand and go, the Romans.
So I'm thinking of the next way to do it is Josh Harris being like, they go back to a hat and a helmet that's just that like cursive R.
Uh-huh.
And they're like, it really says Commanders, but all the other letters are just very tiny, like microscopic, so you need binoculars.
You can see the big R, the second to last
right
letter.
underneath of the R. And they're like, we randomized it, and the R just looked coolest.
The only thing that popped up was the R in the script.
Like, however you got to explain it, man.
Yeah,
We'll
yeah.
come up with a story. We'll make this work.
It's a retro jersey for Commanders, and
R
it's an
for
R
retro. I like that. That's even better. R is for retro Commanders jersey. Let's go to Adam in Mechanicsville on G&D. What's up, Adam?
What's up, guys? Danny, your Josh Harris is spot on, man. It makes me crack up every time.
Well, you're a sweetheart. Thank you.
No problem, man. The spear, love the logo, love the design. I think the spear itself and Leader of Warriors is much more intimidating than the W taco holder that we currently have. I think that's from a design and marketing standpoint, much better. You can do like spear beers out there in the alcohol world and at the bars or something, or like a Warrior call or something like that. But the deep burgundy, I agree with the other caller, man. That's a much better, sharper looking burgundy. It's closer to burgundy than red like it is now. The uniform itself is just sharp. I just think the whole thing would be a much better than what we have currently. Not as good as the old Redskins logo, but much better than what we have currently.
Leader of Warriors, by
Know
the
what you're
way.
cooking.
It's like that is such a 90 people.
It's like an AI jumble phrase.
They were like people were just sitting in a room trying to come up with something for a while, and they're like, "What do we got? What do we got? We need something." Like you can't say Warriors, but what's a commander? They're like, "What about if you were the leader of a warrior? You were the leader of Warriors." I'm like, yes, that's the one.
Print it.
Well, now we need a spear. And by the way, I still need the spear slammed in the end zone by a former great player or somebody in town every single week. Like, let's lay out the schedule.
You want to do it before the game, or you want to do that third quarter
No,
bit
we're
again?
going to do it before the game.
All right, yeah.
Right before kickoff. Like, literally, the teams run out there, and instead of the Rock saying, let's kick off the Super Bowl or whatever, somebody goes out there. It's Kevin Durant one week. It's Matt McConaughey another week. It's Toby Altizer another week. Like, every single
You just
week.
get A-list superstar celebrities
A-list,
every week.
Absolutely. It's
The Rock,
Jeffrey
McConaughey.
Wright one week.
Yeah, and then Toby again.
No, not Toby. He already did it once.
Darris.
No, it's
Ryan Clary.
the guy that played the Punisher. We always talk about John
John
Barenthal.
Bernthal, baby.
John Barenthal one week, and then it's Toby again after
And
that.
then it's
See?
Toby, yeah.
Then it's Toby. You see what I'm saying now?
Yeah. Imagine just Toby just ripping his shirt off like, this is Sparta. Like, no, Toby. It's not. Commanders.
He goes up Kingly United style and just kicks a cowboy right in the chest.
And there's a pit for some reason.
Yeah, and they
like, why
fall-
is there a pit in the end zone corner?
The cowboy falls into a pit and dies.
Like,
That's kind of a sad thing
just
to
a
say.
messenger
But-
from Dallas saying that they were coming for the game, and you kicked them into the pit, Toby?
But then
It's a
Toby
homicide.
looks into the pit where this hypothetical cowboy has just died.
It's in the abyss, yeah.
And everyone's like, we didn't even know the pit was there. Toby was there the night before digging it like 60 feet.
Like, I've dug the pit,
And
for
then-
I am Toby.
And then he yells, "This is Landover!" Like, and he just stares at him.
This is Northwest
But then Toby gets arrested.
Stadium.
Now he's in prison.
And now I got to go bail him out? And it's
No,
like, what?
Toby's in prison for years.
Oh, I can't
He
bail
writes
him
us
out.
letters all the time.
Like, dearest Grant. I don't know why I saw it sound like it was like Civil War
He
narration.
becomes
Yeah.
a really old white grandpa
Dear
from like the Civil War era.
Yeah, it is with a great sadness my furrowed brow writes upon thee today. I have not seen the sun in 7 years.
Toby,
a punishment deserved for
some
my
reason,
murder.
He asks you to bring in a pack of cigarettes, sneak
Yeah.
him into the meeting.
I got to
you're
stick in a
having.
nail file into a cheesecake. It's a whole thing, man.
You know what? Don't do this, Toby. Don't kick anyone.
All right.
Don't dig that pit.
Let's walk back from this scenario where Toby doesn't commit a homicide into an
Right.
abyss.
No, nobody has to die. I think that's what we'll decide.
I think that's fair.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. Aaron Rodgers against the Packers. I do want to touch on that. And let's talk about Jaden Daniels at what is now about the halfway point of this season after this week. A midterm for the QB. You're listening to G&D.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is presented by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable business grows with PVI. In the NFL, the Commanders getting set for Monday Night Football against the Chiefs. Back out on the practice field today, Terry McLaurin and Deebo Samuel practiced in full for a second straight day. Other injuries around the league. Ravens quarterback Lamar Jackson was able to practice in full today after getting 2 limited practices leading up to today. He should be good to go for Sunday's game against the Bears, although he is listed as questionable. The Eagles are going to be without their top wideout, A.J. Brown. He is out for the Giants game with a hamstring injury. He didn't practice all week. Jets wide receiver Garrett Wilson and cornerback Sauce Gardner are going to be out on Sunday. Falcons quarterback Michael Penix is questionable for Sunday's matchup against the Dolphins. And Panthers quarterback Bryce Young is doubtful. At college football tonight, Virginia Tech taking on California. 7:30 kickoff into the game right here on the Fan with pregame coverage beginning right here on the Fan following Grant and Danny at 6:30. Hockey, the Caps in Columbus to take on the Blue Jackets. 7 p.m. puck drop over on the Team 980. Wizards and Mavericks tonight in Dallas. 8:30 tip-off on Bloomberg. 99-1, second game of the year for the Wiz. Dodgers and Blue Jays World Series Game 1 tonight at 8 o'clock. Blake Snell takes on Trey Savage. If your office setup is looking like a busted play, call the pros at PVI Office Furniture. They'll come to you to help design a game plan that actually works. No hassle, no stress, just a game-changing upgrade. Score big when you call today to score 15% off your purchase. Get your office in championship shape at PVIPVI.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Live on Grant and Danny from Fairfax today at Craft House. You're listening to The Fan. The show's brought to you by the law firm Kondorian Murad. They are sending us out to Kansas City. We're hitting the road with the fellas this weekend. In fact, we fly out tomorrow for Monday Night Football.
They can do an awful lot for you, like draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com, and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
So it's a long story as to how I got here and why this was happening, but I guess the best description I can give you is we're going to KC. I was plugging in addresses from the Airbnb to where we're going to eat and the Negro Leagues Museum that we're attending and all these other things. And I'm just trying to get my bearings a little bit, trying to map out the trip some.
Sure.
And I stumbled into, like, I don't even know how, but some prices of different apartments and houses. And I just wanted to bring this up really quick. You sleep on how expensive everything is here.
Oh, I'm aware.
And what we could afford. We, royally, collectively, all of us, every one of us making the dumb decision to live here, could afford anywhere else. It is insane. Like, my wife and I are like, let's get a yard. And then we look at everything and we're like, never mind. Imagine if we lived somewhere else, just for a moment. Have you looked at, well, of course you haven't, why would you? But the housing prices, like in Kansas City and the surrounding area, and I know Wichita is not the same, but there was some link that sent me to Wichita, and then Wichita, which is I think where Kansas State is, or one of them is, Wichita is like 2.5 hours from no, that's Manhattan. So Wichita must be...
Where Wichita State is. The Shockers. I know that.
That's probably the one that's in Wichita. I'm going to agree with you on that. It might be Wichita State, but I think Wichita State's actually in Topeka. But anyway, any hoodles.
Topeka State's in Wichita. It's confusing.
The point of the dude's story is that, like, an apartment, a nice apartment, is like $900 there.
Yeah.
That's not a bit.
It's like $400 a month.
In Wichita.
Yeah.
That's insane. No, I mean, to rent. It's
$900
a month.
Oh, no way.
So, like, you get our guys like Clary and these people that are renting apartments that are, like, nice. They're very nice. They're, luxury.
They have like a kitchen.
They're paying over $2,000. It's $2,500-$2,700.
Yeah.
What are we doing here? That's all I'm asking.
Well, so my sister and her husband, they were like, it's too expensive here. This is a while ago. Like, we're gonna go somewhere where it's less expensive, and they found like a really cool place they wanted to go live. And then when they got there, they were like, oh, you don't just get to make the same money. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get that.
Like,
part.
if you've got one of those remote situations where you can live anywhere, you're a fool if you live somewhere expensive. But that's like fewer and farther between now, right?
But
People are cracking down.
You would take less money for everything to cost way less.
It's all relative, is my point. Like, so when they were down in Asheville, which is beautiful, I love Asheville. Every time I visited, I go, this is a great place. I can hang out here. They were like, Yeah, it's the same. We're still on a budget. We're not like living like kings down here. We have to. We'll go somewhere else where we can make more money. And now they're back in the same thing that they were before.
Now, I could be wrong. I've done no research.
Uh-huh.
It's always a good way to have a theory.
It's a great way
You know what I mean?
about it. Now, I haven't looked anything up,
Yeah. I have
but I've got a lot of confidence.
I have no information, but I'm going to pretend to be an expert on this.
Yeah.
I don't think it's like to the penny. I don't think the percentage, like in other words, I don't think, okay, you make $10 in D.C. and that's $7.50 in Kansas City, so we'll do the math, and a house costs to the penny. I don't think it's like that. I think in places like this, where everyone wants to be here and there's so many people, things just cost more. And I think by and large, yes, it costs less for a drink at a bar there, partially because you have more money coming in from your job than someone doing the same job there. All I'm saying is, Danny, I think we're going to enjoy our trip. Maybe, just maybe, we scout some homes. That's all I'm saying.
And we go in on a place in Kansas City just to see, or Topeka or Wichita.
Yeah, Wichita.
Well, so one of my
Which I think is like 3 hours from Kansas City.
I think most things are 3 hours from Kansas City. One of my good buddies went to I'm trying to remember which, like Eastern European country at one point, where it really is like that, where it's like, you have dollar? Welcome. Country is yours. You know, like you could do whatever you want. You know, it's like he's like, yeah, I spent like $80 for like an upgrade,
right.
And like we had a butler all of a sudden, like that kind of deal. There are places like that, but I think you got to go,
probably further,
a little bit further out.
It was just amazing to see.
Yeah,
the
it's
price
jarring.
of homes or something. Aaron Rodgers against the Packers this weekend. This is a long time coming here. This would mean a lot more and be a much bigger deal if it was at Lambeau. He's acknowledged that, but I was surprised to hear what he had to say. I mean, he basically said, no ill will. Why would this be a revenge game? I have nothing to avenge. My time there was great. I don't believe any of this, by the way.
Yeah, I don't believe you.
They chose to move on from you. I mean, you were with the Jets for like 6 minutes, and when the Steelers beat the Jets in week 1, he talked about how meaningful it was because they were mean to him, and they basically ran him out of there.
Yeah.
Gutekunst, LaFleur, you, banging heads at the
Oil
end.
and water there, dude.
I'm going to imagine this feels a little bit more important. He did say, though, for what it's worth, that he wants to retire a Packer and that those were some of the best years of his life. But I still remember where I was watching Favre play against the Packers for the first time. You live long enough, things just repeat themselves.
Yeah, time is a flat circle.
We're
right?
going to get that again this weekend with Rodgers against the Packers.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the career arc he had, like the apprentice, and then he became Favre, the high maintenance guy that the team was ready to move on from, and he was hemming and hawing, and it became the solar system that everything had to revolve around, and they should have won more, frankly, when he was there. They had a lot of regular season success, were underwhelming in the postseason, a Super Bowl with one of the great quarterbacks of all time that was healthy and available for a lot of those times. And, it just, when they finally said, okay, enough's enough, they pulled the plug, and we said, we're not waiting around for anymore, we're moving on, because we think we got a better option. You tell me there's no bitterness there after the deposits he put in the bank? I mean, you go back and look at people forget how great this dude was because of all the histrionics and all the cryptic I'm immunized and Pat McAfee appearances and, just weird public persona, ayahuasca, sweat lodge where I puke a lot or whatever all the different stuff is. Go look at his Pro Football Reference page when you're bored. You'll see a lot of bold ink. I mean, not one category either. Over decades plus of leads the league in touchdowns, leads the league in quarterback rating, and QBR, and yards per attempt, and interception rate, and a prolific passer, still with the greatest all-time interception percentage of anybody. That's not someone that handed it off and threw it twice a game like the high stockings Magoo back when the forward pass was considered poor form. This is a dude that slung it thousands of times in the NFL and is the best all-time in terms of not turning it over and throwing it accurately.
Pretty amazing, yeah. I mean, people hate this take, and they're allowed to. I've said before, he's the number 2 quarterback all time for me that I've seen in my lifetime in terms of quarterbacking excellence. I have Peyton Manning 1 and him 2, and the idea that it's not Tom Brady makes it somehow the hottest take of all time. Tom Brady's the greatest winner ever. There's just no doubt about that, irrefutably. All the guy does is win championships. The most impressive thing Tom Brady ever did was win in year 1 in Tampa Bay, by the way. But
as a 42-year-old, is that what he was, 43?
Close to it, yeah. But Rodgers was that good for me. In terms of the mastery of the position, excellence, dominance, being great, Manning is the only guy I've ever seen do it at a higher, better level consistently. But even this year, he's playing pretty well. I was pretty hard on him. Last year I thought he was such a jag with the Jets. There was probably some of that was situational. I think a lot of it had to do with him coming off of an Achilles as well. But he just wasn't that good. I mean, he's very, very average. He ended up rated in the bottom 5 to 7 among all quarterbacks in a lot of categories. This year, if you look at it, he's on pace for about 40 touchdowns. He's on pace for, it's only going to be about 3,600 yards, but like a 3-to-1 touchdown interception ratio. And if you look at EPA per play at the quarterback position, you wonder, like, how good a stat is that? I think it's pretty damn good. Like, who would you say are the best quarterbacks in the league right now? The EPA per play at quarterback stat says it's Mahomes, May, Daniel Jones, Dak Prescott at the top of the list,
Yep.
right? Those are the guys that everyone's talking about as MVP candidates largely. Aaron Rodgers is number 12. He's just outside
Which
of the
for a
top
guy
10.
that was a punching, I know it doesn't sound like much, but for someone that was a punching bag for a couple of years and everyone's dunking, that ain't terrible for a 43-year-old?
He looked cooked, and he's played a lot better
Mhm.
in Pittsburgh this year in a better situation. I don't even know if the supporting cast is better, but it's comparable. But yeah, he's played at a top half the league level, and because of that, largely, Pittsburgh's 4-2, and they got a real good chance to win the North. So it's worked out so far for Pittsburgh. I still think what Green Bay did was correct. I think it's been proven now that they made the right decision. Jordan Love's been really good. I still think there's a gear for him that he hasn't hit.
Doesn't hit it consistently.
He should be a top 7 to 10 QB, and he just hasn't gotten there. This year, by the way, if you look at EPA per play, Jordan Love's actually 5th. So there are some things trending in the right direction.
It's hard to explain with them. We haven't spent much time on Green Bay, but like they're 4-1-1. I would sign if I'm a Green Bay fan. I sign up for that resume 100% of the time. Right
Even if
there.
you had to look at the standings and see and one.
And that at times but annoying, and especially tying a Dallas team you should be better than, frankly. But you would sign up for leading the North at this stage, right? And only having lost one game. But when you watch them, it just doesn't look right yet. And I know maybe it's being too nitpicky because there's no style points, but they eked it out over a very bad Cincinnati team a couple of weeks ago. Kind of played with their food a lot against Arizona, Jacoby Brissett. You're going, where was this group that was so good for the first couple weeks of the year? What's wrong with you guys? And Jordan Love, shouldn't you be great? 2 years ago, down the stretch of the season, you were one of the 3 best quarterbacks in football. Where did that go? Where is that with some modicum of consistency? It just hasn't been there for them.
Leaves you wanting a little bit more.
Yeah, leaves me wanting.
He has been very good, and I just think the track record of now post-Rodgers play and post-Rodgers success and other things they've been able to do financially by making the shift at quarterback has been the right decision, and they've been proven correct. Not to mention he leaves at an old age, gets hurt, comes back and plays at a lower level than what he was. So he's trying to build it back up and close the gap a little bit. But so far, it's, I would say, pretty convincingly Gutekunst in the win column there. But should be a fun matchup. Nonetheless, it's primetime, national TV, Sunday Night Football for the Packers in Pittsburgh, taking on the Steelers and old friend Aaron Rodgers. I want to get into Jaden Daniels here for a moment, though, and discuss what is kind of the unofficial first half now for him. This is game 8 of 17. So we're closing in on midterms. If you were to grade his season to this point, what grade would you give him? I want to pose that question for people. Because I said on the show this week a couple times, I'm giving him a B. And I've got a bunch of feedback, just Twitter, Instagram, whatever, from people hitting me up, disagreeing or giving me their thought on his grade. And I thought, that's a good topic, actually. Last year, in this same course, easier assignments, but the same course, he got an A+. What letter grade would you give him this year on the midterm after week 8, knowing that he's missed 3 of the games with an injury, and he's played 5 times? That's the question at 800-636-1067.
It's a C+ for me. And I've just had a week where I've had parent-teacher conferences with my son's teachers at their school. And not all students are created equal, right? Just in terms of your learning style, how quickly you pick things up, what you're capable of. So they do a lot of work to make sure that, everybody's being appropriately challenged, that everybody's, doing the minimum standard for the grade level, and they're doing a really good job of looking out for the kids. My point is, you just turned in the greatest rookie season we have ever seen in the history of this sport. I expect a ton from you. You are my A+ student, dude. You're not a 5th round Freddie that's lucky to make the team, where it's all adorable because you've made a tackle on special teams. I sort of consider this, I'm grading on a curve here, and you are at the top of the curve. This is a star. This is a difference-making, franchise-altering, superstar quarterback who has not played like it this year. There are reasons why. I understand there's disruptions. I understand there's been injury. I understand that you've been hurt. I understand that you haven't had the running mates that you've had in the past. The plan didn't go according to the plan at all with McLaurin out for the majority, losing Deebo Samuel, an offensive line kind of in flux at certain moments. No Austin Eckler for an extended period of time. I understand all the excuses. So there are reasons why it's a C+, but the C+, that's what's home on the report card at this point. Touchdown to pick ratio has been really, really good. Nowhere near as prolific. Run game hasn't been there near a degree. I don't know whether they're keying on something with him in terms of the keepers, but the design runs have not been there for him. I don't know how much, again, it's his fault or not or otherwise. But to me, it's a C+ because I'm counting in games that I thought were whelming. I'm counting games that he didn't play at all. This is all part of it here. So the report card at the end for me is a C+, which is going to sound harsh, but I expect a lot from this kid that I love that's a superstar.
So C+ means average. You're okay with that?
Yep. Means slightly above average to me.
Okay. So in other words, C is average, C+ is slightly above.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a bad way to look at it. Looking at EPA per play as a catch-me-all metric that was Super Daniels friendly last year, he ranks 19th among quarterbacks who have played at least like 150 plays so far, which means you've played the majority of your team's season. 19th is pretty average, if we're being honest. So C+ works. I'm going to go B- for Daniels so far this season. Like, number-wise, I don't know what kind of school you went to. We got shafted because it's changed now in King George, best of my knowledge. But when I was in school, the B grade ended at 86. So, like, if you got started at 86, rather. So, like, for us, 80 to 86, I think it was a B.
Okay.
An A, no, I'm wrong about that.
B+ was 87, 89?
B was 86 to 93. I'm out of practice.
Oh, no.
Yeah. So
93 is a B?
A B. So if you had a 93 on an exam, if you had a 93 in your grade, your like end of semester grade, you got a B in the course. Your GPA would represent a 3.0.
Oh.
So if you got a 91, 92, 93, anything like that, you got a B. Unacceptable, by the way. It's since changed. But I bring this up to say...
Have they gone back to the normal scale? Of
yes, I think they have, where
good.
every human should be, where it's
Good
like...
gravy.
Isn't it like 91 to 100,
Yeah.
and 81 to... It's very easy to remember also.
Yeah, it's just the simple stuff. 80s are Bs, 90s are As.
So using the more traditional scale that most people probably had, I would rate his season like an 84 or something, and that's where I'm going B-. Like closer, though, to regular B than C. But I want to ask the people about this at 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. Going through the games, there was a half against the Chargers, that second half against L.A., where he was as good as he was last year.
Exactly right.
I think that's the only half where we've seen him be at the exact same level as last year. Now, his quarterback rating has been really good at times. 3 touchdowns, 1 pick, and a 119 rating against the Bears because he completed 73% that night. But he had that bad fumble at the end of the game, obviously. He threw an interception at the goal line. That was a bad throw when Deebo Samuel was open. I thought overall, and I said it afterwards, it was a really good performance, minus 2 or 3 plays. They were just weighted. They meant more. They were worth 7 to 10 really good plays each. The Cowboys game, he was not sharp at all before the injury. The Green Bay game, he had his worst game as a professional. And then the Giants game, I thought he was solid. Missed several throws, including what should have been a home run to Terry McLaurin for like 70 yards that he didn't miss at all last year. But the numbers were pretty good, and he played a bad team, and they won by 15 going away. So, like, I would say he played solid against the Giants, bad against the Packers. Everybody did. Excellent in the second half and good overall against the Chargers. Didn't love the Cowboys game, but it was fine. Bears game was really good, minus a couple plays. Add it all together, throw some numbers on it. I'm going to say B- for the season.
Totally fair. I mean, to me, this is like, how are you doing your grading? Like, I think of the college seminar course, right, where you were allowed to not go to the class. You could skip every one of the lectures if you wanted, but you were responsible for the material, however you decide to do it. At the end of the semester, the standard is the standard.
That's such a great thing when you're a freshman in college, and you realize, by the way, you have some 400-level class where there's like 275 kids sitting in a gigantic auditorium, And I remember asking my buddy, I'm like, how do they even take attendance? It's like, they don't. I'm like, well, why am I here? Like, how do they know if I come? They don't.
They don't.
And you're like, oh my God, I never have to come to this class. And then you do badly.
Yeah. And then the final exam, you are responsible for the material. This was covered on October 15th. This one was covered. The games counted when he didn't play. It's not his fault he didn't play. I would encourage him to not play. But that's part of my grade, too, is you didn't complete certain units. The grading happened. The team lost to the Falcons. The team played at the end of the Dallas game without you as you were struggling in that one. So it's all part of the calculation to me. And again, it's about the standard that he set. Like this is the kid that's so good, that's so incredible that you notice when he's not giving his best effort at practice. I'm not saying he's not giving his best effort, but you know what I mean? As a coach or as a teacher.
In our school analogy.
Yeah, in the school analogy where it's like, dude, you just didn't do the reading. If you do the reading, you get hundreds. But you clearly screwed around and didn't do the To Kill a Mockingbird reading, Danny, and now that's why you got a 12% on the quiz and Mrs. Purnell's pissed at you. Like, that happened. You know what I mean? Like, it's obvious.
Sounded very specific.
No, it's just a general example.
C+, says Danny. I'm going B-. What is your grade for Jaden Daniels as a midterm after week 8? He won't be playing. So we're looking at this as kind of a mid-season report on the QB. 800-636-1067 if you want to hop in. You can tweet us at Grant H. Paulson, at Funny Danny. We're in Fairfax, at Fairfax Corner today. We're at Kraft House, live on The Fan.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here from my pals at Ted Britt Ford. Now, I'm talking about right now, this minute, a great time to go see my guys over there. Listen to this deal. $26,000 off a new 2025 Ford F-150 truck from Ted Britt. That's your HQ for F-150 trucks, mind you. And, this is no payments for 90 days. I got myself a Mustang Mach-E. It's the greatest car I've ever had. I love it. You can get one just like mine. $10,500 off the MSRP. Again, no payments for 90 days. $7,000 off a new in-demand 2025 Ford Bronco Raptor, or almost $5,000 off a Bronco Sport. Both, again, no payments for 90 days. That puts you pretty much into the new year, people. Take on the fall rush in a new 2025 Explorer from Ted Britt. $6,300 off, plus no payments again for guess how long? 90 days. And in case you didn't know it, your current ride is worth more now than ever. That's right. My guys over at Ted Britt Ford want to show you just how much. Get that old trade-in, that busted-up joint, over to my pals at Ted Britt Ford. Let them give you top dollar. Get yourself a brand new deal, brand new ride. I love them. Go see them in Fairfax and Chantilly, and tell them when you go that Danny sent you.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. Plenty of football this weekend. We'll start on the high school front. Nova High School football previews presented by Northern Virginia Community College. The game of the week this week, Independence and Ashburn taking on Patriot and Oaksville. Independence Tigers are 5-2 on the year, beat Unity Reed 62-12 last week on a 3-game win streak. The Patriot Pioneers are 5-2 as well. They beat Osborne last week 41-20 and have won 5 in a row after starting 0-2. That is your game of the week. Independence taking on Patriot. Nova helps your student earn a degree, start a career, save on tuition, and make you proud. Northern Virginia Community College, stop at nothing. Get started at go.nvcc.edu. College, Virginia Tech taking on California. 7:30 kickoff tonight. You can hear the game right here on the Fan with coverage beginning at 6:30 following Grant and Danny right here on the Fan. And in the NFL, the Commanders getting set to take on the Chiefs on Monday Night Football. Terry McLaurin and Deebo Samuel practiced in full for a second straight day. Deron Payne, though, did not practice for a second straight day with a toe injury. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Back live in Fairfax, where we're hanging out at the Craft House. Alongside Danny Rouillet, I'm Grant Paulson. This is The Fan. Thank you for making the show part of your day. We know you got options. Football conversation each and every day on this program comes your way via our friends at Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday, all season long. Go to ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. We'll take a look at our Metropolitan Moving and Storage poll of the day in just a few minutes. But right now, a poll of sorts. We're asking you for your grade on quarterback Jayden Daniels at a midterm point here after 8 games. And we're looking ahead beyond Monday because he's not going to play. He'll have missed 3 of 8. He'll have played in 5 of the 8. Danny's giving him a C+ in year 2. I'm giving him a B-. Got him a tick above average. You've got him, I guess, a sliver above that as well. Let's go to Sam in Florida on Grant and Danny. What's up, Sam? How are you?
Hey, guys. How are you?
Good. Thanks for listening on the Odyssey
I
app.
want to get... Thanks, man. Appreciate it. I kind of miss home since I moved 5 years ago to Florida. But I'm going to give JD about C. It seems like he's taken a step back from last year. Why? I don't know. I can't figure it out. A lot of people say preseason, this, that. But the one thing I want to really talk about that you guys kind of talked about it yesterday is bugging me is his mother. I have no problem. I know he's a kid, but mom is too involved. Like, the kid should be able to talk for himself and stand up for himself. What do you guys think about that? Like, does that bother anyone else? This is just me.
I don't know, man. Honestly, it's a great call. Appreciate you making it. I sort of don't know what to make of that. You're not the first person to have mentioned that. I always kind of hesitate just because somebody tweets something here and there doesn't mean that they're quote unquote too involved. She may be, she may not be. I don't really have any earthly idea. I haven't heard anything really leak out from the organization, like a complaint or somebody grumbling under their breath about anything. I don't know what to make of that, to be honest with you. I sort of, we can do, if it goes south, God forbid, we can, do the autopsy and sort of figure out maybe that was the thing. But at this point, I'm far more concerned with kind of what happens between the lines. And, the work habits are above question to me. So, I don't feel, too compelled one way or the other on that. But again, I'm not dismissing you. I just feel like I don't know, and I'm out of my depth trying to share an uninformed opinion on it.
So I'll circle back to that part and talk about his mom in a moment, okay? Which, like you, I'm not comfortable talking about, and I'll explain why at some point. But I want to go to the first part first, which is he said, I don't really know why he's taken a step back. That's what I want to double click on. I don't either. I guess nobody does definitively. I got a couple of pretty good reasons, though. Number one, it was completely inevitable and 1,000% unavoidable that he took a step back when we're talking about the season that he had last year that nobody, frankly, had ever had before. You went as a rookie to the NFC Championship game last season, not as a passenger, not as some Mark Sanchez hand the ball off and watch my defense be elite with Rex Ryan character. You dragged your team into the fight. You were the best player on the field when they beat the Bucs in the playoffs. You were the best player on the field when they beat the Detroit Lions on the road. You were fringe top 5 at the position for most of the year. That has no historical precedent. That was not going to just happen every year. Progress is not linear like that. I don't think it was possible that he was going to replicate that. And it is something, if you go back before the season, that I feel like we said a bunch. It was going to be really, really hard to do the same. Not just because of how great he played, but now you're playing a harder schedule. Now you're going to be less lucky as a team with drops against and man games missed against and injury situation against, and you're playing harder quarterbacks and better defenses. So that's number one. Number two would be injuries on their own team. There was never a game last year where we went into a game throwing to 2 dudes that were on the practice squad a couple weeks before that. Right? There were never games where you went into a game and you were without wide receiver 1, wide receiver 2, wide receiver 3, and your primary pass-catching running back. Now, I'm not just making excuses for him, okay? I do think that's an explanation, though, to some extent of what is going on. I think it has to be acknowledged. But those would be some of my responses as to why he's taken a step back. And then there's also just, maybe the quiet part out loud, which is I don't think there's such a thing as like adjustments got made that he'll never be able to adjust to. But there's more tape. There's more ability to prep. You had a whole off season and a lot of time to figure this out. Coordinators get paid a lot of money and they're really smart.
Do you remember the Wildcat? You remember how it was unstoppable? And then whisper quiet, it just kind of went away because defensive coordinators figure out what to do. But there are 2 running backs in the backfield. What do we do? And they figured it out. Remember how the zone read was impossible to stop, and now it seems like people have a better grasp on it? Again, trends happen. Kind of to your point. But to me, the answer is yes to everything. If you're looking for one reason, you're wrong. And if you think it hasn't happened, you're probably also wrong. But there's a million factors. It's just a bunch of headwinds, right? Everything from lack of practice time with the first unit to no Terry McLaurin for an extended period of time to everybody that they're counting on being a year older. No Austin Eckler for an extended period. There's a lot of hidden and easy yards. Just flipping it to that guy for what should be 5, but he turns it into 16. Ertz still remains catch and fall. Nothing dynamic in the pass game. There's no yards after the catch to be had. He's been banged up. Better defenses, better opponents who aren't going to let you just be the alpha and the omega, which is the run game and the pass game. The answer is yes to all of it. I think there's a million and one factors that explain away pretty readily, if I'm being honest, why this year hasn't been the greatest season for that level that we've ever seen. Year one was, for judging by other rookies in the history of the NFL, that's the number 1 rookie season in the history of the league at the position. This is not the greatest sophomore year in the history of the league at the position. Okay, and we're working back from that result. I think it's pretty simple, honestly, in the sense that there's a million explanations, and they're all relevant to this.
Now, the thing about he said he's brought up his mom. First reason I don't like talking about this is it's incredibly uncomfortable, if we're being honest. In the sense of, I think there are reasonable things sitting here on the radio we should talk about. I think the family of players is a very personal thing, and not to say it's not our job if public things happen or occasionally a family member's in the news or whatever, and when you're tweeting or when you're at practices or whatever, you are going to be in the news at times. And so now it's kind of okay to do it, I suppose, but it doesn't change that it will never be comfortable for me because it does feel inappropriate, even if it is more appropriate. I'm not talking about Sam Cosmi's mom, who I've never seen. I don't know what she looks like. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, this is a public person who got like NFLPA certified to work as an agent and is more public.
She's done interviews with Ryan Clark on The Pivot, and she's visible, and she's on shows and things like that. So obviously you're going to treat a parent of a player of that ilk, differently than someone who has never been public in any way. Having said that, here's where I struggle a little bit with what you're saying. Number one, it's all been good from Jayden Daniels. Like, as you said, if it goes really badly and there's an autopsy to be done where we look back somehow and it didn't work out, and you want to try to find things, okay, what are we talking about here? The guy was unbelievable last year. He's been very good this year. We both are saying right now he's not the problem. He's been part of the solution. Thank God they have him, or 3-4 would be 2-5, or be 1-6, or whatever. So I'm looking at a parent who's immensely supportive and who should be credited for raising a really classy, respectable, hardworking kid. I'm looking at a parent who seems like she has raised the perfect leader of a Fortune 500 company, who says the right thing every single time and treats fans and the media with decency. He's never been in trouble. I mean, he just seems like the kind of kid that I hope my kids turn out to be. So I'd like to ask her, how did you guys do that?
Sure, yeah.
So I think she's done a good job. I understand fans bristling at the involvement because it is abnormal. Being that present is abnormal. I'll acknowledge that. That's kind of all I've got for you at this point. It doesn't seem to be problematic or crossing a line. If she's telling the coach what plays she wants run, now we got a story. I don't think that's what's happening.
I think it's such a salient point, by the way, where you say, what are we really talking about? Like, what bad has happened other than, the football play isn't the greatest ever. You see what I'm saying? Like,
and by the way, it's not bad. It's
right,
not problematic.
and that's kind of my point. It's like that's the only thing that's happened. Is it's no longer the single best thing we've ever seen at that position, relative to his class and years of experience. If anybody's suggesting that Micah Parsons hit him in the knee because his mom tweeted or something like that, that's insane. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not accusing the caller of anything. I don't know. But I've seen this. I've seen people bristling, and I'm kind of like, Like, if you get bad behavior, like actual bad behavior, like pouting, refusing to show up to stuff, I'm not going to be the CEO and the leader of the organization. I'm going to go shoot my own commercial when I know everybody's gathering at the facility, or I'm going to do this other selfish crap and be a me-first diva. Not the case. Wonderful kid who does exactly what he's supposed to do.
Yeah, I guess I get the bristling in the same way you compare these two all the time, the Griffin and Daniels thing we did yesterday or a couple days ago. And I'm like, I don't love the comparison. I don't really see it, whatever. I understand the similarities.
Uh-huh.
That quarterback had parents that were more present, that were seen in the locker room. You know what I'm saying? That
Yes.
kind of thing.
Yeah.
And so I could see, like a PTSD thing. I just don't think it's the same situation in any way. I don't think it's analogous in that same way. But the bristling I get in the sense of you hear this around draft time occasionally with players, or you know that it's on teams' radars about parents and involvement and those types of things. So it's not a zero in terms of fans are going to notice it when something abnormal is happening. But I don't think in this case it has been a negative in any way. I think this is a person that is a very positive influence on this player and seemingly is a positive influence at the facility. Like I haven't seen any issues there. So that's where I would be on that. 800-636-1067. You want to hop in. We are creeping up on the midway point of the season. 8 games down after Monday night. Jaden won't be playing, so we are looking at a midterm grade for him today. Danny's got a C+, I've got a B-. What would you give him? Report card style. 800-636-1067. We're at Kraft House in Fairfax on Grant and Danny. We'll take you up to 6:30 on Grant and Danny tonight. We've got NFL burning questions coming up in just a few minutes. Also, Monday Night Football against the Chiefs. Back live in Fairfax at Kraft House on Grant and Danny, brought to you by the law firm Condori and Murad. Getting ready for Monday Night Football against the Chiefs. We're back and better than ever right now.
We are indeed.
Bit of
We're
a
live.
sticky wicket.
Yeah, somebody hit something, somebody lost a bet, then some the power goes out, yada, yada, yada. But I think we're good now.
You know what they've always said about this show?
What's that?
You can take us off the air, but you can't keep us off the air. We're coming back with a vengeance. We're not like Aaron Rodgers going back to Green Bay.
Have they always said that about us?
I don't know that they ever have.
It feels like they are always talking about us, but I don't know if they've said that.
Who is they?
They are. You know who they is.
What grade are you giving Jaden Daniels? Let's put a bow on that conversation with Ian in Vienna on G&D. Ian, Danny's got a C+. I got a B-. What are you giving him?
I'm going to go lower. I'm going to go C-, and here's why. At the beginning of this offseason, the discussion was he's the best quarterback in the NFC. He's the best quarterback in the NFC East. He's an MVP candidate. So judging by those metrics, he's not even the best at any of those categories. Dak's playing better than him now. He's injury prone. He just hasn't looked that good. And you're right. There's a ton of factors. I totally am with you, Danny, on what is the issue and injuries, this. But you guys didn't mention one, and that's organizational arrogance. To have a second-year quarterback throw 0 preseason snaps is malpractice of the highest order. And for me, I can't get over that because there's this notion that he had the best rookie season ever, took the team to the NFC Championship game. We don't have to show you anything in the offseason, and that just doesn't work in this league. It is so much more difficult to be the hunter than be the hunted, and I reversed it, sorry. And I think that's what's happened to this team. And then talking about his mother, of course, I don't have an issue talking about it, not a surprise to you guys. For me, she's put herself in the limelight. She's made herself a public figure, so I'm going to judge her by those public figure metrics. And you're right, there's no issue with Jaden Daniels. He's a model citizen on and off the field. But when you have someone who's that prominent there, you feel like there's a recipe for disaster. And it's hard not to look back at the RG3 era and see the impact that his family had on the organization. Different ownership, obviously, but it's a fair question
I think
to
the
ask.
ownership part, though, is doing a lot of the heavy lifting. And thanks for the
Thanks,
call.
Ryan, as always.
Appreciate you. I mean, there's plenty of famous moms that it didn't end in disaster. Travis Kelce's mom is everywhere during the Super Bowl week. Donovan McNabb's mom was all
Doing
over
chunky soup commercials,
The chunky soup commercials, right? So it doesn't always necessarily end that way. I certainly understand what you're saying in reference to his season, though, being a disappointment based on the expectations. And let's say goodbye to our Richmond audience right now on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. But I think while it's true, you can look at this year and you could say, okay, I've got a quarterback that I think could play at an MVP level, and then you get this. You're going to be more disappointed than if this was his rookie year.
We talk about this all the time.
If this was his rookie year, we'd go, damn, they got a guy.
Showing some signs. This is great.
The Commanders have a second contract, a couple $100 million franchise quarterback. But when you come in and you go, is this a top 5 quarterback? When everyone says he's the best not named Burrow, Mahomes, Allen, and Jackson, and then this happens, understandably, and this is what you were talking about with what grades did you get previously, that's what I'm going to judge you based on. I understand how we get here in terms of some disappointment about the QB, but he is checking so many of the boxes of the controllables. I think most of the time, the guys that get drafted really high physically have all the talent and capabilities in the world, and it doesn't work out because of the intangible stuff. The intangible stuff with him is slam dunk after home run after slam dunk. And it's why I have very little doubt. Like he's saying, you have a recipe for disaster. We're looking at different ingredients then, because I see you have a recipe for a very stable, long-term, no matter what happens.
Yeah, the best chance for success possible is close to what you have with him.
The floor, non-injury division, is kind of what we're seeing,
Yeah.
which is just a regular, pretty good quarterback. He's 20th in EPA per play. That's a little lower than I'd anticipate, but he's kind of a top half the league QB right now. That's about the floor for this guy.
Yeah, like what if Ben Sinnott was the guy they thought he was, as an active, hybrid tight end that can block people into oblivion and catch passes and get some yak? What if Austin Eckler was healthy? What if Terry McLaurin didn't hold out and hold in and was there the whole time? And what if Deebo Samuel was healthy? Who knows what it would look like? I bet you'd look better. And, obviously then you add in the injuries that Daniels himself has suffered. But none of it's gone according to plan. The one thing I will agree with Ian on, though, and if I had one of those, those people that have the stamps where it just says this is who the letter's from? Like real adults will have that.
I have one.
You have one?
It's got my name on it.
It says Grant, your address on it?
It does.
I think that's so cool. That's like what real grown-ups have. I will stamp this.
You'll verbal retweet.
Yeah. The organizational arrogance about how they did the preseason. Now, maybe some of it was injury, and you're already beat up, which was an alarming sign in of itself going into the season.
I don't think that much of it was that.
But to me, that was we've arrived, just you wait and see.
Second-year quarterback, bro. Let's go play some football. Can we play a little bit of football?
Did not love it.
You know how many passes he threw in August in games? Zero. Now, he dropped back once and he ran for a touchdown, but he had 4 plays, 3 handoffs, and that drop back scramble for a touchdown. That was his preseason. Grant and Danny on The Fan, taking you up to 6:30. If you were in the Fairfax Corner area, come on out and say what's up. We're going to be here for another half hour plus. Talking ball. We'll preview the upcoming weekend in the NFL and the games tonight for the Wizards and the Capitals before we say goodbye on G&D.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. In the NFL, the Commanders getting set to take on the Chiefs on Monday Night Football. Injury report for today, Terry McLaurin and Deebo Samuel practice for a second straight day in full. Teron Payne did not practice for a second straight day with a toe injury. Other injuries around the league, Ravens quarterback Lamar Jackson practiced fully today after practicing in limited fashion the last 2 days. He should be good to go for Sunday, but he is listed as questionable. The Eagles going to be without wide receiver A.J. Brown. Texans wide receivers Nico Collins and Christian Kirk are out. 49ers quarterback Brock Purdy and wide receiver Ricky Pearsall are out. Jets wide receiver Garrett Wilson and cornerback Sauce Gardner are out. Falcons quarterback Michael Penix Jr. listed as questionable. Panthers quarterback Bryce Young is doubtful. College football coming up in about an hour and a half. Virginia Tech set to take on California at home. You can hear the game right here on The Fan at 7:30. Hockey tonight, the Capitals in Columbus taking on the Blue Jackets. 7 p.m. puck drop. You can hear that over on the Team 980. Basketball, tip-off for the Wizards and Mavericks tonight at 8:30 in Dallas. You can hear that game on Bloomberg 99.1. And Game 1 of the World Series tonight, Dodgers and Blue Jays at 8 o'clock. Blake Snell, the two-time Cy Young Award winner, takes the ball for the Dodgers. And a rookie, Trey Savage, gets the ball for the Blue Jays in Toronto tonight. If your office, this October only score $120 off each window with a 5-window minimum and 10% off every door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule no pressure-free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Stretch run of Grant and Danny for the week. You're locked into The Fan. Thank you for listening to the program. Coming your way today from their old stomping grounds in Fairfax.
We know our way around here.
Yes, we
right
do.
up in here. Craft House, this place is awesome. This whole area is so built up. There's so many great spots to go to. Plenty of packing if you're into that sort of thing. I'm a Craft House guy. Everything's good here.
The law firm, Kandori and Murad, sponsors this show. They'll help you to draft a last will and testament, set up a living trust, put together a medical power of attorney, schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today at kmlawyers.com, and be sure to let them know we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. Danny, let's take a peek at our Metropolitan Moving and Storage poll today. Local, long distance, residential, commercial, 3 decades, best in class service and experience. The poll today presented by Metropolitan Moving and Storage. You can check them out at dcmetropolitanmoving.com.
How would you grade Jaden Daniels' season as we approach the midway point of his sophomore season? A is A, B is B, C is C, D is also D. So there's your grades. Right now, A grade, only 1.6%. With only a handful of precincts reporting.
That's surprising, by the way.
B?
Just because you'd think there'd be some homer votes?
Yeah, or just like people get angry that you say anything other than he's perfect. B, 45%, C, 50%, and D, only 3%. So it's basically 95% within a margin of error of that B and C range, which I think is pretty fair.
Yeah, that's about where we are. Monday Night Football could go very well, could go very badly. So let's go hypothetically. It goes great. They somehow shock everybody, and either they lose at the Horn in a nip-and-tuck game that's close and excellent, or they win the football game. How much different is the discussion going to be in town? And I don't think this is like a crazy conversation to have. Is it unlikely? Of course, they're 11.5, 12-point dogs, depending on where you're looking. They are almost certainly going to lose. But if somehow, some way, they end up winning this football game or getting really close to doing so, isn't the sky falling over momentarily? I mean, doesn't everyone look at this and now go, okay, why can't you beat Seattle? They're not as good as Kansas City. You go 2-1 in the next 3. The gauntlet that everybody thinks they're going to lose all 3 of. Then you play Miami. Maybe you messed around. You went 3-1 before the break. You're 6-5 coming out of the bye, and the whole world looks different. What will we be saying on the air on Tuesday morning live from Kansas City if they stun everybody?
They're still alive. And not only are they alive, but they got momentum. You found a way to do something nobody thought you could do. So if you go into a 3-game series against the Bears, Cowboys, and Chiefs, and you went 1-2, you probably figure, maybe you eked out your division rival down there. Or, you beat Chicago, who's just okay. And they probably should have beaten Chicago, to be honest with you. And you end up at a place where you're 4-4, with all the injuries that you've had, with people hopefully on the way back, a la McLaurin and Samuel, and Daniel should be good to go, you hope, within a week or two. You got momentum now. You sort of gathered your strength. You weathered the storm, so to speak. Doesn't matter how you get there. If you go 1-2 in that stretch, and the win's the hardest one of those 3 opponents, the best team they've played in the last 4 weeks, really 5, 6, the whole damn year is this Kansas City team right now. Now, they're not the 14-3 Kansas City teams of a couple years ago. They're not perfect, but they're pretty damn good the way they're playing right now this minute. This is the best team that you played so far. You beat them on the road with Marcus Mariota in a hostile environment. You got to feel pretty good about yourself and your chances moving forward.
I think this would be a lot bigger than they're still alive for me. If they beat the Chiefs, because now every game you could envision them winning. They did it without Daniels. Wait till he comes back. What if he gets going? They did it in game 1 with McLaurin back. Assuming he doesn't ball out and go crazy, there's only going to be more ascension for him moving forward. I think it just opens up the possibilities to now, why can't they win any given game? They're actually way better than we thought in terms of what their best looks like, what they're capable of on any given Sunday. So if they were to beat the Chiefs, I think the season's back on in a way, Danny, where people would be saying they can absolutely be a playoff team. Why aren't they every bit as good as Chicago? Yes, they've lost to them. Or Atlanta. Yes, they've lost to them. But they're about to hit their stride. So that's what the positive looks like. What is more interesting to me, call me negative.
You're negative.
Ned, if you want to, is what happens if this is really bad.
Yep.
And the reason I say I'm more interested in this is because I think this is more likely, sadly. Tuesday morning, we come on the air. The Commanders just got beat handily by the Chiefs. Cowboys-ish. This is a Dallas-esque performance where the defense didn't have enough answers. You were the JV and you got varsitied by a better program. I'm going to say you lost 37-17 with like some garbage time points in there.
Ooh.
Something like that.
Yeah.
If that happens, are they able to go up to the podium next week collectively? Dan Quinn, Joe Witt, Cliff Kingsbury, whoever, and sit there and kind of say, we're going to play better. Hey, Dan, are you
Our
changing
fix is going to be we'll play better.
Yeah, Dan, what are you changing this week? Well, the change is going to be we're going to have a better performance. Can you do that again? I don't know if they can. If you have another game like the Dallas one, which this is a much bigger spread. That wasn't even supposed to be like that. That was a 2.5-point spread. This is 12. Like, this one should theoretically be worse. If it's really bad again, what happens? I'll start with this.
Yeah.
Nobody's losing their job.
No. I don't think that's where we are, especially given last year.
And nobody should lose their job. But like people are going to call for Joe Witt's job. And I think that's ridiculous. But that'll be the Twitter narrative, which isn't real world. And that's not a thing. So I'm just crossing that off the list. What's next?
So I have a hard time answering this question because I have not seen this group firsthand under this kind of adversity. This should have been, frankly, last year with what they inherited, the roster being overwhelmed. They tried to kind of quick fix it to be respectable. They're trying to instill culture more than they are like a sustained winning model, and that was more important to them. Instead of going young and taking their lumps, they said, we have to establish what it means to be part of this organization. We're going to bring in the Bobby Wagners and the Zach Ertzes of the world to do that. Very reasonable approach, by the way. Well, it turned out that it worked too damn well, and they won so much. So now I have not seen this group deal with this kind of adversity where the wolves are at the door. Everybody's screaming, please do something different. Please don't give me the same platitude. Please don't give me a cliche. Please don't tell me to be where my feet are, or we're 2 degrees from true north, or we're just going to play better, or we'll try to tighten up communication, said every defensive coordinator that's been overwhelmed here for the last 30 years. I don't know how they'll handle it. To me, it would signal, for a normal set of events, you'd go, we will make some personnel changes. Whether that means you now approach the trade deadline, which is in a couple weeks on November 4th, more aggressively, selling off a player or two who's not going to be here, or a veteran that's under contract that somebody else might want for something that's worth you to get in return, or simply benching someone that has been ineffective, knowing that, again, they probably won't be here when the rosters are formed this offseason and then into next year. You would think that's reasonable. I don't know how this group is going to handle it because I don't know about all the mantras. I don't know what's going on behind the scenes. Where is Dan Quinn doing trust me, follow me, I will not relent. I'm not changing anything just because it's bad. You'll see. I'll stick with you and we'll come through. Maybe he's made that promise and can't go back on it. Again, I don't know. I don't know how this group is going to handle adversity. Frankly, the worst we saw was Daniels' busted rib, a 3-game losing streak in the middle of last year to 3 really good teams, and they were close in each one of those games.
So far, if they take the messaging from and have the cool and the calm of their coach, I think they're going to be just fine in that regard. Dan Quinn doesn't seem to let these things bother him too much. He was antsy and agitated and certainly mad after the game. He should be, by the way. They got embarrassed in the division. But he was kind of Dan Quinn Monday after a game, did they win or lose, on Tell the Truth Monday, by the time it rolled around. My guess is they'll handle it in stride, but you're right. First chance we'll get to take a peek. All right, let's spin you around the NFL as we try to do on these Fridays with all of the matchups and some key storylines here. Rapid fire. 1-6 Dolphins, 3-3 Falcons in Atlanta. Sounds like Kirk Cousins could get the start in this game for Atlanta. Would be his first start of the year. Michael Penix is banged up. I don't think Cousins' performance would matter in any way in terms of getting more work as the year went on.
Matters for his next couple of seasons.
Could absolutely matter for how teams view him moving forward.
Well, this is an Atlanta get-right spot. They have to. Right, given what happened this past week, they were so disappointing against the 49ers. Not because you lost the game. There's no shame in going on the road and losing to the 49ers, who were pretty decent, and you got Christian McCaffrey. But the fact they only managed 10 points and didn't look particularly good while doing it offensively, they need a nice rebound here, especially given how good Tampa Bay has been to this point in the season. You want to kind of compete with them and get into the postseason as kind of is their aspiration. You need to stockpile a few wins, and it's not going to get much easier. They got to go to New England next week. They face the 6-1 Colts on the road in a couple of weeks. They don't have a ton of wiggle room.
Bears, Ravens, Lamar Jackson going to be back for Baltimore. They're 1-5. A loss all but ends their season for Chicago. They're looking for a signature win to prove some credibility here at 4-2. They're almost 7-point dogs in Baltimore. This would be that win.
Yeah, how strange is this, right? The 1-5 team is a 7-point favorite against a 4-2 Chicago team that's won 4 straight, but we know the context. Ravens coming off a bye, got to have it.
Bills are 4-2. They're in Charlotte to take on the Panthers at 4-3. And Bryce Young's doubtful. Speaking of backup quarterbacks getting the nod, Andy Dalton likely to start for the Panthers. He's always moved the ball pretty well there when he's got his shots. Speaking of shots, the Bills need one in the arm. They've lost 2 in a row. They're off of a bye. Their defense is flawed. They have to look better in this game or we're going to put them in a new category.
Yeah, they haven't looked good doing it either, dropping 2 straight. They were playing with their food to start the year, and that came back to bite them in a division game against the Patriots, and they looked awful, frankly, against Atlanta. Looked old and slow and kind of weaponless. After a bye week, you're hoping they kind of revamp. Carolina, softer landing spot, but they got Kansas City next week, Dolphins the week after. They could easily be 7-2, and this was just a footnote, a get-right time for them, or they don't play well on the road here in Carolina, then we have to, as you said, recategorize.
Jets play the Bengals in Cincinnati. Jets are 0-7. Bengals are 3-4.
They're still alive.
Cincy with the chance to get back to 500 if they could win a second straight and be 4-4. Now you're talking about at least being within striking distance of hanging and having a real legitimate shot at possibly keeping your season relevant long enough for Joe Burrow to come back. The Jets, we don't know who they're starting yet. Aaron Glenn will not say who their starter is. Tyrod Taylor has been banged up at practice with a knee. Justin Fields is healthy but has really struggled, got benched in their last game. 49ers, Texans in Houston. Here's a line that makes no sense. I don't know a lot about much when it comes to sports betting. I'm not very good at it. I just like doing it.
Yep.
San Francisco is 5-2 and the Texans are 2-4. Look at that betting line if you're interested in some fun.
Let me take a quick gander.
Explain it to me, please.
Scanning.
This is what you call a smell test situation.
There's this. Hold on. Let me smell it.
What's
if
the line?
you smell what the Kevin is cooking, it's the Texans are 2.5-point favorites here. They got to have it. They're 2-4.
Over
Nico
the
Collins'
5-2
doubt
Niners?
is questionable. The Niners are 5-2. I know they're banged up too, but what? We sure about that?
Run from that betting line, as far as I'm concerned. If you think you know better, normally you don't, just so we're all on the same page.
Sharp money loves the Niners this weekend.
Browns 2-5, Patriots 5-2 in New England. This will be the best defense Drake May plays. He's playing at a top 3 level in the NFL right now. He's turned himself into an MVP candidate for first place New England.
And again, their schedule is tissue paper soft at this point. So here they go. They can be 6-2. They got the Falcons next week. Very winnable game there. They could be a 7-2 team without much of a stretch.
Giants, Eagles at the Link in Philly, 2-5 New York and 5-2 Philadelphia. Jackson Dart, little show me spot here against the cream of the crop in the division. Philadelphia all of a sudden has gotten right. They had their best offensive outing, scored almost 30, throwing the football. Finally involved A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith. More cryptic, weird social media tweets after the game from A.J. Brown. He's actually not going to play in this game. He's just a pain in the butt, but he's so good. Like, the report was they're not going to trade him. Yeah, no kidding. Why would you trade him? I know he's annoying to deal with and a gigantic diva. So what?
Yeah.
He's also unbelievable.
There'll be a moment where it's not worth it. This is not that moment. But remember, we're 2 weeks removed from the Giants taking Philadelphia to the woodshed and whooping their ass 34-17.
That did happen
2 weeks ago.
What if they beat them twice in 3 weeks?
That would be something. The fraternity brothers of Scattaboo and Dart would be forever cemented. But that's really what this is. This is a great revenge game for the Eagles, who were kind of messing around for a little bit. I think they're back to normal now.
Divisional game, NFC South in Nolens. 5-2 Bucks, 1-6 Saints at the Superdome. Tampa Bay coming off a loss to Detroit where they couldn't quite get right offensively. I love the bounce back for them in this game to get to 6-2.
Good spot for them to do it, yeah.
Here's an interesting one, Danny. Cowboys, best offense in the league. Broncos, one of the best defenses in the league. Dallas 3-3-1, little margin for error, but they seem to be peaking after last week. The Broncos scored 33 points in the fourth quarter to beat the Giants to get to 5-2.
Wild. Think about this. If somehow Dallas finds a way to win this game, they're at 4-3. They got a Cardinals team that can't seem to get out of their own way. Is it Murray? Is it Brissett? Who knows? Probably doesn't matter. You could be 5-3-1 at the bye week with the Raiders looming after that. This is a cupcake get fat time because the second half, the remainder of Dallas' schedule down the stretch, it's a lot of Eagles, a lot of Chiefs, a lot of Lions, a lot of Vikings. It's a tough row to hold. Row to hoe, rather, down the stretch. This is their chance.
It's also a tough row to hold, though.
You can't hold on to a row.
Hold the row. It's like holding the line, but it's even harder.
It's even harder to do.
You're trying to hold the row.
Can't even do it.
1-6 Titans at the 6-1 Colts. Tennessee, Indianapolis. Colts are the story of the NFL. Going to be the first team to get to 7 wins. I think they're 14.5-point favorites or something like that. By the way, this is one of 3 4 o'clock games, so think about how annoying that is.
Yeah.
The league stacks all the games at 1 o'clock except 3. You've got Bucks Saints, which should be lopsided. Cowboys Broncos, the only game that should be good, America's Game of the Week. And then the Titans and the Colts. That 4 o'clock window is bleak.
Yeah, 14.5 points right there. Again, there's a whole bunch of big old lines this week.
Sunday Night Football, we talked about it earlier. It is the story of the week in the league. The Packers against Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers. Green Bay 4-1-1, leaders in the North, trying to remain a one-loss team that ties Quirky but also has them in first. The Steelers at 4-2, this would be their best win of the year by far at home if they could knock off Green Bay. This is the Aaron Rodgers Bowl. Bring it on. Storylines like this are why we do it.
Yeah, 100%. Our buddy Steve Zabin, the TV show about quarterbacks, well, here's your featured episode. Here's your sweeps week, right? Rodgers and that Green Bay reunion. Because it doesn't get easier here for Pittsburgh. They've got Green Bay this week, the aforementioned Colts who are excellent. At L.A., I don't feel great about that one. Pittsburgh traveling out west with how good the Chargers were last night. So if you want to keep pace in this weird AFC North, you're probably going to bank one of these next two against the Packers and the Colts. Nothing easy about that.
It is time for your Caps Power Play as we get you ready for hockey tonight on The Fan. Caps, the first end of a back-to-back. They're at Columbus Blue Jackets tonight. Back home for career game number 1,500 for Alex Ovechkin tomorrow. The Ottawa Senators in town on Oktoberfest night. Everybody's getting a beer stein out at the arena. Tonight against the Blue Jackets, the boys are looking to get to 6-2. Last time out, a dominant 4-1 performance over the Kraken.
The Blue Jackets are in last place. They don't score many goals, but however, they actually haven't given up a ton to this point either. Maybe that's a scheduling thing. They haven't played as many games. But this is a group with no history, that it doesn't have any real measured success at any point in time. It'd be very nice for the Columbus Blue Jackets to go home a lahu zahur.
That there, your Capitals power play.
Yep.
Me and the big voice guy were just staring at each other.
Are you going to go?
You're in the hallway and like one person takes a step, you go the same way.
I meant you go that. Are you going to go right?
Excuse me. That was me and the big voice guy there. Yep. I knew one way or the other we were going to sort the
Someone's
thing
going to
out.
say something. You got a thing.
Wizards also in action tonight against Cooper Flagg and the Mavericks. That could be fun. 8:30 tip tonight. Trey Johnson, let's pour in 15 more. What do you say?
Please give him minutes. Brian O'Keefe, please.
That would be lovely. Thank you to our producers, Darius and Ryan back in studio for Toby and Metal Chris out here in Fairfax, this has been fun. Thanks for the crew. Thanks for everyone who made this possible. Grant and Danny, we'll see you from Kansas City on Tuesday.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.